I'd like to welcome you all to the March 18th, 2023 County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Christian Dorsey. I'll be presiding today, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Vice Chair Garvey, as well as board members Katie Crystal, board members Matt DeFerranti, and board member Takis Karantonis. We thank you all for joining us here in the boardroom today, as well as those who are joining us remotely through Microsoft Teams. I have a few announcements before we get underway with the first portion of our meeting, which will be public comment. Masks are indeed optional, but we do expect throughout the day that this room will get quite full, so they are indeed encouraged. If you would like a mask, you don't have one, you can get one either with our clerk here at the front, Ms. Jacobs, who has a supply, and there are also some that are available outside of the boardroom in the atrium. Ask any of our staff out there to assist you. And as you can see, we are practicing physical distancing and may wear masks depending on individual board member and staff member preferences. And we will have throughout our meeting today people joining us remotely, as I mentioned before, as part of our hybrid model. And so we will be going back and forth as appropriate to people who are speaking in the room and people who are speaking remotely. As for today's meeting, for those of you who are here in the room, when you come to the lectern, it can be adjusted to a height that is suitable to you by using the up or down arrows that are located to the right as you face the lectern. Please speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. You do not have to turn the microphone on or off. If you are submitting documents as part of your public testimony, please give those to the clerk and make sure that they have your name and contact information on all documents. For those who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are recognized to speak. You can unmute yourself using *6 if you are on the phone, or by clicking the microphone icon on the toolbar if you are using the Teams app or joining it through a browser. We do have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of our meeting. Could our interpreter please introduce themselves in English and in Spanish?
Actually, Mr. Chair, our interpreter is not here this morning.
Okay, our interpreter is not going to be joining us. So if that presents an issue with anyone who is joining for public comment, please see our clerk and we will figure out an accommodation. Occasionally, and likely, given the amount of time we expect to spend today, you will see board members needing to leave the dais here. However, whenever we leave the room, we can still follow the meeting. So even if you can't see us, we can certainly hear you. With that, we are ready to move on to our public comment speakers. As a reminder, the public comment portion of our meeting is intended for individuals to alert board members to issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing or are scheduled for an upcoming public hearing, to ensure that we can hear from a range of perspectives on we can hear of a range of topics, and to be fair and consistent across all speakers and issues, we do have a one speaker per topic rule. This rule helps the board efficiently manage the main purpose of today's meeting, and that is to get to the items that are on our regular agenda. And we do appreciate everyone's help in adhering to the meeting procedures and being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you are here as part of a coordinated group today, we ask that you identify one representative who will raise your topic, and that representative is welcome to let us know that there are other people in the room who share those particular views. And importantly, you should know that there are many ways in which you can engage with members of the county board on any issue. You can do so with writing, countyboard@arlingtonva.us. And then if you'd like a more dynamic conversation to more deeply explore issues and concerns, we do invite you to participate in our Open Door Monday sessions, which are held on most Mondays throughout the year and are attended by a member of the board who then shares what they learn with their colleagues. So if you have any information on the ways that you can engage with the board, please visit our website so you can find out more information. And if you are here and would like to discuss that further, you can check with our clerks, Ms. Jacobs and Mr. Kushner out in the atrium if you have any questions. With all of those logistics underway, we are ready for public comment. And Ms. Jacobs, would you please call our first two public comment speakers?
Our first speaker is Tim Dillinger, followed by John Ford.
Hi there, my name is Tim Dellinger, and I'm on the leadership team of the Arlington Pickleball Club. As you're well aware, sparks have been flying between pickleballers and neighbors of the Walter Reed Community Center, especially around the prospect of putting a flagship pickleball facility at Walter Reed. We decided to try something called the Arlington Way. We formed a joint task force with the Pickleball Club and members of the Columbia Heights Civic Association. Some of them are here today, thank you. We decided to look for some common ground. Although we are very far apart on a number of issues, one thing we are in agreement with is the county board needs to step in and intervene with Parks and Rec. We wrote up a letter. You should have received that yesterday over email, and I included it when I signed up today. The county board needs to intervene with Parks and Rec because they are dead set on making Walter Reed the flagship pickleball facility in Arlington. I can tell you from the pickleball standpoint, we have overwhelmed and outgrown that facility a long time ago. The Public Spaces Master Plan mandates that that Parks and Rec work to meet demand for pickleball in Arlington. This will in no way meet demand. There are alternative sites. They are larger. They are away from neighbors.
You have 28 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. They are not necessarily straightforward, but they will ultimately lead to better outcomes. Please intervene with Parks and Rec. They are dead set on a collision course for a fiasco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Ford, followed by Chad Sionarian.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and County Manager. I'm John Ford, President of the Arlington County Civic Association. I'm here this morning on behalf of CivFed's recent resolution to restore public's confidence in Arlington County governance. The course of this resolution over the 6 months from its first introduction last September until final approval this week was lengthy, but not unprecedentedly so. The original resolution made the central point that Arlington County government and its citizens need to work together more inclusively. And that point remains prominent in the modified version of the resolution that passed with a 70% majority of voting delegates on Tuesday evening. This is a serious concern with our membership, and they are very passionate about it. We in CivFed are committed to working with you to address this. And we call on the board and on the manager to return to the best elements of the Arlington Way, about which we've already heard this morning, where the community engagement means giving community members from every part of our county a meaningful role at the decision-making table by including the public in robust two-way conversations. We know that you all share this aspiration for collaboration, and we've already scheduled meetings with senior members of the manager's staff to identify ways in which we can begin to work together immediately. Our efforts together will punctuate and accelerate our county's recovery as we move to engage and assist all Arlingtonians. And we are very grateful for your service to our community, and we look forward to working together with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Our next speaker is Chad Sionarian, followed by Chris DeRosa.
Good morning. I'm here as a concerned father. I have a 2.5-year-old. I have one on the way. I am here to address the noise and mental health concerns that are affecting the neighbors at Walter Reed Community Center. People who are living on 16th Street South and South Walter Reed Boulevard are bombarded with a constant high-pitched noise. Ping, 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 for 7 days a week, 15 hours a day, every day. And this is having a major impact on our mental health. We sent a letter through the Civic Association to the board members. We've engaged with DPR, and we have not heard anything. Since August, we've had several meetings with many county officials that have not had any results. No one is listening to us. Pickleball was being played until 11 p.m. We complained. DPR moved hours back to 10 p.m. And now they require us to enforce that 10 p.m. rule. We complained that when the community center is closed, people are urinating in the parks. DPR's response is to put a porta potty. That is not a solution. We have engaged. We are trying to work with the county to come up with a good solution. But 7 days a week, 15 hours a day is not appropriate for one community to bear. Not for a father trying to put his 2.5-year-old kid to bed at 7, 8 o'clock to hear ping, 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 ping. We cannot even use our backyards because the noise is constant. It's every day. And as the weather gets warmer, it's gonna get worse. It was bad in the wintertime. People were playing when it was raining and snowing. This is unattainable. We need to come with a solution because 7 days a week, 15 hours a day is not appropriate. We need to mirror what Vienna did in Glen Carlin Parks, limited number of days and hours.
Thank you, Mr. Shanahan.
Our next,
So we have heard two different perspectives, or the same perspective, but from two different stakeholders on pickleball. So pickleball is now closed as a topic. Thank you.
thank you. Our next speaker is Chris DeRosa, followed by William McDonald.
I'm shorter. Good morning, I'm Chris DeRosa, a longtime resident of Arlington. Since 2017, I've been the leader of the Arlington Falls Church chapter of Spread the Vote Project ID, a 501c3 organization. Our volunteers help people register to vote, obtain their birth certificates, social security cards, and DMV IDs and driver's licenses. We partner with several programs and organizations, including homeless shelters. One of those shelters is RPC, or Residential Program Center, a 44-bed facility located at 1554 Columbia Pike. This building, which was built in 1994, also houses the Arlington Recovery Center, or ARC, a residential treatment program. I'd like to discuss two needs of the RPC program this morning. The RPC building has a large kitchen, but it cannot be used because it does not meet code. I don't know the details, but the residents and patients there are not provided with fresh, hot meals cooked on the premises. Food is provided by a company at a cost of $10,000 to $13,000 a month. Lunches are typically cold sack lunches, or it might be pizza almost every time that I visit, and canned fruit. I see very little fresh fruit or vegetables. The food is not nourishing or healthy. It does not warm the belly or the soul. Residents and staff have complained about the food provided. We need to bring this kitchen up to code. I understand Mr. DeFerrante toured the RPC recently. I thank you for taking the time to do that. My second concern is that RPC does not have funds that allow them to purchase mattresses and furniture for residents moving from shelter into their own apartments. Some of them are not given a bed or even an air mattress to sleep on. I propose that Arlington County provide funding to help buy mattresses and basic pieces of furniture, and perhaps also locate storage facilities where RPC and other shelters could store purchased or donated items. These requests would let us treat our neighbors
Thank you.
with
Thank you,
dignity
Mr.
and
Rosa.
respect.
We do have your written comments, so we appreciate it.
Our next speaker is William McDonald, followed by Ulysses Terry.
Go. So I've got a few things to say, so I'll make it short and sweet. They're not called popsicle sticks, nor are they called plastic trees. They're called flex posts. They've never killed anyone in Arlington, and all the scuff marks them are caused by a negligent driver that can't drive inside the lines. Second, Penrose Square, when expanded, will no longer be a square and should be renamed Penrose Parallelogram. That said, I took the liberty earlier to tag you all on social media with some videos I produced about the intersection outside the splash pad. Without getting into too many details or mincing words, it's a forecourt situation brewing, especially since you all have recently decided to serve booze at the park, which is awesome. I'm all for it. Personally, I don't partake. I think you should be allowed to smoke weed in the park, but to each his own. Lastly, I've been following the Missing Middle for a while, and there's something that bothers me that gets said often. It's usually preceded by a dated anecdote about bootstraps or picket fences, and it always ends by, "That's the American dream." Like, That's the wrong article. That's an American dream. That's not the American dream, and that's not my American dream. Like, there are people in this room right now that believe the American dream means housing should not only be affordable, but accessible across the board. There's also people in this room that believe the American dream means a pickleball in every court. In my American dream, there's still a lady named Viviana Perez hustling Gatorades off her bike cart on Columbia Pike, and every day we ride by, she still waves at my daughter. But you know what they say, to each his own. I'd like to donate the rest of my time for a moment of silence so we can all remember our neighbor that got killed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Our next speaker is Ulysses Terry, followed by Bridget Obikoya.
Mr. Chairman, members of the County Board, my name is Ulysses Terry. I've lived in Green Valley for 55 years on South Nelson Street since 1978. Of course, changes occur with time, but in more recent years, we've seen a number of our single-family homes being torn down and made room for townhouses. We've seen a neighborhood holiness church converted into a mosque. It's a great neighborhood, but at times it's gotten dense with traffic, and the traffic is untenable. The mosque attracts a large number of visitors for daily prayer. People come from all over to attend, and they leave their cars double parked in the street. Blocked driveways of homeowners sometimes park in the driveways of the homeowners. Some leave their cars running in the middle of the street in order to make the service. You should have some of the pictures in front of you right now. We've tried everything to get this nightmare to stop. With the help of Green Valley Civic Association, neighbors have worked with the mosque to improve signage, to give instructions to the congregants, train volunteer parking attendants. We've asked the police to ticket the illegal activity, but they can't be there all the time. I have hours of video footage showing uncomfortable exchanges between neighbors and the perpetrators. The Civic Association even brought together the people of the mosque and the rest of Nelson Street for lunching. And we tried to encourage friendship and understanding. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
All right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bridget Obikoya, followed by Armand Cicerelli.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Bridget Obikoya, and I'm asking that you please draft a resolution declaring that the U.S. should end the economic blockade of Cuba and remove the country from the state sponsors of terrorism list due to the unjust harm it causes the Cuban people. Over 60 U.S. city councils, county boards, state legislators, and other organizations have passed similar resolutions on Cuba, including Washington, D.C. pending, Baltimore, Maryland, and California, Berkeley, Oakland, Santa Cruz, Richland, Sacramento, and San Francisco, Boston, Cambridge, and Somerville, Massachusetts, Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Seattle, Hartford, Helena, Montana, Minneapolis, and St. Paul, Minnesota, Wayne County, Michigan, the state of Alabama Senate, state of Illinois House of Representatives, state of Michigan Senate, and state of Minnesota Legislature. In 1962, the U.S. began imposing an economic, commercial, and financial embargo on Cuba. In 2014, President Barack Obama and Cuban President Raul Castro began to reestablish diplomatic relations, as well to remove the country from the designated state sponsors of terrorism list. However, Donald Trump's administration later imposed 243 new sanctions on Cuba, including restrictions on Cuban Americans who send remittances to families and businesses there, and added it back to the state sponsors of terrorism list. Under President Joe Biden's administration, some travel restrictions have been partially lifted, but many remain. The current sanctions punish other countries who engage with Cuba and inflict daily hardships on the people of Cuba, making it difficult for them to grow their economy, maintain high-quality health care, and improve their education systems. Thus far, the United Nations has voted 30 times to condemn the embargo. This stands in stark contrast To the
Thank you, Ms. Obukoya.
185 countries who have voted in favor of the resolution,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Armand Cicerelli, followed by Christine Hines.
Good morning. My name is Armand Ciccarelli. I'm with the Columbia Heights Civic Association. I want to make very clear that I'm here to talk about transparency in planning process and inclusiveness in planning decisions by the Department of Parks and Recreation. So members of the Columbia Heights Civic Association met with DPR as part of a county organized design session on February 16th, as well as during a follow-up meeting on February 22nd. As of March 13th, DPR is indicating their project is proceeding as planned despite all the feedback received, and there will be no more engagement until late April or early May, and then only to provide feedback on the DPR's design plans. So DPR is effectively operating in a vacuum chamber, moving ahead full steam with their plans despite feedback from local residents, users of the community center, evidence provided by local and national sources that this project is going to result in a poor outcome all around. Representatives of the Civic Federation have reached out to both members of the board as well as DPR staff in an attempt to arrange for a call between City of Berkeley, California city councilors and Arlington County representatives to discuss their experience and why the path that Arlington's DPR is now on and what they're pursuing is the incorrect one. I hope that will happen. Despite DPR insisting that their project must proceed, they're doing so blindly, having conducted no impact studies of any sort to determine what the consequences of their project might be. I don't understand how that's even possible. Overall, their process lacks any proper planning as far as related to engagement of the community in a real sense, any sense there being regard for input, ongoing lack of transparency, and basically this has resulted in increasing mistrust and anger, and increasing anger. Overall, DPR's current plans need to be paused and alternatives considered that would more equitably spread the impacts of their plans around the county and not just at one or two locations. This can only be achieved by initiating a truly transparent, inclusive process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Hines.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Hines, and I'm not sure if I put my topic in the right place. It is about missing metal.
Okay, that will be on the agenda for later today.
Later today. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you can check with our clerk. At this point in the process, you would likely be speaker number 230 something. So
Sign me up.
So if you go back out into the atrium and speak to Nancy, make sure you get signed up.
Okay.
So Ms. Jacobs, do we have any more public comment speakers this morning? All right, well, thank you to all of our public comment speakers for coming and sharing your issues and concerns today. Mr. Dellinger, Mr. Cianaran, hoping I'm pronouncing that name correctly, and Mr. Cicerelli, who all came with various dimensions on something that has been the subject of lots of media coverage, including Stephen Colbert, Arlington's pickleball problem. So I appreciate all of you coming with your various concerns. Contrary to what may be widely understood, this is the subject of intense analysis, conversation, and policy development within the county. And without getting into specifics, next month we expect that County Manager Schwartz is going to present as part of his report at our April board meeting an update on the process and the way forward for pickleball. And I see the head nod from Mr. Schwartz, and look forward to having you all engage at that time. Mr. Ford, thank you for presenting the resolution from the Civic Federation regarding, I believe it was titled Restoring Public Confidence in Governance. I know that you've been working on that for a long time, and I know that it has come with a great deal of conversation within the Civic Federation, as well as some fissures within the Civic Federation. And look, I'll focus on the big picture central point that you identified, the desire to work more inclusively in the public policy process between Arlington County government and the community. That is a goal that we all prioritize. We affirm that annually with our comments to the community. I think it's been borne out by the way that public engagement has significantly been professionalized over the last number of years, and is further solidified by the investments and leadership that we have at the staff level. Now, that said, I know that there is a desire for people to engage, and we always have a desire to do better. So we welcome the opportunity to engage in those conversations for those who want to engage in them with good faith. But I always try to tell it to you, Frank. We also know that there are people who use public engagement and public confidence in governance as a way to provide a euphemism for their utter disappointment with decisions that are made. And so for people who really want to engage on how to make public engagement more inclusive, more effective, even more than we have been making significant strides in over the last few years, we thoroughly and sincerely welcome that. We believe that public engagement is a practice. No one has it perfect, and we strive to be as good as we possibly can be. But I would ask for Mr. Ford's cooperation and help in making sure that this not become a place where people simply want to air their grievances over decisions that they don't like. So we look forward to hearing from you about how you'd like to engage moving forward, and consider us in the county very happy to engage for those who want to do so in good faith. Ms. DeRosa, thank you for coming with the concerns about RPC. We'll welcome hearing from Mr. DeFerranti about his observations. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. DeFerranti, but RPC, it's now, I think it's New Hope Housing that is the partner with DHS on that. It used to be VOA. So I think as part of the budget process, we should hear a little bit more about what some needs are and whether or not those are needs that should be fulfilled on the county side through the DHS line of business, or whether these are contractual obligations of New Hope Housing in equipping RPC as it needs to be equipped in order to provide the level of service and dignified service for the community. Do you want to speak on that?
Just briefly, I did share the concern. I think it's smart to think through the budget process, but also just for me to touch base with county staff leadership on the kitchen itself, because there are reasons why it's not operational. But I will say that this is on my mind a priority after visiting last Thursday. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, thank you. I think your comments just exemplify something that I think about a lot in Arlington. There's often a desire to come up with some wonderful consensus that brings everybody together and to have a concerted focus that has everyone on the same page. And, a lot of those things that, could generate broad community consensus in every pocket of Arlington among every demographic group, those low-hanging fruit have already been picked. And as we think about moving forward to deal with complex issues and challenges, we have to become comfortable with the fact that there are people who have various perspectives and points of view, and they're not always reconcilable. And your comments, I think, spoke to that broadly and just underscore how much this is something that we have to, really just become comfortable with the uncomfortable. Mr. Terry, thank you for bringing the concerns of Green Valley residents, particularly as it relates to the impact of parking and traffic when the mosque is at full activity. This is something that has been a lingering concern. I had not realized that it was reverting back to some of the more challenging periods of time. I thought that there was progress, and we'll seek to figure out how we can re-energize all of the stakeholders to bring solutions to this. It is our belief that there are solutions to be had, and so we want to make sure that, one, we can figure out a way to accommodate what I hope is value added, a group of individuals who participate in a mosque, who bring a welcome amount of diversity to our community, but the impact on the surrounding community should not be too severe. Ms. Obukoya, invite my colleagues to give their own perspectives. I will just say for me, one of the things that we are often asked to do as a board is to speak on a variety of issues. And we have taken it upon ourselves to really focus on providing statements and resolutions on issues, one, that are directly within our purview of governance, and two, that have a direct nexus with Arlington County. And so as I think about the issues related to Cuba, without any judgment on your perspective on the issue, that nexus is not quite there for me. and would invite Art to be in the position of having to explain why we don't speak on the many issues throughout this world where I think we personally may have an intense feeling and want to speak out, but nonetheless would be challenged to meet every request and every need to speak on those things. That's just my perspective. I'll invite my colleagues to give theirs. But again, that is without judgment on the merits of your request, which I personally do agree with on a geopolitical sense, but find it hard to reconcile that with speaking as my position as an Arlington County board member. And I think that's it for our public comment speakers. Colleagues, anything to add? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things on the testimonies on pickleball that we heard today. It's indeed true that Stephen Colbert has picked up this, but it's no fun for the residents there, and we see that we have a pretty contentious situation there at Walter Reed. I'm a neighbor there myself, and what concerns me significantly is that what one of our speakers mentioned today, good weather actually increases the pressure there. So I do think that we need to work with the Department of Parks and Rec and with the county manager to find short-term solutions that manage the problem until we find more sustainable solutions for that. And I appreciate that the department has reached out to the neighborhood, has reached out to the players, has reached out also to us, board members, with proposals, and I sense that they do understand that there is a pressure of urgency there. On the issue of the RPC, and to Mr. Rosa, I have visited RPC many, many times in the last 12 years. The issue of the kitchen was a constant problem, and we have missed many opportunities to intervene effectively there. I hope that we will find a pathway to do that in this round. Finally, on the issue of the Masjid, the mosque on Nelson Street, Mr. Terry, I hear you. I think there is a very good channel to discuss that with the leadership of the Islamic Center there. I will offer myself to mediate. The holy month of Ramadan is starting next week, I believe on the 23rd. The Friday prayers will be a challenge because they are exceptionally good attended, and I think we will be working together on this. I will reach out to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'll associate myself with your comments on engagement. Thank you. That was very, was good. A lot of work to do, not an easy subject, and people come to it with different goals, and we need to work through those. I found a thread between a couple of the comments was actually enforcement. So the pickleball, Mr. Cianarain, I remember when I had small children and trying to sleep was really hard. I did not have to deal with pickleball. But that and the mosque, I mean, there are people clearly not following our regulations, our rules, and we ought to have, I think, find some better ways, if we can, to actually enforce what's already decided the way it's supposed to be. So I will be talking to the manager, which I have from time to time. I know enforcement is tricky, but I think as we get to become more and more of a dense community, lots of us together, feeling passionate about all kinds of different things in a small amount of space, we have to really be able to enforce the laws on the books and the codes and the decisions we've made as a community. So I would like us to move more on that. And I think I may have had one more comment on. No, I'm not. Oh, Cuba, yes, thank you, Mr. Obukoya, Ms. Obukoya. The other thing you can do is to reach out to us individually, because we do often individually take positions. But as our chair said, the world has got so many problems in it and things that we all are upset about and concerned about. And if we took those on, in addition to everything we have here in Arlington, we couldn't really serve our own community. So we do need to, as you say, mind our knitting and focus here on things that are just closely related to Arlington and deal here. But we all are individuals, we all have views, and you should feel free to reach out to us as individuals. We often do sometimes take positions as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you all, and I just wanted to particularly acknowledge Mr. Karantonis. Thank you for volunteering to follow up on the conversations with regard to the masjid. I was going to ask if perhaps we had somebody in constituent services who could help with that. So often, our advice to the community is, could you try talking to your neighbors or the source of the problem first? And Mr. Terry, I think you really articulated how many efforts have been made. And it sounds like actually quite a bit of goodwill on the part of the organizers of the masjid, but that sort of principal agent problem. They have parking enforcement and it is still beyond their control. I hope maybe one of the things we could consider is a tool that we've used with other more use permit-like situations, which is the idea of off-site parking. And I would like to suggest if there's a way we could think about a county resource, for example, the Drew Public School and Community Center, Drew Public School and Community Center has that large parking lot that I would hope maybe Friday night prayers, obviously that is a popular area, but may have a little bit of overflow parking as a way of being more consistent and direct. So I really appreciate, Mr. Karantonis, you're taking that on and would like to be of service as well if I can. Mr. Terry, thank you for the efforts that you and your neighbors have already made to ensure that the mosque feels welcome in the community, even when the cars, and particularly some of the behavior on parking has been less so. The only other thing I wanted to add, I think colleagues have covered well, various other points, is regarding traffic. Mr. McDonald's comments about Ms. Alaj Perez, I think obviously hit home. That's one, her loss is one we've all been thinking about, and particularly his connection to the drunk driver that took her life, thinking about the introduction of alcohol at Penrose Square being perhaps a unwelcome mix with an ongoing traffic problem that is, to use a transportation engineering and operations word, a mess over in front of that development. I went to go look on our page for Penrose Square. I know we're planning out the second phase of that. There's very little publicly available about sort of what's next on that. So if perhaps I could get an update about, I know when we approved the site plan, the idea of the expansion of Penrose Square is still a couple of years off, but I cannot recall what, if any, the plans are to improve circulation on site. I'd love an update on that, Mr. Manager, if possible, from our planning team, and if it is possible to perhaps update that Penrose Square planning webpage so that folks know what the plans are for the second phase of the park and what the traffic circulation pattern would be. I think that would be helpful to all of the stakeholders involved. Thank you very much to everyone who came in. And I appreciate my colleagues responding so well.
Thank you. And I think we are now ready to move on to consideration of our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any items that have been pulled?
Yes, we have one item that has been pulled. This is item number 5, which is a site plan amendment number 26 to modify commercial parking ratio for existing office buildings.
Okay. At this moment, a motion will be in order for consideration of our consent agenda with the exclusion of item number 5. Ms. Crystal?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Ms. Crystal.
Second.
Is there a second? By Mr. Karantonis. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of our consent agenda with the exclusion of item number 5 as moved by Ms. Crystal, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, and that's 4-0. So we will hold a public hearing on item number 5 that was pulled from our consent agenda by a member of the public at the start of our evening segment of our recess meeting on Tuesday, March 21st. The public hearing for that item will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you would like to speak on that item that was pulled from today's consent agenda, you can register on the county board's website beginning today. If you do not have access to a computer, you can feel free to call the county board office, that number 703-228-3130, to register to speak on that item at its public hearing on Tuesday. With that, the board just voted to approve dozens of other consent agenda items, including minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items are placed on our consent agenda because they are thought to be non-controversial and not needing of a public discussion, but that does not mean that they are not important. So I want to take a few minutes to highlight several items in particular. First, there is item number 17, a zoning ordinance amendment for stormwater management To address increased flooding risks from progressively intense rainstorms that Arlington has been experiencing, the board approved a zoning amendment that enables stormwater management facilities on public lands and provides increased flexibility for the location of public space amenities and features within required setbacks. This also furthers the implementation of our Flood Resilient Arlington initiative, which seeks to identify stormwater capacity issues and improve flood resiliency. So while these take the form of technical amendments taken together, these really give our staff the great flexibility to position stormwater management resources in our public spaces to also make sure that those public spaces continue to function as efficaciously as possible for the public that uses them. Next, item 19, we approved a funding request for the Arlington Neighborhood Program for a number of projects that total about $2.4 million using bond funds for 4 priority neighborhood projects. Briefly, these projects are improvements to the Bailey's Branch and Thrifton Hill Parks, installation of new Cobra-style LED streetlights in the Rock Spring neighborhood, and installation of a missing sidewalk link, ADA ramps, and crosswalks in Alcova Heights. I also want to note that this is a fantastic example of an advisory group and staff collaboration at work. The Arlington Neighborhood Advisory Committee, or otherwise known as ARLNAC, is comprised of many civic associations in the county and leads the development of neighborhood plans and recommends neighborhood-initiated capital improvements that are then funded by votes of the county board. If you are interested in participating in ARNAC or other advisory groups, please reach out to us and we will connect you. Next, item number 21, a contract for the intersection of South Carlin Springs Road and South 6th Road. We approved a contract of a little bit more than $1 million to make improvements at this very critical intersection. The contract includes proposed sidewalks, ADA curb ramps, high visibility crosswalks, and an upgrade to the current traffic signal infrastructure at the intersection. And this slide very much represents kind of what it would look like visually, those high impact crosswalks being most visible. This is at the entrance of the former urgent care site for Virginia Hospital Center, which is also the site of the proposed new wellness and behavioral treatment facility that has been the subject of recent conversation as well. This route is also heavily trafficked by cars for those who are familiar with the area, but also by pedestrians as it is in close proximity to Kenmore Middle School, South Carlin Springs Elementary School, and Campbell Elementary School. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. So vital area that these improvements will promote safety for. Next, item number 26, a grant for Arlington County's Medical Reserve Corps. So while we have solidly shifted from the pandemic phase to living in the endemic phase of COVID-19, the county remains vigilant and continues its efforts in preventing and addressing cases of COVID. This $26,250 grant is an increase in current grant funding that will help the Medical Reserve Corps continue supporting our response efforts. The ACMRC assists the Arlington County Public Health Division with public health initiatives and emergency preparedness and response. And lastly, item number 31, a request to advertise amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance. So if approved, these would expand or allow certain types of uses permitted in mixed-use commercial and industrial zoning districts related to the establishment of flexible research, development, and laboratory purposes, medical or dental laboratories, as well as audio, visual, and broadcasting. These are part of the county manager's commercial market resiliency strategy, and these amendments would attract high-wage, in-demand, in-person business sectors to locate in Arlington's commercial and mixed-use buildings, which currently have to go through a much more rigorous lengthy, and expensive process to have these uses brought online. As with all other requests to advertise, I do want to emphasize that these are not final votes. Residents will have an opportunity to comment on this item when it comes up at the May meeting. Okay, we are now ready to move on with our regular agenda. So, few things before we begin hearing from members of the public on this item. We have, what's the final count, or the close to final count?
We're about 238.
238 people signed up to speak on this item. We do ask for your partnership in making sure that we can hear from everyone efficiently. We will hear first from speakers who did not speak on this item at its RTA hearing in January, and those will be followed by people who did speak in January. Given the number of speakers that we do have on this item, we will take no action on it today, and it is likely that speakers who are in place beyond number 175 may not be heard today at all, but will instead be heard on Tuesday, March 21st, and that would happen no earlier than 6:45 p.m. But I will provide an update as we go throughout the day on our progress as we move through the speakers list to better let people know how to plan their time. Since we do expect that we will be carrying over speakers until Tuesday, the board itself will not deliberate on this item until Wednesday at 4:00 p.m., and that's March 22nd. To make this go efficiently, when you hear your name called, please make your way to the middle of the boardroom so that you can be able to get up to the lectern as soon as possible. Please end your comments as soon as the final timer sounds. As a reminder, you get a 30-second warning and then a final beep. At that final beep, please stop, or we will more aggressively ask you to stop. Audience members are welcome to use sign language, silent applause signals in order to express your agreement with the speaker. Please don't make audible sounds like cheering and clapping or booing. This will only slow down the process. Please also, so that we don't replicate some of the unfortunate events from January, please do not obstruct the aisle with signs. Please don't place signs up behind speakers unless, of course, that is part of your presentation. And so we are not going to suffer any of the attempts to be disruptive. If we do reach capacity in this room and you are coming in from an overflow area, please return to the overflow area after you have concluded your comments. But that's not an issue now, and if it becomes an issue, we will let you know. Per our usual procedures, as soon as I finish with these introductory remarks and our clerk calls the item, no other speakers can be added to our list of 238. And if you would like to know where you are in the speaking order, we actually have this available on our webpage, arlingtonva.us/government/county board. Also, you can visit with staff in the atrium who will let you know where you are in the speaking order. All right, I think I've gotten everything out of the way that needs to be said on this. Ms. Jacobs, we are ready to call the next item.
Yes, and correction, it's 248.
248, okay, all right, all right. Actually, one more thing that I'm going to say on this. So as you all know, speakers are given 2 or 3 minutes. By all means, you don't have to use all 2 or 3 minutes, okay? I just want you to understand that, right? That's a maximum. Minimums are encouraged. All right, thank you.
And just before I call the item, just a correction, the speaker list will close as soon as I call the first speaker.
Right, okay, thank you.
Item number 33 is adoption of the following elements associated with the missing middle housing study. That's A, 33A is amendments to the general land use plan booklet and map. And 33B is a zoning ordinance amendment to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington zoning ordinance, including Articles 3, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 18, to establish regulations for expanded housing option development for properties zoned R20, R10, R8, R6, and R5.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jacobs. We'll now turn it over to Mr. Schwartz for the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Before I turn it over to Mr. Ladd, just very briefly, I wanted to use this opportunity, since hopefully I'll have nothing to say between now and Wednesday, to thank the staff who have been at work on this issue for 4 years. And they have spent an enormous amount of time and personal and professional sacrifice to bring, I think, a thorough set of analysis to you for decision. And I want to offer my personal and profound thanks to staff, several of whom are here today, many of whom are waiting in the wings in case additional questions are needed to be answered. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ladd for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Chair, members of the County Board, good morning. My name is Matt Ladd with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development, and I'll be presenting the General Land Use Plan and Zoning Ordinance amendments that are the final products of the Missing Middle Housing Study. I'll start with an overview of the study process over the past 3 years. The Missing Middle Housing Study started in 2020 with 2 key goals laid out in the study scope: to increase the county's housing supply and allow a wider range of housing options. The study was a direct recommendation from the county's Affordable Housing Master Plan to, quote, explore flexibility in housing types and residential uses in single-family neighborhoods. The study began with a research phase to provide baseline data and an understanding of the challenges in Arlington's housing market and the history of restrictive land use in the county. Phase 1 included a full year of public engagement focused on identifying the community's priorities and concerns about expanding housing choice. The top priority from the Phase 1 engagement was to reduce housing costs, and we also heard many concerns about the impacts of growth and neighborhood change. These priorities and concerns informed Phase 2's analysis of housing types, resulting in a draft policy framework for public review and input. The third and final phase of the study has included county board engagement and an iterative process of drafting and refining amendments to the General Land Use Plan and Zoning Ordinance. These amendments have been informed by the community input received throughout the process. The study scope included these 3 goals for community engagement, shown on the slide. Throughout the process, the study team has applied the county's equity lens to our engagement practices and has sought to bring more people into this important conversation about land use planning and housing. This slide highlights the many opportunities for public participation through each phase of the study, including informing the study goals and process during the scoping phase. The first action item for the board's consideration is an amendment to the General Land Use Plan. The General Land Use Plan, also known as the GLUP, is an element of Arlington's comprehensive plan. It consists of a map and a booklet that describe the land use vision for the county as a whole and for distinct planning areas. The proposed GLUP amendment would add a new subsection in the Special Planning Areas chapter of the booklet. This new section describes the overall policy goals and objectives for enabling new housing options in areas currently limited to single detached housing. The proposed amendment also acknowledges that land use policies that restrict housing opportunities, which were adopted many decades ago and are still in place today, have resulted in inequities in housing opportunities. The draft amendment to the GLUP booklet sets forth 3 goals for these lower density residential areas: economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and neighborhood vibrancy. Next, I'll move on to the proposed zoning ordinance amendment to establish new standards for expanded housing option development, or EHO. In January, the County Board authorized advertisement of multiple zoning text options. The staff report includes an evaluation of these options based on the considerations shown on the slide, including the extent that each option could advance Arlington's racial equity goals. The staff report includes recommendations for many elements: However, for 4 areas, the county manager has no recommendation among the advertised options. These elements are the maximum number of units allowed, the minimum site area, lot coverage, and an annual cap on development. For these elements without a recommendation, the staff report includes detailed analysis based on the considerations shown on the slide. The county board may choose to consider factors beyond those provided in staff's evaluation in making its determination. The general approach to the proposed zoning ordinance is to enable more housing within the same footprint, height, and massing that is allowed today for a detached house. The staff team developed this approach instead of a more expansive approach that could have allowed larger buildings and more housing in response to community feedback received during phase 1 of the study. As the proposed policies have made their way through the community engagement process, numerous community concerns have been raised and addressed, with many standards that are stricter than one-family requirements, as shown in the right column on the slide. The advertised EHO uses include 2-family dwellings, townhouses with 3 units, and multifamily buildings with up to 6 units. While this is an area without a recommendation, the equity analysis provided as an attachment to the staff report highlights that 6plexes would provide the greatest opportunity for housing attainability compared to options with fewer units. The proposed zoning text would establish a new, optional, by right development path for expanded housing option development. This development option would apply in R5 to R20 zoning districts. It would provide new options for property owners and would not change the underlying zoning or the ability to build or expand one-family dwellings. The county board advertised 5 options for minimum site area standards. These options present different approaches for site area or transit proximity requirements for buildings with 5 or 6 units. In the interest of time, I will not walk through each option right now. A comprehensive evaluation of these options is provided on pages 11 through 14 of the staff report. These maps compare the various site area options 2B through 2E. Option 2A is not shown, as this option does not differentiate between 4 and 6 unit buildings. On the maps, the teal color indicates area where housing types with up to 6 units could be allowed in each option, and the yellow areas would be limited to 4 units or fewer. These options represent a range of alternatives that reflect multiple community priorities, such as transit proximity, focusing 5 and 6plexes on larger lots, and encouraging a range of housing opportunities across the county. The county board advertised 2 options for setting a maximum gross floor area for EHO development, or the total square footage of housing that would be allowed. Staff is proposing a hybrid of these 2 options that would set a maximum for each housing type with a slightly higher average unit size for semi-detached and townhouse dwellings. The intent of these standards is to encourage modest-sized housing options, to encourage the production of more units, and to be sensitive to the neighborhood context. Lot coverage is another element where there's no recommendation. The 2 advertised options would both maintain the same maximum coverage that can be achieved for a one-family dwelling. The difference is whether a rear detached garage would be required to reach this maximum. Option 4A is more consistent with the premise of duplicating exactly current one-family development standards. Option 4B could provide more opportunities for tree planting and retention in rear yards, and could result in slightly greater housing square footage compared to 4A. For minimum parking requirements, staff is recommending options 5A and 5E. Transit proximate sites would have a minimum requirement of 0.5 spaces per unit. Other sites would be required to provide 1 space per unit. This could be reduced if a parking survey indicates that adequate on-street parking is available. And in the relatively rare circumstance that a new or expanded curb cut would result in the loss of an equivalent number of on-street parking spaces, no minimum spaces would be required. On the topic of trees, staff is recommending the maximum requirement within the scope of advertisement: 4 shade trees for a development with 2 to 4 units, and 8 trees for a site with 5 to 6 units. In many cases, this standard would exceed the number of trees required for single detached development in the Chesapeake Bay Ordinance. Another element with no recommendation is whether and how to set an annual limit or cap on EHO development. The advertised cap is up to 58 permits per year, which could be adopted with or without a sunset provision, meaning that it would no longer apply after a certain date without a subsequent zoning ordinance amendment. The county board could also set a method of distribution for a cap based on zoning districts. The advertised zoning text also includes an option not to set a cap on permits. This slide summarizes recommendations for other proposed zoning standards. There's generally been less community focus on these topics compared to the elements covered on the previous slides. Additional discussion of these recommendations can be found in the staff report, and staff is prepared to discuss them with the board as needed. The missing middle housing study began shortly after the county board adopted its equity resolution in 2019. From its inception, the study has been grounded in equity considerations. Zoning laws that dictate which housing types are allowed within a neighborhood play a significant role in determining who can attain housing in that neighborhood. Attachment 12 of the staff report includes a robust equity analysis that draws on new data sets linking census, housing, and zoning data. I'll share some of the highlights of this report. When thinking about equity, we start by looking at the status quo to understand the baseline for trends that are already happening in the community. In the R5 to R20 zones, only 28% of residents are people of color, compared to 48% in other zoning districts. And the R5 to R20 zones have a much lower proportion of rental housing than the county average. Based on our analysis of current housing prices, only households with incomes greater than $200,000 can currently attain housing in these zones. Because missing middle housing options would be smaller and would share land costs, they are expected to be lower cost than current market rate housing in the R5 to R20 zones. We estimate that expanded housing options could benefit households earning as low as $100,000, who are currently locked out of these neighborhoods due to high costs. In thinking about who could be burdened by expanded housing choice, we considered renters, who are the most at risk of displacement from redevelopment. If a single detached rental property is redeveloped for EHO, the tenants would need to relocate, just as they would today when a tear down for a single detached house occurs. Households with incomes below the level needed to attain missing middle housing types would not benefit from the draft EHO policies without additional support or subsidy. However, this study is just one piece of the county's Housing Arlington initiative, and other efforts are focused on meeting the housing needs of low-income households. As part of the study scope for Phase 3, staff is recommending specific areas for follow-on work and future study. If the proposed amendments are adopted, we intend to track and report on EHO development. This includes publishing and mapping real-time permitting data and an annual report on a number of data points, which are outlined in the staff report on pages 32 and 33. Staff is also committing to develop educational materials so that homeowners can understand the options available to them, with engagement targeted to areas identified as communities of color in the equities analysis. Staff will continue to move forward with ongoing studies of homeownership opportunities and reinvestment in RA zoning districts. A future study of lot coverage and placement standards for both EHO and single detached houses is recommended in the draft Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. The final bullet on this slide relates to the recommendation that would not allow EHO development in areas that are inside planning districts that are designated on the GLUP. Staff proposes to review the boundaries of these districts, starting with the Cherrydale Special Revitalization District. This limited scope boundary adjustment for Cherrydale would be brought forward for adoption at the same time as Plan Langston Boulevard. To conclude my presentation, the county manager is recommending the adoption of the GLUP and zoning ordinance amendments, incorporating items for which the county manager has provided a recommendation and addressing items for which there is no recommendation and should be determined by the county board. I would like to call out one aspect of this recommendation that hasn't been mentioned. If adopted this month, staff recommends that the zoning amendment be effective starting July 1st to allow time for staff to prepare to receive applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ladd. We're now ready to hear from members of our advisory commissions. I believe we have the Planning Commission, the Housing Commission, the Transportation Commission, and the Disability Advisory Commission on tap. We'll start virtually with Mr. Weir. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Board. I assume that I'm audible because I have not been told that I'm on mute. For the record, I'm Daniel Weir, and I'm here on behalf of the Arlington County Planning Commission. I recognize that there are a few people who have signed up to speak today, and I'm going to try and keep this brief. I will be back with you as to answer any questions, of course, following public comment. The Commission heard public comment on this item on March 6th and 8th. The Commission heard from over 70 speakers, with roughly 50 speaking in support and 20 in opposition, with 1 or 2 neutral on the bottom line, but offering issue-specific comment. The Commission unanimously recommends adoption of the proposed amendments to the General Land Use Plan. As to the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, the Commission endorses those items that come to you with a recommendation of the County Manager, with one exception. Specifically, that exception is that the Commission recommends you adopt option 5C and 5E, allowing for no parking minimums where an EHO is either proximate to transit or where an EHO is subject to a parking study. I want to note that the Commission's support for 5C comes from a variety of perspectives, comprising both those who are skeptical of parking minimums and those who see it as a tool to protect tree canopies. I have promised people that I wouldn't refer to this as a coalition of the transpo nerds and the tree punks, but I have COVID, and doing so amuses me. There were 4 items that come to you without a recommendation from the County Manager. Without objection, the Commission recommends that you adopt this ordinance, allowing up to 6 units, subject only to the minimum lot sizes as reflected in the corresponding R-zone district standards, and allowing increased lot coverage in lieu of building a rear garage. Broadly speaking, the Commission endorses the most permissive options possible. The Commission does not come to you with a recommendation concerning caps. Notably, the Commission heard one motion affirmatively making no recommendations as to caps, and another recommending caps. Both of those failed 5-5. The only point on which the Commission agreed, which was arrived at within the context of a failed motion, is that any caps you might adopt should be subject to a 3-year sunset. There were 3 additional recommendations that the Commission makes as to further study. Those are included, of course, in the Commission's letter, which you have and you've read. So I'm going to conclude my report here and make myself available for any questions on Tuesday or Wednesday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I love that you're the optimist. That would be Wednesday, Mr. Weir. All right, ready to have Mr. Berkey, who is joining us in person. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Berkey. Tell us about the Housing Commission.
Good morning. It's really not fair to follow Daniel, but I'll try. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Great to see everybody. We're here. I really appreciate the county manager thanking staff. I'd like to do the same. One of the really enjoyable parts about being advisory group commissioner, especially the Housing Commission, are our housing staff members and our planning staff in this process. And so just really want to publicly thank Matt Ladd and Kelly Brown, but a number of other folks who've been a part of this effort over these last 3.5 years. Our county manager for being so supportive, current and former county board members who've been incredibly supportive of this process, continuing to move forward. My colleagues on the Housing Commission, Planning Commission, other advisory groups. I think the county has heard from thousands of county residents throughout this process. And I think it's incredible that everybody is stepping forward to make their views heard. So the Housing Commission is the chief advisor to the county board on housing issues. And so accordingly, at our February 16th meeting, we voted unanimously to recommend a robust set of zoning amendments and to strongly endorse the GLUP amendments recommended by the county manager. I'm just going to walk through a few of those because you do have our recommendations in writing. With regards to option A, we do recommend option 1A, which would permit up to 6 units in multiplexes. With regards to option 2, there was quite a bit of discussion. The Housing Commission does recommend option 2A, which would replicate the same zoning districts as currently contemplated for single family structures. There was some discussion about option 2D, which shares some characteristics. I do want to point out that there was a lot of concern on the Commission about options 2E and 2B being far too restrictive to pursue our goals of housing opportunity, and there being some concern about 2C as well, but really 2E and 2B being, I think, the most concerned, the options that had the most concern amongst commissioners at our meetings. With option 5, the commission recommended options 5C and 5E. Option C would provide for no parking minimum for transit proximate sites. And then 5E would maintain the opportunity to reduce parking requirements with the parking study. You know, a lot of what the Housing Commission talks about, as you know, is trying to encourage housing opportunity. A lot of our work is working with affordable housing developers in the county and figuring out how we can make these things work. And a lot of what we talk about is cost. And so a lot of the conversation was really, how can we make a plan that's robust, that's flexible, that provides opportunity, and then we can see what the market ends up doing here. And then with regards to option 7, the commission did recommend no cap, so that would be option 7B. But there was an acknowledgement that a cap may end up going forward with the county board. And so the commission did also vote to suggest that if there is a cap, that it recommends 7C be adopted, and that the county strongly consider that that be applied on a countywide basis. I will conclude here by saying, you know, a lot of what we think about is cost. With housing issues, how can we make these things work? How does the money work? We're looking at tax credits, things like this. And certainly for these units to be developed, we're going to have private actors thinking about cost. But this is an interesting and kind of unique conversation in that in order to encourage housing, the county doesn't have to think about AHIF funds or doesn't have to think about financial costs. The costs are really thinking about values, really thinking about just providing an opportunity to do so. And so really the conversation isn't about trying to work with, you know, the federal government or state governments or other entities. It's really, what are we as a community going to provide as an opportunity on our own? And so with that, we are proud to recommend that the county board implement these expanded housing options without delay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Berkey. Now ready to move to the Transportation Commission, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Slatt.
Thank you and good morning. It's always tough to follow Eric, but I will do my best. I'm Chris Slatt of the Transportation Commission. I'm rating the Commission by final vote of 10-2 recommends that the County Board adopt the zoning ordinance amendments to allow for expanded housing options. Beyond that, the Commission took a specific stance only on sort of 2 areas of EHOs. The Commission recommends adoption of 5C, that's the no parking minimums proximate to transit option, and 5E, which is the off-site parking not required if the curb cut would result in the same number of on-street spaces being lost. And the Commission recommends adoption of 2A, which is the most flexible minimum site area option, and strongly recommends against the adoption of the alternate definition of transit proximate that was contained in 2E. Overall, the Commission is strongly supportive of the enhanced housing options proposal as a way to increase housing production in the county, ease the upward pressure on housing prices, and allow more people to live within an easy travel distance of Arlington and DC's downtown cores. We find the proposal to be consistent and supportive of the goals of the Master Transportation Plan, gently raising the base density throughout the county while continuing to concentrate the greatest number of homes near existing and planned transit infrastructure and commercial corridors. Over time, the EHO proposal will bring additional transit riders to areas that already have transit and make areas currently unserved by transit more capable of supporting future transit routes. The Commission supports retaining some parking minimums in areas further from transit, but leaving parking in transit proximate areas to the market to determine. This is an attempt to strike a balance between ensuring enough parking is built in areas with fewer mobility options while retaining important flexibility in transit-rich areas. Eliminating parking minimums in our transit proximate areas gives builders and homeowners important flexibility and the ability to be context sensitive. Other jurisdictions have removed parking minimums for some or all development and have seen the market naturally move toward right sizing, not eliminating parking. Builders recognize that parking is required for some projects to be marketable, and so they provide it. Not requiring a set amount of parking in all development, however, allows flexibility to respond to the specifics of a particular project. On some projects, reducing parking might save a tree. On others, it might allow a less bulky design that better fits into the neighborhood architecture. And on others, it may allow an additional bedroom to make a unit work better for a family. Minimizing parking minimums increases the likelihood that an existing car-free family will be able to find a parking-free housing unit in Arlington and not be forced to pay for a parking space they don't need or encouraged to look to another jurisdiction for a place to live car-free. It's also important to point out that when on-street parking is managed with residential permit parking restrictions in Arlington, the parking ends up being quite underutilized. According to our 2022 on-street parking occupancy study, less than 1% of facilities studied showed a utilization of 85% or more during hours of RPP operation. Even busy areas like Clarendon never creep above 40% mean occupancy in the study, meaning the majority of on-street spaces in these RPP-controlled areas are going unutilized. If we are trying to live up to the MTP policy of ensuring unneeded parking is not built, the status quo is not the way to get there. In conclusion, I will leave you with a quote from Fred Kent: "If you plan cities for cars and traffic, you get cars and traffic. If you plan for people and places, you get people and places." The Commission urges you to make sure that these expanded housing options put our scarce land to work for people and places, not for cars and traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlatt. And we're now ready to hear from Brian Atkins from our Disability Advisory Commission.
Hello. All right. Well, good morning. It's an honor for this to be the first item I speak on as a commissioner. And for the record, my name is Brian Atkins. I'm commissioner of the Disability Advisory Commission. Good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the Arlington County Board. To begin, I would like to start with a quote by Judy Heumann, a disability rights activist and mother of the disability rights movement. She once said that disability only becomes a tragedy when society fails to provide the things we need to live our lives. Job opportunities or barrier-free buildings, for example. She said, "It is not a tragedy to me that I am living in a wheelchair." As a commission, we believe that also includes barrier-free access to housing. The Missing Middle study serves as a tool to start breaking down those barriers to housing access if implemented correctly. As a commission representing an estimated 16,947 Arlingtonians with disabilities, we support the adoption of Amendment 1A, which allows up to 6 plexes, and Option 2A, allowing development where space allows, regardless of proximity to transit options. I hope I got that right. It's been a very confusing process. The county should take this as an opportunity to re-envision its transit network and work to develop a more robust system to encourage access to our county. Additionally, the Commission continues to support efforts to allow for 7 and 8 plexes. We hope the county reconsiders its position on these types of units as we move forward with the implementation of Missing Middle. It's important to note that people with disabilities often face significant challenges when finding affordable and accessible housing. Many existing housing options are not equipped to meet their unique needs, and we're often forced to live in homes unsuitable for our needs. For example, people with disabilities often require homes that are located in close proximity to public transportation, medical facilities, and other services. By allowing a greater diversity of housing options, the maximalist version 2A and 1A, the Missing Middle housing request, would make it easier for people with disabilities to find homes in areas with convenient access to these essential services, which are spread out throughout the county. Currently, many people with disabilities face significant challenges in finding suitable housing, as many existing housing options are not accessible or prohibitively expensive. By increasing the availability of housing units designed to meet the needs of people with disabilities, we can help create a more equitable and inclusive community. Allowing up to 6 plexes to be built anywhere in the county will achieve this goal by increasing the supply of accessible housing units. Hopefully I'll get more onto that later. Let's see. We support the incorporation of accessory dwelling units as well, because they can create a perfect living environment for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities, along with those with some physical disabilities, to have their own space while ensuring they are close to their support network. Additionally, with the difficulties of staffing the care economy, it's vital to allow families to create alternative living arrangements for their loved ones to be cared for in a safe and supportive environment. The Commission also concurs with the Housing Commission on the Glup Amendment, with the stipulation that the county uses the tools at its disposal to ensure full compliance with the Fair Housing Act of 1968 and to make every effort to ensure that missing middle units are accessible to residents with disabilities. As the Commission, we recognize the importance of righting the wrong of the county's racial exclusionary zoning practices and setting us on a path to fixing the decades of harm caused by this action and tackling the housing affordability crisis for low and moderate income residents. We urge the County Board to adopt the recommendations mentioned above and thank the Board for its consideration. I do want to note that, of course, the missing middle housing study will not be the silver bullet to housing affordability here in the county, within the region, and within our Commonwealth, especially for those with disabilities. We hope to work with the County Board, county staff, and the rest of the commissions to look for areas of accessible housing in the, especially for citizens with disabilities who typically have to acquire additional expenses, and also ensure that builders are creating universally accessible housing units. Other than that, I'll be available for questions throughout this period.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins, as well as Mr. Slatt, Mr. Berkey, and Mr. Weir. And again, to you, Mr. Ladd, for the very thorough yet concise presentations. Very, very helpful and appreciated. Okay, so everyone, a couple of quick reminders before we move on to public speakers. Remember, silent applause, please. If you feel like you need to comment on any of the speakers, do not be taken aback, as board members may from time to time leave the dais. We are not leaving the meetings. We are not responding with any value about your statements. It's just simply we will follow the meeting from the back of the room. And then also you will hear a beep. That's not to stop. That's that you have 30 seconds left. And then you will hear a subsequent beep when it is time to close your comments. With that, Ms. Jacobs, have we hit 250?
Let me check.
Well, let's just say we have. Let's go ahead and get into it.
We're still at 248.
All right.
I haven't lost my bet yet. Let's see. Okay. Just a quick reminder, if those on Teams can turn off your cameras until it is your turn to speak, that would help us out with our bandwidth. Thank you very much. Our first speaker is Hector Herrera, followed by Derek Weber, followed by Paul Snodgrass. Hector Herrera. All righty, Derek Weber.
Good morning, board members.
Turn your mic on. You hit the
could
button.
press the button on the microphone. Thank you.
Are we good now? Good morning, board members. My name is Derek, and I'm a courthouse resident. I'm here this morning to speak in favor of the most expansive missing middle housing options, including options 2A, 4B, 5C, 7B, and 11B. One particular option I'd like to discuss is parking minimums. First, I will note that parking minimums are merely that, minimums. Just because there's no mandated parking does not mean it won't be built. For certain housing options, the market may decide that parking is indeed necessary, and in that case, it will be built. On the other hand, mandating parking artificially constrains home building and adds additional burdens where not necessary. Next, parking is one of the most inefficient land uses. It's expensive, land intensive, and to get to the root of it, often unnecessary. In Arlington, over 60% of households have either one car or no cars. Arlington has a fairly robust public transportation network that can support households without cars. Some have expressed that concerns that it isn't realistic for a family to go without one or more cars, but why should we force that assumption? If missing middle is built without parking and somebody doesn't want to live there because of that lack of parking, somebody else who doesn't care about parking will live there. This in itself could drive down prices. In keeping on the topic of cars, some have also argued that the proposal will increase traffic. However, data relating to increases in dense housing has actually shown the opposite. Despite an increase in population, average weekday traffic in Arlington has decreased over the last 20 years. I urge the board to vote for option 5C to keep this trend going. Not only are the expansive options the smart thing to do, they're the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Paul Snodgrass, followed by Greg Watchman, followed by Sasha Romani.
Thank you. I have lived in Arlington for 19 years as a renter and a homeowner. I love Arlington and all it has to offer, and I'm grateful to be here. And I think other people deserve to be here as well, especially people who come here every day already. 2019 is when it finally sank in for me that climate change is not a far-off problem, but an immediate emergency that requires rapid and persistent cuts in our greenhouse gas pollution. So my family made a commitment to shrink our carbon footprint by 50% within 5 years. And we are on track to meet that goal, and I've learned a lot along the way that is relevant to the need for housing density. As you know, Arlington's greenhouse gas pollution comes from two primary sources, buildings and transportation. Missing middle housing addresses each of these problems head-on. Denser housing requires less energy to heat and cool indoor spaces, and by allowing people to live closer to the places they need to go, we shrink the distances people must travel, thereby making transit, biking, and walking effective replacements for high-polluting cars. I envision a vibrant future for Arlington, and I want to be in community with people who join together to tackle big problems, where we have the fortitude to lead on climate action, where we have the humility to end racist zoning, where it is possible, safe, and fun to get around without a car, a place where we embrace new neighbors and support a future that includes housing options for our children and a climate that will support them. I urge you to approve the most expansive options available, including 2A with 6 plexes with maximum flexibility, without parking minimums and no cap. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Watchman, followed by Sasha Romani and Hendrik Alpstelten.
Good morning. My name is Greg Watchman, and I'm here today as an individual citizen, renter, and owner for a total of 19 years in Arlington. I thank the board for your hard work on this issue and speak in strong support of repealing Arlington's exclusionary housing policies. Instead of trees and parking, I'd like to focus my time today on our history. Arlington's often hidden legacy, and that of our whole country, is that in the first half of the last century, with stunning unanimity, federal, state, and local governments worked hand in hand with white-owned banks and developers through laws, ordinances, restrictive covenants, and discriminatory lending practices toward a singular goal, not protecting neighborhood character, but keeping Black citizens out of their neighborhoods, schools, and businesses. Who can defend this? Sometimes these efforts were transparent, like redlining practices and the 1937 Bellevue Forest restrictive covenant that starkly stated, "No part of the land herein conveyed shall ever be used, sold, transferred, leased, or rented to Negroes, or to any persons not of the Caucasian race." Sometimes these efforts were more subtle, like the numerous Arlington exclusionary housing laws we consider today. But whether transparent or more subtle, make no mistake, these singular coordinated efforts were profoundly effective and utterly devastating. Arlington's African-American population dropped by over 80% and was nearly wiped out entirely during this period. In 1910, more than 1 in 4 Arlington citizens were African-American. By 1950, that share dropped to 1 in 20, just 5%. How do I explain to my 17-year-old son, who you will hear from later today, why our neighborhood has no garden apartments, no duplexes, and few minorities? It's long past time to right this wrong. Let's do this.
Thank you. Your time is concluded.
Our next speaker is Sasha Romani, followed by Hendrik Alpstelten and Wally Christensen.
Good morning. My name is Sasha Romani, and I'm a proud resident and property owner here in Arlington. I love Arlington because it's walkable and safe. I don't need a car to get around, and I hope to never own a car here in Arlington. And that's why I'm here today to advocate for the most expansive options to provide housing for Arlington residents. I believe in this so much that I have never before advocated for anything in neighborhood or municipal politics. Now, we know that exclusionary housing has its roots in racial segregation. I'm not suggesting for a moment that anybody who opposes these hold racial animus in their heart, but that in their hearts they do hold some pretty wild ideas about housing economics. We know that providing more housing allows for more diverse families while controlling prices and promoting vibrancy here in our community. That's why it is so important to provide the most, to pass the most expansive housing options currently on the table. That means sixplexes with no caps. That means no parking minimums. Let the market deal with parking. That means options 1A, 2A, 3A, 4B, 5C and E, 7B, 9B, 10B, 11B, and 12B. We started the session today suggesting that the goal of this whole discussion was to provide more equitable housing options for people at all income levels and across life phases. We know how to do it, and now we're counting on your support on the board to help make that happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hendrik Opstelten, followed by Wally Christensen, followed by Esther Bowering.
Good morning. I will respect Mr. Dorsey's wishes and attempt to be very brief in my comments, but I'll say that in the nearly 20 years that my family and I have lived in Arlington, we've seen many of our friends of our generation feel priced out over time. We've been lucky enough to hold on, but I feel that now we stand at a generational inflection point. We have before us the choice of either continuing as things are going and seeing our housing stock turn over from what has been relatively affordable places that people of a variety of backgrounds could in the past have purchased, to now seeing that the majority of our land will over time become home to only very large, very expensive homes inhabited by only the very rich. The alternative is that we do something else, to use the land differently, to use it better, to allow for a greater variety of people in a greater variety of homes. Choose that path. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder for people on Teams to keep your cameras off until you're called. Our next speaker is Wally Christensen, followed by Esther Bowering, followed by Michael O'Grady.
Good morning. My name is Wally Christensen. I want to address a couple of issues that already have been raised. But first, I want to say that Arlington County has no inherent power to zone. The power to zone is granted to the county by the state legislature, and the statute granting that authority requires this board to give reasonable consideration to the impact of any proposed zoning changes on a whole variety of issues, including the creation and preservation of affordable housing. That's not an option. It's mandatory. It's required by law. And this board has failed to do any significant study or analysis of any of the statutory factors. And the reason I know that is because I filed 2 Freedom of Information Act requests asking the county to produce all studies on which it relied in formulating what is now called the EHO proposal. And all that was produced to me was one 11-page memo that analyzed whether developers would be sufficiently incentivized to build multiplexes if they didn't have to get exemptions. That's the only study that was produced. The failure to do this analysis is a violation of Virginia law, and it's going to have immediate and detrimental impact on members of the community. And as the county itself has noted, the people who are burdened and who are missing under the Missing Middle program are low-income people, African-American neighborhoods, and Hispanic neighborhoods. I'm in favor of affordable housing. I want the county to do the work it's required to do so that we reach a proposal that is acceptable and beneficial and not harmful to segments of the community as it now is designed. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Esther Bowering, followed by Michael O'Grady and Howard Solotki.
Racial, ethnic, and economic diversity is essential to keep Arlington strong. Unfortunately, your proposed EHO plan will actually reduce diversity. The smallest, cheapest EHO units will require a minimum income of $174,000, beyond the reach of even moderate income folks. We've heard story after story from EHO supporters who want to live or stay in Arlington, but you have given them false hope. Here's the latest of what officials now say about EHO, that new units will be more expensive than existing housing, but in 30 years will be less expensive. How many homes have decreased in value in Arlington over time? Certainly not my 83-year-old house, which you've all heard a lot about. If one can't afford an original 1,100 square foot home in my neighborhood now, how will they, when that home is torn down, be able to afford an EHO replacement that by the county's own estimates will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars more? When I moved to Arlington, Ballston was the last stop on the Orange Line next to the 1950s Parkington Shopping Center. Change doesn't worry me. What is problematic is that Arlington's award-winning smart growth approach is about to be abandoned. The EHO plan is not gentle density, but random density, controlled not by planners, but developers who will determine where, how much, and what type of housing is constructed, affordable only to upper-income buyers. You can do better. Keep Arlington truly affordable and create the community we all want. Thank you.
Michael O'Grady, Howard Salaki, and Barbara Rovin.
Good morning. My name is Michael O'Grady, and I'm a second-generation Arlingtonian. This county has always been a beautifully flawed mosaic to me. But growing up here, I've watched neighborhoods gentrify and communities displaced. I will be the first to say the status quo is unsustainable. If we do nothing, the mosaic I love will be gone within 20 years. But this proposal isn't the solution. It isn't even directionally accurate. For those who legitimately believe this missing middle will achieve diversity and housing equity, I do not fault you for thinking this. I wish I could be amongst you. As a PhD development economist and university-level instructor of government, I wish I could agree with the studies done. But the data used is crude, the analysis is heavily flawed, and the conclusions contain one logical fallacy after another. Despite what you will hear from others today, you cannot undo the structural racism of the past by displacing more people in the present. Nor will a deregulated for-profit market do what you have failed to do for 30 years. One only needs to look across the river to Columbia Heights to see the missing middle will lead to less diversity, not more. With the missing middle, the mosaic will be gone even sooner. Earlier this year, I joined 4 other Arlington resident economists to form our own working group to study the issue. We sent you a detailed letter documenting the mistakes I just mentioned in the research on missing middle new urbanism. I urge you to read it once more before you vote. We do those among us who are most vulnerable no favors by pretending this will work. You will not be able to undo what happens next. Once developers and outside investment firms have what they need, they will shut down any process for reform. You will have to live with the consequences of what you do next, as will we all. I urge you to vote no on this so we can get to work on a proper solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Howard. We are on speaker number 10, Howard Salatki, followed by Barbara Rovin and Stephanie Daring.
Good morning, members of the County Board. It's been almost 11 months since the release of the Missing Middle Draft Framework last April. I want to thank each of the board members for your willingness to meet regularly with our coalition of 16 civic association leaders during that time. I think you've listened carefully to us, and as you know, I've consistently spoken about building consensus through compromise. Based on our most recent meetings and what I hear from community members, here's what I believe a consensus-building compromise looks like. First, an annual building permit cap of no more than 45. A cap is necessary to create a test period to determine whether missing middle works and what are its unintended consequences. Second, a geographic dispersion rule based on our districts. Without a geographic dispersion rule, the risk of overburdening street parking, schools, and parks in any given neighborhood is just too great. Third, one on-site parking space per dwelling unit, regardless of proximity to Metro Rail or what a parking survey shows. As you know, Arlington streets are narrow and 70% of them don't comply with the 20-foot rule in the Virginia Fire Safety Code. Fourth, option 11A, limiting the largest missing middle building to 8,000 square feet, a rule on which the April draft framework was premised. Fifth, a tiering rule that starts with just duplexes on R5 and R6 lots, and then increases density as lot sizes increased. And sixth, limiting missing buildings to no more than 4 units. 5 and 6 unit buildings, just like the 7 and 8 unit buildings you have already eliminated, will just create more small 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, a type of dwelling unit that is not missing in Arlington. And as you know, virtually no other jurisdiction that has adopted missing middle has allowed by right development of more than 4 units. I've not heard any reason why we think we know better than the rest of the country. It's not too late to bring the community together on missing middle, and I hope you'll do so by adopting the points that I've just made. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Rovin, followed by Stephanie Deering and Janine Dinsmore.
Hello. My name is Barbara Rovin, and I'm speaking in support of the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance and general land use plan. I grew up in Arlington in the 50s and 60s. I raised my children here, and I now live here as a retired city planner and single woman. I've been a homeowner in North Arlington and a tenant in South Arlington, and I love every place I've lived. I've seen a lot of changes that brought Arlington from a sleepy suburb to a dynamic community with both villages and vital urban areas. That didn't happen by accident. It took decades of planning, both the physical and economic growth of this county. And I want to thank all the past and present community leaders and professional planners who brought us to this point. Today, you may hear some people say that we need more planning before any vote is taken because we don't know the possible impacts on our infrastructure. I suggest they read the studies more carefully. The projections of annual growth in population and school attendance are low, and problems with stormwater, parking, trees, et cetera, can be dealt with design and on a site-by-site basis. We are not the only community in this area grappling with the dominance of land locked into single-family development. Historically, it was to exclude people of certain races and religions. By default, people are excluded today because they can't afford to pay the current prices. I'm asking you to take another innovative step in Arlington history and vote to increase our housing options to the fullest extent. Will this solve all our housing issues? No. But is it an important piece of a broader, updated housing policy? Yes. Thank you.
Next is Stephanie Deering, followed by Janine Dinsmore and Kathleen Odle.
Since 1932, when the county board was formed, we have relied on you to serve and protect us. As county board members, you have a duty to act with transparency and integrity, comply with laws and regulations, and honor the very policies you have enacted, which include the comprehensive plan and the general land use plan. And you have failed. Instead, you have misled your citizens, violated your own policies and procedures, failed to act in our best interests, and turned a blind eye to our community, our core values, and our future. You have betrayed our trust. The comprehensive plan states, Arlington values community-based planning where open and transparent processes are used in tandem with robust community engagement. The missing middle proposal has never been community-based, never included an open and transparent process, and never respected community engagement. The proposal violates the land use plan by destroying single-family neighborhoods, not limiting development to metro corridors, and not preserving lower-density residential areas. Instead, the proposal promotes high-density development in every corner of the county. You have ignored the county manager's 2019 report by failing to study the impact on the environment, infrastructure, stormwater, and tree loss. And you've ignored the actual effects: higher housing prices, profits for developers, loss of lower-income citizens, and destruction of our sustainability. Finally, let us not forget the most egregious lie of all. This was advertised as affordable housing. You have turned your back on our county employees, our teachers, first responders, and government employees who deserve affordable housing right here in Arlington. all in the name of destroying the future on our county. Shame on you for being the liars you are.
Time is concluded.
Our next speaker is Janine Dinsmore, followed by Kathleen Odle and Susan Miller.
Good morning. I'm Jean Dinsmore. I've lived in Arlington County for 30 years and in the DMV for 40 years. I grew up in a family that was affected by exclusionary zoning, and this proposal does nothing to restore the loss of intergenerational wealth, which is an important benefit that allows one to purchase homes. Although the proposal has laudable goals, it's not supported by analysis, and neither has it been adequately analyzed in light of the Langston Boulevard proposals, which would even more greatly increase housing and density in the county. The assumptions in the analysis that I've seen show prices going to the market maximum, not some of the prices that have been in the analysis. And when new housing comes in at the market maximum, that is the market rate, then many of the units which you have projected to be affordable or more affordable actually require higher and higher incomes. I urge you to adopt the most minimal proposal. Make sure that there are caps and sunset provisions so that if we find that the optimistic assumptions in your proposal do not bear out, we have the opportunity to amend and reduce. The maximum lot sizes need to be reduced. Lot coverage needs to be more carefully paused. Parking is required as a person with a family. There's no way, even though I live in walking distance to Metro, that I could have used no cars to get my kids from school to their after-school activities. We had to have cars, or else I'm not putting my kid in an Uber to take her from North Arlington to Barcroft.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Odle, followed by Susan Miller and Nancy Cleland.
My name is Kathleen O'Tall, and I've been a single-family homeowner in Arlington for 12 years. In Arlington, we pride ourselves on our commitment to equity. In 2019, the County Board adopted an equity resolution to advance racial equity as a county-wide priority. Our county website contains a racial history timeline, which documents the construction of Route 50, then known as Segregation Road, creating both a physical and social divide between North and South Arlington. Many of the structures that were put in place to segregate, including single-family restrictive zoning, are still standing. The county website shares data which shows how our neighborhoods continue to be segregated by income and race. Missing middle housing is an opportunity to put our equity resolution into meaningful action. It's a chance to show that words mean something. It's your chance to show that Arlington is at the forefront of the long goal of dismantling the systems that were put in place to exclude and continue to perpetuate inequities. It's your opportunity as leaders to enact the most expansive version of the plan, which has the best chance to include more diversity in housing opportunities when it comes to race, income, and age. Let your legacy as a county board member be that you voted to make the changes needed to put your equity resolution into action. Let Arlington be an example of what can truly be done with a necessary first, though small, step to creating a truly equitable society. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Miller, followed by Nancy Cleland and Henry Lewin. Susan Miller. Nancy Cleland.
You can hit the button to turn it on, and you can.
Did I turn it on?
There we go.
Is it on now? Good morning, board members and staff. I've been an Arlington homeowner for 15 years, and I'm here today to enthusiastically support the proposal to expand housing choices in Arlington County. I've been excited about this idea since I first heard about it several years ago. Before moving here, I lived in a duplex in a neighborhood that was a mix of expensive homes and duplexes and a range of triplexes and fourplexes. It was a diverse neighborhood in many ways. It was safe and friendly, and it had great schools and plenty of parking. So I have never understood the hostility to multifamily housing expressed by some in Arlington. Our neighborhoods are already changing. Everywhere I look, houses are being expanded as fast as builders can keep up with demand. While there's still time, I'd like to see some of those expansions fit a few more families, maybe different kinds of families, single parents, young people, retirees like me. There are lots of us who'd be happy with something in between a condo and a big single-family house. To each board member, thank you for getting us this far. I know it hasn't been easy. This is a rational change for the future. I urge you to have the courage to vote for the most expansive options before you. Thank you.
Next speaker is Henry Lewin, followed by Ashley Goff and Patricia Adair.
Good morning, board members. My name is H.B. Lewin. I moved to Arlington County in 1970, working on the construction of the Metro. I've been a resident of Northern Virginia for over 50 years. 40 of that is in Arlington County. I've seen a lot of changes in those 50 years. I remember when Bailey's Crossroads was an airport and Roslyn was practically a swamp. I made a living as a blue-collar worker, eventually becoming a lobbyist in Congress and an advocate for rail safety. I know and understand the challenges of being able to afford housing in Arlington County. Whether you're a young person pursuing a career, or a young family raising children, or a senior who has decided to stay here in their retirement, Arlington County has everything that most people could ever hope for. Great schools, great restaurants, great people. Arlington is only missing one thing: affordable housing. Throughout my years an Arlington County resident, affordable housing has been a long-time challenge for people of moderate means. I agree with the proponents of the Missing Middle initiative and believe that the changes being considered by this board will be an enhancement to our community by increasing diversity and making the opportunity to live in Arlington more affordable for everyone. I also respectfully would request that when the board makes its final decision, changes to the law should not inhibit or make it difficult or prohibitively cost ineffective to comply with. The limited time allowed is not sufficient to present several points I believe that the county board should consider. I have therefore included them in my written statement and ask that they be made part of the record for your consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashley Goff, followed by Patricia Adair and Dara Smith.
In 1998, my spouse and I moved to Arlington from New York City after graduation from grad school. We found an apartment in an 8-plex in Penrose. The rent, $585 a month. We were able to squirrel away savings with the help from our families. Both of us come from white families, and we were able to buy a townhouse in Shirlington. 3 kids later, the townhouse got smaller as the kids got bigger, and we needed more space. We found a single-family home in the Green Valley neighborhood, allowing us to stay in South Arlington and keep our kids in the Spanish immersion track at Claremont, Gunston, and Wakefield. We live on Nelson Street. In our street, we have single-family homes, duplexes, a triplex, and a quadplex. There are a lot of wrongs that need to be righted in Green Valley. Expanded housing options on Nelson Street is not one of them. I now work at Arlington Presbyterian Church, home of Gilliam Place, 173 unit, 173 homes, affordable housing apartment building co-created by APC and APA. My family and I have greatly benefited from existing missing middle housing and in the beauty of affordable housing in Arlington. Generations going forward in our family will feel this impact. So it's time to call time of death on Arlington's near 100-year-old exclusionary zoning policy. No need to be gradual or tinker around the edges. Those outside the status quo of Arlington are not to be social experiments with zoning policy. Arlingtonians, particularly Arlingtonians of color, have been waiting those near 100 years for this policy to end and for something new and generous to be created. Please pass the most expansive amendments you can.
Next speaker is Patricia Adair, followed by Doris Smith and Greg Lane.
Good morning. My name is Patty Adair, and I have owned a home in Penrose for 24 years. I'm here to get my comments on the public record. I have no expectation of changing anyone's vote today. The abhorrent exclusionary housing practices of the 1930s, which kept Blacks and Jews out of many Arlington neighborhoods, was disgusting. No one is debating that. Couching the missing middle proposal in racially divisive language is also disgusting, and it's not conducive to developing a strong and fair public policy. I think it is laudable to try to find a solution to affordable housing in Arlington. The problem that I just cannot get around is the cost of this proposed multiplex housing. Housing in Arlington is expensive. The housing market is the free market. None of us can control the cost of new builds. The new multiplex housing will be on the free market like everything else, so it will be quite pricey. This seems like a great gift to developers and investors, those who can afford to buy up these units and rent them out, which seems to be a logical consequence, whether it's intended or not. What I'm seeing already is more traffic and more gentrification in my neighborhood of Penrose, a neighborhood that's still full of small homes, which will be torn down to build multiplexes, damaging the tree canopy and decreasing diversity on so many levels, while accomplishing nothing to address the issue of affordable housing. This proposal is for missing middle housing. It's not, it's for more. It's for more housing. It's for more expensive housing. Thank you.
We will go to Doris Smith, and then we will go back to Hector Herrera before coming back to Greg Lane. Doris Smith.
Good morning. My husband and I have lived in Arlington for 17 years, first in Ballston and then in Courthouse as renters, and we bought a house in Waverly Hills in 2020. And I'm here to speak in support of the most expansive options before the board today. We have to ensure that people who work in Arlington can live in Arlington, and this proposal may not be perfect, but it is a step in the right direction for being able to do that. You shouldn't have to have two practicing attorneys like we do in our household to be able to afford to buy a place. And if we continue with the exclusionary zoning policies that we've had so far, that's exactly what's going to continue to happen. We also have to integrate racially. We have to be more integrated for people with disabilities who deserve to live in livable communities, and for people as they age to be able to live in livable communities. Preserving the character of our neighborhoods is an excuse, and right now, the townhouses around the corner from us and down the street and the 8-unit building across the street are far more in character with our neighborhood than the mansions that are being built in place of the single-family homes that are being torn down. I've heard a lot of folks talk about how this proposal will involve tearing down single-family homes for developers, but the truth is that's exactly what's happening now. And instead of making a place for families that are just starting to make their way, it's only creating more space for the rich. So I urge the board to vote in favor of the most expansive options. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hector Herrera.
Gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. My name is Sinai. I'll be the translator.
Héctor Herrera vivió rentando apartamento en Arlington, en Glebe Road, por más de 10 años.
Hector Rivera was renting an apartment in Arlington and Glebe Road for more than 10 years.
En el 2010 quise comprar una casa con mi esposa.
In 2010, I wanted to buy a house with my wife.
No pudimos.
We couldn't.
Nosotros, la comunidad latina hispana, trabaja duro. Tenemos 2 trabajos cada uno.
Our Hispanic community works hard. We work 2 jobs.
Nos preparamos para comprar en el 2016.
We were prepared to buy a house in 2016
Con nuestros hijos, 2 son profesionales.
with our 2 professional kids.
Ahorramos mucho.
We saved a lot,
Tampoco pudimos comprar.
and we still couldn't buy.
Desde que venía a los Estados Unidos,
Since I came to the United States,
y doy gracias a Dios y a esta gran nación
and I thank God for this wonderful country,
por recibirme, he trabajado todo el tiempo en la construcción en Arlington.
I have worked this whole time in the construction in Arlington.
He visto cómo cuesta mucho construir una casa de más de $1,5 millones.
I have seen how much it costs to build a house that costs more than $1 million.
Mi comunidad, que representa el 21% de la población de Arlington, no puede comprar una casa.
My community that represents 21% of Arlington cannot buy a house.
Yo le pido a la Junta de Arlington
I ask for the committee
que vote por las viviendas intermedias,
to vote for middle missing housing
porque la ciudad de Arlington se ha convertido en el hogar de muchas familias hispanas.
because Arlington has been the house of many Hispanic households.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are going back now to speaker number 21. That's 21, Greg Lane, followed by Katie Irene St. Marie and Andrew Elby.
Good morning, the board. Good morning, the staff, and good morning to the citizens here of Arlington. My name is Greg Lane. I am a resident of Arlington. My wife and I have lived in Arlington on and off since 1992, first as renters and then later as homeowners and then occasionally as landlords. I'm here today to express not my opposition to the plans, but my concerns about the draft to eliminate zoning for single-family homes in Arlington. In my view, the current proposal may be a zoning solution that doesn't work for a problem that may not actually exist. In at least one area, the expanding opportunities for home ownership, the county's plans almost seem designed to achieve the exact opposite. Data shows that multifamily homes of the type planned will result in a net loss, not gain of home ownership. And I can speak personally from this as an owner of a large property. If I were to redevelop it, I would probably develop it as a rental property. The one certainty of this plan is that those involved in real estate development and sales are the sole benefactors of the changes. While I have concerns about the known and likely consequence of this plan, including the loss of Arlington's mature tree canopy, exacerbation of stormwater issues and impact on the Chesapeake Bay, loss of parking and increased traffic, the impact on an already stressed school system, my chief concern has actually been the handling of the issue politically. In my view, this has been characterized by a type of bureaucratic arrogance in which the concerns of a large number of citizens who either oppose the zoning changes outright or, like me, have concerns are treated as administrivia in the process of formalizing a decision that the board appears to have already made. My single request today is that the board postpone any immediate decision related to the plan until the full cost and impact of the destruction of Arlington's single-family home neighborhoods are fully understood and appreciated. With something so controversial and consequential, the residents of Arlington deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Irene St. Marie, followed by Andrew Elby and Romano Campos.
Good morning. I am Katie Irene St. Marie. I currently live in the Halls Hill neighborhood of Arlington, and I was originally from Texas, which most of my adult life I was so relieved was at minimum race neutral, not like the southeastern states or like Virginia. But my family moved here when I was 7, and we rented an apartment in Arlington while we looked for a suitable home. Once a suitable home was found, the realtor said to my father, by law, I have to tell you that there's a Negro family that lives next door. So, but that was by law. Who makes a law like that? And what does that mean? And what kind of effects does that have up until the present day? I don't think that has disappeared, that wound. It's an open wound in me and in my community. 7 years ago, I joined a book club where we have read exclusively African-American authors in all genres to hear another point of view, and to my dismay, Texas was not race neutral. I've learned a lot of things about the meanness and the politics and the power behind racially exclusionary policies, and I hope that you all will take this opportunity, though you cannot remedy the past, to make a new future. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Elby, followed by Donna Campos and Anna Louisa.
Hi, I'm Andrew Elby. I live in the Lion Park neighborhood. Been here over 20 years, and my neighborhood is mostly single-family homes. And when older residents move out, usually the homes are torn down or they're expanded significantly. The issue here isn't whether smaller single-family homes are going to be saved. It's whether they're going to be replaced with larger single-family homes or, say, duplexes. I favor the most expansive version of missing middle because even though the housing won't be cheap, the duplexes will be cheaper than the 3,000 square foot single-family homes. And I have nothing else to add to the wonderful arguments already offered. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we could ask that everyone who is on virtually, until you're recognized to speak, could you please not only mute your microphones, but also turn your video off? Thank you.
Romana Campos, followed by Anna Louisa and Julia Day.
Good morning. I've lived in Arlington for the last 20 years, but prior to that time, for 16 years, I lived in 6 developing countries. I've lived in 3 countries where there was civil war: Guatemala, Peru, and El Salvador. And I've lived in probably the most diverse place on earth, which is India. I've lived here also in Arlington when I saw the Cambodian refugees and Vietnamese refugees come and go because they couldn't find affordable housing here. I also was here when I saw the Central American refugees fleeing from civil war arrive. They also moved into DC. So I just wanted to mention, I loved the Clarendon business area when it was full of Vietnamese and ethnic restaurants and shops. And one of my favorite shops, I don't know if you guys remember it, was called Indian Spices and Appliances. And it was just, I'm sadly finding a lack of diversity and cultural richness in Arlington, partly because you have to be very wealthy or very lucky to be able to live here. In my own North Arlington neighborhood, I've been the only brown face for 18 years. Why is this? Is it because 75% of residential land is reserved for single detached family homes? Doesn't this by default create a type of systemic racism that effectively blocks out people of lower incomes and many people of color? Isn't it time that we faced the old notion of land scarcity and realize that it's time to change? Arlington is not a country club for the rich and the privileged. Arlington is a dynamic community that is responsive to change and a wonderful place to live. And let's prove it by getting rid of those old exclusionary zoning policies and embracing a strategy of efficient and sustainable land use and higher density housing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anna Louisa, followed by Julia Day, followed by Nina Janopal. Anna Louisa. Julia Day.
Good morning. I'm Julie, and I'm a lifelong Arlingtonian who grew up in North Arlington, and now I live on Columbia Pike. Last weekend, I had the opportunity to go to the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington, which chronicles a vital part of Arlington's history. There, I learned about the lost neighborhood of Queen City. My fellow Arlingtonians might be familiar with the overpass at the end of the pike that leads to 395 and the plaque on it that commemorates Freedman's Village. This was an African-American planned community located on land that's now part of Arlington County, and families started moving there during the Civil War. Queen City was a later neighborhood close by that was settled by many descendants of the original Freedman's Village inhabitants. So why isn't there Queen City today? I found out that if you look at the map, Queen City was on a spot where today we have highways and exit ramps. In the early 1940s, this neighborhood was torn down to make way for the roads apparently needed to access the Pentagon. The people living there were not given even a month's notice before work on their neighborhood started, and many of them were left without a place to live. With this history in mind, I have to express how disappointed I am that the board has taken 7 and 8 plexes off of the missing middle plan that will get voted on. The NAACP has made it a clear case for why keeping the most options for housing on the plan will allow as many people from as many backgrounds as possible the most opportunities to live and flourish in Arlington today. As things stand, I ask that you let this sadder part of Arlington's history spur you to vote yes for the most expansive missing middle plan that you can. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nina Janapal, followed by Benjamin Palumbo and Hajar Ahmed.
My name is Nina Janapal, and I'm a 40.
Hit the button on, there you go.
I hit it wrong? Got it. Okay. Good morning. My name is Nina Janapal, and I'm a 40-year resident of Arlington and a homeowner in the Waycroft Woodlawn neighborhood. Last month, my husband and I conducted a 3,000-mile trip through the Deep South following the Civil Rights Trail. We learned about the heroes of this nation who fought the battle, more important in some ways than the Civil War, without militias, but with peaceful protest, with their bodies being beaten and jailed and some assassinated to eliminate Jim Crow. And they did it. They made progress in desegregating our schools and in fair housing and in voting rights. But their work is not done. And we stand here today with the opportunity to address the legacy of Jim Crow in our own communities. You have well documented the redlining, the deed restrictions that have limited opportunity. I live next to a wall that divides Waycroft Woodlawn from the Halls Hill neighborhood, which has a beautiful and diverse housing mix and a beautiful and diverse population. This is the opportunity to tear down the last remnants of that wall, to be like the people of Selma and Birmingham and make these changes in our community. Be a beacon for our nation. Show that this can happen and that we can become better than we were before. I support the most expansive options. I hope you will vote that way too. Thank you.
Next speaker is Benjamin Palumbo, followed by Hajar Ahmed and William Strange.
Good morning. My wife and I purchased our home on 1204 South Oakcrest Road 50 years ago. This is in the Aurora Hills neighborhood. We bought this home because it was like the homes that we had lived in before we came to Arlington. That is a single-family home in a single-family neighborhood with a nice yard where our kids could play. We did so under Arlington County zoning rules. And those zoning rules, we think, were the right rules as far as what we wanted for a home. Now, what we find that after having expanded our home twice, following specifically Arlington County zoning regulations, the zoning regulations are being changed or being proposed to be changed dramatically. We think this is a dishonorable action by Arlington County. While we adhered to what was expected of us under the zoning rules are now being changed. We don't think this is right, and therefore I oppose this zoning change, this so-called missing middle proposal.
Next speaker is Hajar Hamed, followed by William Strange and John Selmansberger. Excuse me. Your mic, you hit that button there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Hajar Ahmed. I'm a Black Muslim disabled renter in Crystal City. I addressed the county board today primarily to get past the semantics of this missing middle housing debate, which includes the generic calls for neighborhood diversity and housing choice, to call attention to the fact of this board's current track record with real estate developers. Since luring the Amazon HQ2 construction projects, which recently became delayed shortly after the CFO of its real estate developer, JBG Smith, sold over 40,000 of her own company shares, leading to its stocks tumbling to some of its lowest values, the Arlington County Board has demonstrated a tendency to put many of its eggs in this out-of-state real estate developer's basket, risking the future of affordable housing DC region-wide to a potential single point of failure. Whether it's the 99-year lease with JBG Smith the county arranged for in the very building that we occupy right now during today's meeting, or the many residential high-rise construction projects that have soared as part of the national landing development, our elected officials have developed a bias against free and fair competition when it comes to county real estate contracts. In addition to adopting the missing middle, the board should also consider expanding housing zoning options that include repurposing low vacancy office buildings in Ballston and Crystal City, like its counterparts in DC and Alexandria have successfully done. As county taxpayers, we should consider the board maintain what I like to call the housing A to Z's. A, accountability without giving a blank check. And Z, zoning modernization to transform our neighborhoods out of regulations rooted in the ugly Jim Crow era, so our communities become places where people like myself and others are not just tolerated, but celebrated. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Strange, followed by John Selmansberger and Susan Cunningham. William Strange. John Selmansberger.
Good morning. I hope you know what you're doing with this radical missing middle experiment. We haven't seen a definition of success. We haven't seen data or credible studies that say this anything goes approach is good for our neighborhoods. We haven't seen a plan that says when enough will be enough. After many years of scrimping and sacrificing on two incomes, we were finally able to buy a single-family house and start a family. We sacrificed so our children could have grass to roll in and a tree to climb and a strawberry patch.
Der Elektronikhändler, der Praktikant, die Quittung und die Werbung.
Ms. Shearer, if you can mute your line, please.
That's good. That's good.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Yeah, you'll get it. Don't worry. Continue. Thank you.
Now a McMansion is being built around the corner and another one down the street, probably pushing up values. But values aren't rising as fast as cost. You see, my house is now my long-term care insurance, as it is for many seniors. Surely a 6-unit apartment building around the corner is not going to make my house more desirable. I hope you know what you're doing to us. Without guardrails and a serious plan, you're abdicating the future of Arlington to the developers. And the developers don't give a hoot about long-term care or grass or trees or strawberry patches. Two of you are not even going to be a part of guiding this plan. Take a breather, get some more data, do some more studies. Allow the next board to make a more informed decision.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Next speaker is Susan Cunningham, followed by Hazim Alagbra and Dan Reed.
I'm Susan Cunningham. I'm a 25-year resident of the county and a candidate for county board. First, I wanted to say thank you to the board, the staff, and all who are here online or in person. Please do connect and listen to each other and the many more neighbors who are juggling aging parents and multiple jobs and kids this morning. I just left an eviction prevention fair where our faith community, our lower income residents, landlords, safety net partners, and the county are rolling up their sleeves, bringing resources together and solving problems. That is the collaboration and problem solving we can do as a community, and I hope we will slow down and take that same spirit to working together to get housing right. Missing middle, in my view, is a mess. The goals have been unclear and shifting. Our community is confused, divided, mad, sad, exhausted, and maybe you are too. So first, we need to slow down and create a common sense housing plan that builds on our decades of successful smart growth. We do not need a one-step, one-size-fits-all zoning change. We do need a comprehensive approach that adds in long overdue updates to lot coverage and tree ordinances, property tax relief for those who are aging in place, pilots around homeownership and preservation, especially in our historically African American communities, and investments in truly affordable homes. All of this before encouraging new, unchecked by right development. Second, respect and collaboration are mandatory. Our democracy's had some tough knocks these last few years. We can get it right here in Arlington, but we need to slow down. We need our whole community working together, using transparency, thoughtful engagement, real collaboration to get problems on the table and solve them. At the same time, we can't let housing distract from other critical needs, stabilizing our youth, balancing a budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hazim Alagbra, followed by Dan Reed and Chip Gherkin.
Good morning, everybody. Should I start?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning. I'm one of many of my neighbors who are opposing missing middle as it stands right now. As many have said before, it's a big blanket upzoning attempt, and the circumstances, what comes from that is still to be unseen. It will create an unusual change in our community, something that never happened before. We've seen this happen in other cities, especially in California, and what's resulting is an unusual patchwork of incompatible housing. We're worried about our infrastructure, we're worried about our parking, we're worried about our school system. And I've had personal conversations with many board members and people in the community, and we are worried that this is just unplanned and does not resolve the issue at hand of affordable housing in Arlington. Everything we've seen so far shows that this will result in more expensive housing in our neighborhood, just with much higher density that will really affect our ability to live happily and peacefully in our communities. So again, I'm one of those voices right now who are opposing missing middle. Further, what's really concerning us is how political this process has become. We look to our board and our county to create solutions based on data and what's needed, not the political aspects. Thank you.
We are on speaker number 34, Dan Reed, followed by Chip Gerken and Scott Ferguson.
Morning. My name is Dan Reed, and I serve as the Regional Policy Director for Greater Washington. We're a nonprofit that works to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice and land use, transportation, and housing throughout the D.C. area. We support the proposed missing middle zoning ordinance and general land use plan amendments. We commend Arlington County for showing leadership on this crucial issue. We have a regional housing shortage, with a recent study from Up for Growth showing we are short 156,000 homes of what we need to accommodate current and future population. The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments notes that as a region, we need to produce 32,000 new homes each year to catch up. As a region, we've seen dramatic increases in home prices and rents, and Arlington is no different. The burden of rising costs falls hardest on the least advantaged members of this community, and people who grew up here, who want to stay, or moved here and want to put down roots. Like many jurisdictions in the D.C. area, Arlington risks losing them and the potential for decades of valuable contributions to this county. Missing middle isn't the only solution, but it's a crucial part of it, making it easier to build more homes of all kinds and all price ranges. More homes mean that more people, regardless of their needs or preferences, can find housing options that meet them without having to leave the county and the things that make life great: access to friends and family, good schools, economic opportunities, healthcare, leisure, and so on. These proposed amendments would be a best practice regionally, if not nationally, for encouraging the construction of small, attainably priced infill housing. We urge the County Board to craft a policy that maximizes the production of smaller, more affordable homes, encourages high-quality design without creating new barriers, and creates a predictable and easy-to-follow development process for builders, property owners, and neighbors alike. We have a list of preferred amendments, which are in our written testimony, and align with most of the supporters here today. We're excited to see Arlington County embracing missing middle housing, and we hope that this legislation can be an example for other jurisdictions in the D.C. region. Thank you.
Thank you. Brief.
Next speaker is Chip Gerken, followed by Scott Ferguson and Lander Allen.
Good morning. I appreciate you granting this opportunity to hear from residents on this topic yet again, after years of doing so. I'd like to comment today about the issue of parking minimums in a world in which one of our top priorities has to be combating climate change. Creating walkable, bikeable, and transit-oriented communities is one of the most effective ways a municipal government can reduce its carbon emissions. Missing middle housing is a major step toward this vision, and I commend you for its pending approval. According to our county energy plan, 24% of Arlington's greenhouse gas emissions as of 2016 came from travel within the county, with another 12% from pass-through transportation. Commendably, the plan includes an intention to reduce the number of single-occupancy vehicle trips. If this is a serious goal, and knowing that around 12% of current Arlingtonians do not own a car, why would we impose an outdated concept like parking minimums on new construction? This is an unnecessary regulation that would increase the cost of these homes, increase the impervious surface on the lot, and ignore the market of potential homeowners who have no use for a parking space. Though I will concede that my driveway provides a great spot for my hammock much of the year. But as importantly, it would continue to center the automobile as the focal point of city planning instead of people. This simply has to change. Eliminating parking minimums near transit should be obvious. Eliminating them in other areas may be less so, but of course we must remember that this will not eliminate parking, just eliminate the requirement that there be parking. This just makes sense. Between the abundant transit options, high walkability, trails, ride shares, and bike shares and scooters, going carless is a viable option for many Arlingtonians. Please vote against parking minimums. Thank you.
Next speaker is Scott Ferguson, followed by Lander Allen and Martha Harris.
Good morning.
The mic, yeah, there you go. Now it is.
All right. Good morning. My name is Scott Ferguson. I'm a 22-year resident of Arlington. The county has a budget problem. Historically, half of Arlington's budget comes from taxes on commercial real estate, and these revenues are declining. The board is trying to solve this budget problem by doubling down on residential real estate density, touting missing middle as an inclusive policy that will add lower income and minority housing. Increased density will result in higher residential real estate costs, will harm families, increase taxes to cover the infrastructure that the county will need to implement in a higher cost reactive way, since no additional police, fire, water, sewage, parks, or other infrastructure is in the budget to support missing middle. Board, do better. The market will not provide low-income housing unless forced by government. Do not lose this leverage by giving developers the ability to increase density by right. Invest in government-sponsored, lower-cost housing. That is the best, most efficient way to prioritize lower-cost housing on the scale desired. Board, do better. Solve the longer-term issue of weakened commercial corridor by sponsoring policies that encourage the conversion of commercial buildings to residential. This is a harder problem to solve, but it will provide housing density along the transportation corridors. That would reduce congestion, be better for the environment, while adding additional housing capacity. This approach will also make Arlington's economy more vibrant in the long term and help maintain our single-family neighborhoods and tree canopy. Board, do your job. The level of social engineering envisioned by the missing middle plan is extreme, rushed, and not well planned out. Take the time to plan and synchronize infrastructure with residential growth needed to maintain the quality of life in Arlington. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lander Allen, followed by Martha Harris and Stephanie Thomas.
Good morning. My name is Lander Allen. I'm a single-family home owner in Alcova Heights. I'm here to urge you to approve the most expansive option for missing middle housing, including up to 6 units per building, no parking mandate, no cap on permits, and flexibility on lot coverage, design standards, and gross floor area. There are 2 compelling issues that make this the right thing to do. One, we desperately need more housing, particularly more affordable housing. There's a well-documented housing shortage in Arlington and the nation as a whole. In addition, the cost to own a home is beyond the financial ability of a growing number of our young people. My own kids worry about whether they will be able to own their own homes at some point. This proposal will encourage a wider array of more affordable housing types and help to increase the housing supply. Even more importantly, we must act now to combat climate change. One critical step is to change how we build housing. Continuing with suburban sprawl is the worst thing we can do. Higher density housing and produces far less carbon, has much less of an impact on the climate than single family homes, particularly huge McMansions. Climate change is an existential crisis for all of mankind. This is not a time for business as usual. We can't continue to put off making changes in how we live and how we build. It's almost too late now. Approving the missing middle proposal is a critical step. I won't be around to see the worst impacts of climate change, nor will many of you, but our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren will have to live with it. We must take bold steps if we're going to give them a better chance for a reasonable future. The changes you are considering are a critical step, but now is not the time to take half measures. Please do not water down the proposal before you. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker number 38, Martha Harris, followed by Stephanie Thomas and Toby Davis.
Good morning. We have still not had an answer from the county board on this one question. The WhiteHouse.gov websites of May and September 2022 announced large infusions of federal money to any community in the United States that would increase its density and get rid of zoning laws in order to do that. So we, as a county, I would like to know, are you in expectation now of a big financial windfall from the U.S. government in exchange for getting rid of zoning laws in Arlington? This is an important question. I'm only following the money. I'd like to know. Second point, I do not think that missing middle housing is a question of equity or diversity as much as it is a question of economics. Most people who live in the single-family zones of North Arlington have scrimped and saved all their careers and worked for decades in order to afford a house there. I'm one of those. I wasn't able to buy one there until I was in my 60s. Many of the younger generation, sorry to say, expect immediately to be able to live in single-family zones in North Arlington with all the beauty, et cetera, and to be able to have them affordable. This is unfair. You're chasing out seniors and you're favoring the younger generation. You're favoring all sorts of demographic groups. We need more studies on this radical change that you're proposing, and we need a vote of the entire population of Arlington. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephanie Thomas, followed by Toby Davis and Bill Frymore.
Good morning. I am Stephanie Thomas. I've lived in Arlington for 23 years. I've had 3 children go through the Arlington school system, and I'm currently a single-family homeowner in the Barcroft neighborhood. I strongly support the Missing Middle Initiative in its most expansive form. I have always been proud to live in Arlington because of its values, which I consider to include diversity, inclusion, and sustainability. And I believe the Missing Middle Initiative is crucial for maintaining those values for Arlington. The current zoning in Arlington is outdated and regressive, and we need to bring our zoning policies in line with the challenges and the opportunities of our current times. The Missing Middle will allow for a more sustainable and diverse Arlington, and I believe it's the only responsible choice. When I first moved to Arlington in 2002, I was a single working mother. I worked for the government as a GS-13. I bought a 1,000 square foot house in a duplex in a small neighborhood near Thomas Jefferson Middle School. We had about 24 duplex units on it was about a block or a block and a half. There was a mix of renters and owners there, and it was very diverse. It had great community spirit. And I feel like that neighborhood represented a lot of what is the best qualities of Arlington in terms of those kinds of things, community spirit and diversity. There were a lot of kids on the block for my son to play with, and they would spontaneously, play outside, which is something that's rare these days, but I think very valuable for children. I believe that the diversity of my neighborhood at that time was because of the smaller and more affordable houses, and I believe that the density fostered the close community spirit of the neighborhood. That kind of inclusion and diversity is something I want more of for Arlington, and I believe the Missing Middle will create that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Toby Davis, followed by Bill Frymore and Daniela Londono.
Good morning. My name is Toby Davis, and my husband, Dennis Price, and I support the Missing Middle. We bought a home in East Falls Church in 1988, and we raised our children there. Over the years, we've seen many small houses replaced by big McMansions. Most of my neighbors and I would much rather see a triplex go up next door than another McMansion that only brings in one family. I support the Missing Middle for 3 reasons. First, I want to see the zoning change so that my husband and I have the option to sell our home to a developer that would make some sort of multiplex instead of, yes, another McMansion. Second, we already have a successful example of alternate housing just down our street. A parking lot was transformed into 12 townhouses, and now we have friends, family, kids from multiple backgrounds who now add to our almost exclusively white neighborhood. Third, organizations I back, including Arlington's NAACP and Voice, support the Missing Middle. If they support it, so do I. I'll close with a very short poem by Dennis Price. Along our roads are many yellow signs that NIMBYs favor. Then there are yards with blue signs. They say, be my neighbor. These colors are a demonstrative example of our division. It's the mixing of yellow and blue that will bring us to a green decision. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Frymore, followed by Daniela Londono and Denise Clapper.
Good morning. Members of the County Board, thank you for this opportunity today. My name is Bill Frymore, and I've lived in Arlington since 1985, but I've never been involved in local issues until now. I've never seen such divisiveness in our community either. The goals of the Missing Middle advocates are laudable, but when you pass the Missing Middle program today, it's incumbent upon you to lower the temperature and restore the Arlington consensus. Here are 3 ideas to do just that. Limit development per lot to 4 units maximum, put a yearly cap on development projects to under 50, and put a sunset on the plan so a future board can fully evaluate its effectiveness. In addition, our community depends on the guardrails you put on this program to make it a success. Here are some of the areas that need your focus: infrastructure, schools, transportation, parking, social services, sewer overload, and of course, green canopy. Right now, the only people we know that will benefit from this plan are developers. We are depending on you to make sure this proposal really enhances middle-class opportunity and to heal the wounds that are deep in this community. The famed Arlington Way is in jeopardy. Thank you for your time today.
Next speaker is Daniela Londono, followed by Denise Clapper and Danielle Aragoni.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Londono, and I'm a teacher assistant at Barcroft Elementary School. Arlington became my first home in the United States when I arrived 10 years ago. Thanks to the amazing diversity of this county provides, I felt right at home in those first months. Unfortunately, due to the raise of the rent and the lack of affordable housing, my family and I have to move to Woolbridge. That second migration was harder than the first one, because I feel that I have lost my second home. Since then, I got my associate's degree, continued volunteering in Arlington, and was lucky to be hired by APS. And after an intense search, my friend and I followed one of the few affordable complexes in Arlington, and we moved to the Fillmore Gardners. Although I'm back to the county that I love, I fear that for the ever-growing housing shortage, I will be ending living Arlington once again. But I hold a dream that one day, while I'm working as a teacher, I can also live in Arlington permanently, and that I can keep serving this community that's so warming up in their arms when I arrived to the country as a teenager. There is an opportunity before us. I speak for the young people for dreams of our future, and we say yes to the increase of the housing. Yes for more missing middle housing, and yes for the opening of more corners in Arlington where more houses, including the sixplex, can be built. One of those sixplex can be one of the homes of our dreams. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Denise Clapper, followed by Danielle Aragoni and Malathi Tahiri.
Good morning. My name is Denise Kapler. I'm a single-family homeowner in Westover, and I'm very grateful to be speaking with you today. I've been attending board meetings and writing to you all for the past 2 years, and I'm so grateful to see the progress that's been made. My husband and I first moved to Arlington 30 years ago, and when we were fresh out of college, we rented apartments in both Courthouse and Ballston. It took a few years, but then we were able to finally buy our single-family home in Westover. We've seen how Arlington has changed, and we know it will continue to change. The way things are today, though, we don't think that the change that this county needs will happen without you approving the most expansive version of missing middle housing. I'm really glad to see that you've made so much progress and you're considering expanding housing options to bend the arc of change in Arlington in a positive way. And I strongly encourage you to approve the most expansive option for missing middle housing. I want there to be affordable options for renters, for buyers, for young families, for young adults, for retirees, for all of us. Having a diversity of housing stock is good for everyone in Arlington, and it's much more important than having a few more cars on the street. I'm here today because I thought it would be important for you to hear from many single-family homeowners who support missing middle housing. I've been so encouraged to see so many other people step forward and make this statement. Enough limits have been applied already. Please end exclusionary zoning and support the most expansive version of missing middle housing. And thank you for your work in tackling this most important issue.
Next speaker is Danielle Aragoni, followed by Malathi Thatahiri and Nora Dempsey.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Aragoni. I currently live in Alcova Heights and have been a resident of Arlington for 15 years. I moved here from California for the quality education that it would offer my 4 kids and stayed for the many ways in which it helps me live my values, particularly through a built environment that offers choice in where to live and how to get around. I'm a land use planner by education and have worked at the intersection of land use planning, housing policy, and demographic change for over 25 years now. And never before have I seen so many people care so much about zoning. I know that better land use decisions have the potential to mitigate climate change, bolster climate resilience, protect water resources, support better aging in place, foster community, and improve health. Missing middle is a key part of that. It's not a silver bullet and will not alone solve our housing affordability crisis, but it is an essential step forward and the best option that exists to increase housing supply while protecting precious natural resources. Diversity is our strength as a country and a community. That extends to housing. Communities that recognize the value of diversity and work to create housing options that better suit changing demographics are the places that will thrive. Over 1/2 of U.S. households are just 1 or 2 persons, and a decade from now, the number of older adults will exceed the number of children in the U.S. The missing middle housing types that will unfold across this county better meet the needs of who we are and who we will be. They give people of all ages more choice and opportunity to live in the community they love and want to contribute to, whether they're new arrivals to Arlington or downsizing after decades. I applaud the commitment, mutual respect, and professionalism that you each display as county leaders, and I thank the professional staff that have supported you in this long journey. I appreciate your willingness to listen to all sides and to forge ahead with courage to make decisions for the long haul. It's what your predecessors did, and it's why Arlington is the great place to live that it is. I strongly urge you to adopt the most expansive version of the expanded housing options framework, and I thank you for your service.
Next speaker is Malathi Thatahiri, followed by Nora Dempsey and Maureen Ross.
Hi, I'm here to speak in favor of the Missing Middle Initiative. My husband and I moved to Arlington 10 years ago, first renting in the Ballston area, and then buying a condo there near the metro. About 3 years ago, I found myself unexpectedly single, and it came as a rude shock to me then that I couldn't afford to live in Arlington. I've worked since age 22, high school jobs throughout, consistently saved. I'm a university professor. I don't ask for much. I don't need a big house. I want a 2-bedroom space. I haven't had a car in 20 years. I commute to work via metro. I walk to the grocery store, the public library. I take Arlington Transit bus to the public swimming pool. So I had assumed that I would be able to afford something, a tiny space in Arlington, but when I asked my realtor to find me some options, she came up with 3 options, one of which was not really near the metro, and all of which would stretch my budget. So I urged the board to think about making Arlington affordable for people like me, and about how lifestyles are changing in urban America. So for many people like me and millennials who are younger than me, our ideal lifestyle is not a house with a yard. We want an affordable space near services. We don't think about parking spaces because our life is centered around public transport. We're diverse, and we want the neighborhoods to reflect our diversity. We are pro-environment and want green spaces, but we are willing to share that green space. I love running on the Custis and WNOD trails and taking walks to the Rose Garden with my neighbors, but I don't need a private yard. So I hope the board will look to the future and not the past, and help make Arlington more affordable, more environmentally sustainable, but with public green spaces that we can all share as a community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nora Dempsey, followed by Maureen Ross and Alex Mostaki. Nora Dempsey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess you can't see me though, right?
No, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, my name's Nora Dempsey. I purchased my house on South George Mason Drive in 1991. My family's biracial and my son is a postman. I'm here to ask the board to follow the advice of Brian Harner. Excuse me. To follow the advice of Brian Harner, the architect quoted in the recent Washington Post article, who urged a careful, judicious approach. The challenge of leadership is to find the right balance. It's not developers who should make decisions as to how we should all live, but elected officials. I know the board is trying to get it right, and I really appreciate that. I think it would be great if we could have many more affordable housing options. But the ferocious debate this missing middle conversation has engendered is testament to the important issues at stake. As a homeowner in Arlington for more than 30 years, I know that change is inevitable. I've said goodbye to lots of small family-owned shops and my favorite hardware store in Columbia Pike. But lots of change has been good. But the pandemic and climate change have drastically reframed this discussion in a more dramatic way. The board must take this into account and proceed carefully. In the big picture, we need to keep our tree canopy, and we need to allow our retirees to stay put. On a personal note, my home on South George Mason Drive has only on-street parking. A few years ago, I started to have to pay $40 a year for the Flex Pass, and now many surveys later, I'm told that I might lose the right to park entirely. As a retiree, I never planned on spending thousands of dollars to excavate the hill in front of my house. There is no good public transit option. So I ask, as the board wrestles with the coming decisions, please try not to hurt the people who already live in Arlington County. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maureen Ross, followed by Alex Mostagimi and Jakishan Prasad.
Hi, please look at me. I am the missing middle. The missing middle is already here. But first I want to say this, you did not run on this, all right? And it should be brought to a public referendum. I want you to also stop calling people who disagree with you racist. The mood in Arlington has never been so bad. Anyway, like I said, I am the missing middle. I house shared till I was 40 and bought my bungalow run down, no AC, no improvements, paint peeling, 1997. Did I hit the market right? You betcha. But I also saved, I worked hard, I chose difficult but rewarding and sufficiently paying career. I fled crowded Georgetown and the driving around the block 3 times for parking for a neighborhood in Arlington with single-family homes, less dense, allowing me to know my neighbors, enjoy the more open space, green, and more parking. I am the missing middle, a nurse practitioner. I adopted and raised my biracial kids here. Stop calling me racist. Unlike your employees and teachers, I worked through COVID and didn't get paid to stay home. Your missing middle is already here. We usually bought our houses 15 to 50 years ago. In 30 years, the property taxes have gone up 450%. Do you think our incomes went up like that? And we can't realize our profit till we sell, but the point is we bought here because we wanted to stay here into retirement. And now as we retire, it's becoming more difficult to stay. With your new rule, the pressure to sell will be immense, because initially we'll make more profit selling to upzone. So we cash out, leave the place in the community we grew to love, leaving the rest of our neighbors stuck. We won't have a handful of houses go down in a year, we'll have hundreds. And the developer will build 2 to 4 expensive dwellings where one was, making our street less desirable for those who remain and no more affordable for the missing middle. Aren't we, the people who already live here, the people you represent? The people who live here now, who work hard. This has been the most appalling conversation I've seen since 1988. Shameful.
Our next speaker is Alex Mostagimi, followed by Jakishan Prasad and Lauren DePina.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Mostagimi. I've been an Arlington resident for 3 years, and today I'd like to speak on more expansive housing and how we can establish the future of Arlington and as a landscape to blossom the American dream. For many immigrants to our great nation, like my wonderful parents, America is a beacon of freedom, freedom which firmly rests on the idea of ownership. Owning a home is a powerful thing. It makes you recognize where you are, who you are, and what you value. In a world where I can be anywhere, I am right here. In a world where I can be anyone, I am an Arlingtonian. And in a world where I can care for any person, I care for my neighbors first. Ownership, unlike rentership, means that I have a greater stake in how my community benefits in 10 years rather than how I will benefit in 10 months. I'll want to know how to improve the school system, benefit local businesses, and have greater interest in the welfare of my fellow Arlingtonian. It means greater freedom to decide how I can use my property and capabilities to meet the needs of my community. Under the current regime, the idea of ownership for my generation seems like a fading possibility. It feels like the ladder has been pulled up beyond our reach, and even the tallest among us can barely grasp the first rung. And while this has trapped us here at the bottom, it also isolates those at the top, who now feel powerless when they see droves of people come and go, people with all the reason in the world to take, but little motivation to give back. And so it is that we all truly want the same thing, to flourish personally and as a community. We want a future that is attainable, and to feel control over the destiny of our lives. We want to escape the chaotic and ever-changing atmosphere around us and steady our focus on what is important in our lives, our family, our neighbors, and our community. Most importantly, we want to reinvigorate the idea of the American dream, to overcome the malaise, and to reassert that this nation remains a place where one can define their destiny, own their place in the world, and be free to bring prosperity to those we cherish. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jai Kishan Prasad, followed by Lauren DePina and Sine Pacheco. Jai Kishan?
Yes, I'm on the virtual call.
Okay, you may start now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I come to you as a young professional who has been blessed to call Arlington home for the past 1.5 years and want to do so for the decades to come. I also come to you as a proud child of immigrants. My father immigrated to this country to start a better life for his family in his early 30s. Through sheer grit and luck, my father was able to accomplish the American dream and become a homeowner for a single-income household at the time with 3 young children, trailblazing his way through a new country. I want to carry on his legacy. I worked hard in college and was fortunate to land a great job that led me to Arlington. I love it here. How diverse it is, the opportunities, the great public transport, and the people. My dream is to settle and develop roots in Arlington. I am one of the few lucky Arlingtonians to land a lease with a landlord who rents slightly below market. Despite this and the other blessings I have, I find myself uncertain and skeptical on if I will ever able to afford being a homeowner here. I also shudder to think about others who may not be as fortunate as I am. It makes me question at times how the past generation was able to do it all, and if the American dream is even real. I support option 2A with no caps, the most expansive option. I implore the board to also support and approve 2A with no caps. Give the future a chance. Show us that the American dream is still alive and well. Thank you.
Lauren DePina, followed by Sine Pacheco and Barb Girk.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow county board members. Thank you for the work you guys have done and will continue to do. Today I'm going to read a light poem written by my colleague, Reverend Kenneth Nixon. In the heart of the city where the buildings rise high, there's a need for homes that won't make families sigh. For too long, we've seen the gap grow wide between the rich and the poor on either side. But there's a solution that's simple, you see. It's called Missing Middle, and it's the key to unlocking a world where everyone has a place, no matter their background or the size of their space. It's about diversity, not just in people, but in homes. From small cottages to sixplexes. There's no need to roam far from the city to find a place to call your own. Missing Middle is here and it's already grown. It's time to break down the walls of exclusion and build up a community that thrives on inclusion, a place where everyone has a seat at the table and every voice is heard, no matter how small or unstable. So let's come together with hearts and hands entwined to create a world where everyone can find a home that's safe, affordable, and near, a world where Missing Middle is no longer a fear. I encourage you guys to do the right thing and get on the right side of history. It's not just Arlington watching, but everyone's watching. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sine Pacheco, followed by Barb Girk and Scott Sklar.
Hello, Planning Commission members. Thank you for your time. My name is Sinay Pacheco. I've lived in Arlington for the past year and a half. I love living here because of the walkability, energy, and diversity. I come from an immigrant family. When we first moved to the United States, affordable housing was our only option. Having the opportunity to have low-income housing gave my family the opportunity to prioritize necessities like food, clothes, enrichment after-school activities for us growing up. I can't imagine what necessities we would have to cut out and how that would have affected my upbringing. Due to my family was able to get on their feet and my dad started a company, and I was able to go to college, move here, and no longer have the need to utilize affordable housing. I would love for other people to have the same opportunities as I did. This is why I asked that you pass the most expansive of missing middle option two-way, where 5 and 6 plexes would be allowed. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barb Girk, followed by Scott Sklar and John McLaughlin.
Good morning. My name is Barb Girk. My husband and I are retired, and we moved to Arlington in 2017 to live near our 2 granddaughters. We are of modest income and live in a small condo. Would we prefer to own a single-family home or townhouse with a yard in Arlington? Certainly. Given our situation, you can be assured if this plan had the capability to help individuals like us, we would consider supporting it. Unfortunately, we all know it won't. The county own cost figures for EHO has shown us the new units will be too expensive. Instead, this plan will destroy any chance for people like us to even own a home. Why? Because it insensitizes developers to purchase and tear down the most affordable homes in single-family neighborhoods to build expensive missing middle housing. Sadly, you all know it too, but no one seems to care. We are an educated community, and we welcome ideas, well-thought-out ideas, which advance Arlington and the welfare of its residents. We reject reckless governing that solely benefits developers, upper-income residents, who are the only ones who will benefit from the new EHO housing. This plan helps those that make more than $174,000 a year, the income needed to afford the cheapest unit. How can you support it? To the board, I say, make the correct decision for Arlington with your vote and vote no on this terrible plan. Thank you.
We are at speaker number 53. Next speaker is Scott Sklar, followed
Thank you.
by John.
39 years ago, I bought a tear-down house on North Ivy Street. In addition to my 23-year-old renewable energy business and 12 years teaching at GW as an adjunct professor in the Graduate Urban Studies program, I sit on the C2 E2 Commission Energy Committee, and I have a different perspective. While I support missing middle housing, I do not support the Arlington Board's proposal because it does not address the needed attributes of missing middle at all. If you will have more buildings, but they will be out of reach to the very economic mix of people needing it within Arlington community, and it will not be energy and water efficient, and so not really climate friendly. Over 70% of the Ashton Heights residents oppose the missing middle plan, which jives with the 15 other civic association surveys. The plan misses what works in 116 other counties and cities successfully, establishing nonprofit investment trusts and nonprofit cooperatives to buy down, tear down houses and older apartment buildings, upgrade these buildings to code, install energy and water efficiency, increase tree canopy and stormwater management, and sell them at minimum profit, because these are nonprofits, specifically targeted to middle and lower income purchasers. The visions expressed by many here are truly valid, but the approach the Arlington Board has taken will sadly not achieve these important goals. So my view is vote this down and set up what other counties and cities have done successfully in 116 other places to help middle and low-income purchasers. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, John McLaughlin, followed by Margaret Feibel and Jill Nicross.
Okay, good morning. My name is John McLaughlin. I've been an Arlington resident for 15 years, 4 to 5 years as a renter, 10 to 11 years as a townhome owner. I'm here to speak in support of the most expansive housing options and to express gratitude to the County Board for taking on this issue of missing middle affordable housing that all communities need to address on a regional and national basis. I've been able to attend several hearings and do many polls, and I appreciate the process. I want to express gratitude to Voice, which started right after we moved to Arlington in 2008, which I joined through the Unitarian Universalist Church of Arlington, the opportunity to be part of a multiracial interfaith coalition. And I do appreciate hearing the various concerns and perspectives of people living in Arlington as I've participated in these. In 2008, we moved from Minnesota during that housing bust with an underwater mortgage. I had gotten a job in the federal government. My wife's first job was in Arlington. We had a 4-year-old, we needed childcare near work, and so here we are in Arlington. We're grateful to APS for having the before and after care. We were lucky to get a townhome near the Glebe-Langston intersection in 2012. I'm here to give voice to populations I serve professionally and who serve us, of course, economically, children and youth and their parents experiencing homelessness, and immigrant children and youth for the past 35 years. Arlington may only have a few hundred of such families identified by the school district, but the surrounding districts have thousands. 3/4 of them are doubled up, often illegally, not wanting to be identified for fear of eviction or CPS involvement. The lack of affordable housing is a huge strain on parents and children. It impacts them academically when they have to move and change schools or to be transported long distances. These changes to the zoning law are just a step in the right direction, not the complete solution. I'd like to see higher density and subsidized housing, especially around Langston Boulevard. The status quo is not an option here. It's not a solution. Postponing things won't solve it either. So thank you for listening and
Our next
thinking of future
speaker
generations.
is Margaret Feibel, followed by Jill Norcross and Gail Almonds.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm having some problems with getting my picture up.
We can hear you.
I'm Margaret Feibel. I've lived in Arlington for over 40 years, all in zip code 22201. I've been a renter, a condo owner, and a single family house owner. For the past 23 years, I have lived in Lyon Park in a 1930s house that I substantially renovated. Please don't approve the current expanded housing options proposal that is before you. Don't experiment on Arlington. Apply the principles of urban planning, investigate the infrastructure capacity, and especially consider the recommendations made by the local firm Laboratory for Architecture and Building in their guidebook. Find consensus. If you approve the EOH proposal, the changes will happen quickly. I have already seen a prospectus for 2909 Second Road, which is 3 blocks from my house. The sponsors have purchased a 1947 brick house on the corner of Second Road and Fillmore Street. They propose to subdivide the lot and build 3 townhouses, each of which will have 2,200 square feet, 3 to 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms, and a garage. The prospectus says each will sell for over $1.2 million. The prospectus shows a profit of about $1 million and estimates return on investment of 35% or more. It will take a household income of $225,000 to afford a $1.2 million house. This will add density and bring to Lyon Park, but it will bring more high-income people. I urge you to take a break to consider the things I mentioned before, and I have longer testimony that I would like to submit for the record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill Norcross, followed by Gail Almonds and Richard Epstein. And Mr. Acton, if you could please turn off your camera until you're called. Jill Norcross.
Good morning. I am speaking on behalf of the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance, a coalition of cross-sector housing industry professionals and advocates. Our mission is to promote healthy, sustainable, and equitable communities that meet the diverse housing needs of Northern Virginia residents. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of missing middle housing today. Arlington County's Missing Middle Initiative is the first in Northern Virginia to advance our understanding of this issue and an important step in demonstrating how zoning reform can unlock the potential to increase housing supply in our region. The rest of the Northern Virginia jurisdictions and the greater Washington metro area is watching Arlington's decision on this matter very closely, as we are all struggling with a severely constrained housing supply. It is time for Arlington to lead. The proposed amendments move us closer to dismantling the legacy of racial inequities in our current land use and zoning patterns, and therefore we support the most expansive missing middle options. For Arlington to remain an inclusive and diverse community and to retain these values, policies must change, and the goals for missing middle will only be realized if the housing actually gets built and if the most attainable units are allowed. In order to help us achieve our region's housing production goals, we recommend the most permissible missing middle options possible, including allowing up to 6 units per building by right on all residential lots, no parking minimums, and no caps or sunsets. We thank Arlington County and the elected officials and county staff for all of your very hard work and for once again being able to lead the way on providing attainable and equitable housing options for all of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we call the next speaker, just to give you all a situational awareness, we will go through speaker number 66 before taking a short 30-minute break and then resuming after that 30-minute break with speaker number 67. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Gail Almonds, followed by Richard Epstein and Ronald Girk.
Good morning. My name is Gail Ammons. I am a lifelong resident of Arlington. My parents lived in the same house for their entire married lives, and I live in my grandmother's house. I am a product of generational wealth, and for that I am grateful. I'm somewhat embarrassed to tell you that I didn't know until fairly recently that my father was able to use the GI Bill to buy their house, nor did I know that Black veterans were not afforded that assistance. I was aware, however, that on the street where I currently live, there was a covenant that prevented Jewish people from living there. I am a retired Arlington County teacher. I taught at Claremont and Campbell, the same program at 2 different schools. Our population was very diverse. Over the years, I met families from all over the world. They enriched my life, as did each one of their children. I know that the missing middle will not allow all these people to buy a home in Arlington, nor will it fix the racism that allowed the GI Bill exclusions and the exclusion of Jewish people. I do believe that passing the missing middle housing is a beginning step, and I encourage the board to take this step towards creating a diverse community where different kinds of people have a chance to have a home and to have something to pass on to their children. Mansions are not the only way to rebuild Arlington. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard Epstein, followed by Ronald Girk and Kermit Paulos.
Good morning. My name is Rick Epstein, and I live in Arlington Forest. For these zoning amendments to be perceived to be politically legitimate, they need to reflect a majority of the community determined through a neutral process, and to further be responsive to compelling community needs and goals. By these criteria, I and many other residents will not consider these amendments to be politically legitimate if imposed on our community. Why do I say this? From a process viewpoint, the upzoning of single-family neighborhoods has been the predetermined outcome from day one of a seriously flawed and biased public engagement process. Ironically, since the publishing of the Missing Middle Framework, arguably a majority of public engagement participants have actually opposed this plan. It is hardly representative to adopt this plan over the expressed objections of at least half of the participants in the county's own public engagement process. And from a policy viewpoint, this has been a solution in search of a compelling problem that it will actually solve, resulting in shifting goals and messaging. County staff no longer claim affordability and diversity as primary goals because this plan will create neither. Instead, we are now told that we need increased housing numbers and types, or enhanced housing options to accomplish attainability, even as we are already meeting our housing goals other than our urgent need for affordable housing, which this plan will not produce. Bottom line, there is neither a sufficiently broad-based community consensus nor compelling policy justifications for you to adopt these zoning amendments. If imposed from the top down, it will confirm to many that we do not have a representative political process and will be left with an angrily divided community. However, if you are unwilling to vote against these amendments, then adopt the narrowest, least dense of the proposed options, including deleting option 1A and adopting options 2E, 4A, 6A, 7A, but with fewer annual permits, and 11A. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ronald Girk, followed by Kermit Palos and Philip Vitale.
Arlington, a highly educated and well-resourced county, is considering only one option to provide more affordable housing, an option the county itself admits will, in fact, provide no affordable housing. Garbage in, garbage out. From the start, this board has been set on passing the missing middle housing plan. No other options were considered. The county refused to conduct impact analysis on schools, environment, and infrastructure. County surveys made expressing opposition difficult, if not impossible. Concern for citizens and civic associations have been ignored. Mr. Karatonis, you were vice president of a leading proponent group and only resigned that position after repeated citizen ethics complaints were made to the county attorney about your conflict of interest. Ms. Crystal, you recently rallied with proponents of missing middle, posing for cameras and pre-stating your vote outside this building weeks before this public hearing, denying us all due process. And as Mr. Dorsey and other board members promised the community at the beginning, and I quote, "This study is not going to lead to across-the-board rezoning of single-family zoning. It will not eliminate single-family zoning," but here we are. And that is exactly what has happened. Vote against this garbage. This plan and the process has been disrespectful to the community you purport to represent. Have the courage to make the right decision and go back to the drawing board.
Next speaker is Kermit Palos, followed by Philip Vitale and Elizabeth Snyder.
My name is Kermit Paulus, and I'm speaking against missing middle. If a tree falls in a forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? That has been my experience with this project. We speak, but no one hears. We make sounds, but no one listens. 0 votes and unanimous decisions mean 0 listeners. Responses from the county rank with "let them eat cake" for being clueless. I live in Arlington Forest, and I fear many trees will be felled in Arlington Forest. This thing started with missing middle, but it was always a solution looking for a problem, the cart before the horse, more marketing than substance. And as the stated goals were exposed to scrutiny, these goals were discredited and discarded until even the name became too much of an embarrassment. It is now known as expanded housing options. Let's call it what it is, urban renewal. More like Godzilla. I believe I have got a graphic, yeah, okay. Created by well-funded, well-organized, relentless campaign, fed by the counties. Can you hear me? Okay. Created by well-funded, well-organized, a relentless campaign, and fed by the county's voracious appetite for increased tax revenue, maintained by anonymous corporate absentee landlords with no ties to the community. Godzilla, stomping around Arlington, destroying homes and trees, destroying neighborhoods, consuming communities. And like any successful predator, Godzilla will select and attack the most vulnerable prey first. Make that clear. The most vulnerable communities will be the first to be destroyed by missing middle. First, do no harm. Send this back to the planning. If you do release Godzilla, choose the least damage and the least harm to our communities. Flexibility must be constrained by guardrails. Thank you.
Next speaker is Philip Vitale, followed by Elizabeth Snyder and Jackie Cobero.
At most of these hearings, folks speaking against this proposal, like myself, have prefaced our remarks by stating that we have lived in Arlington for 20 or 30 or 40 years. Another way of stating this is that we lived in Arlington for 20 or 30 or 40 years, and over those years, we have voted for and passed virtually every school bond, virtually every parks bond, and virtually every capital improvements bond, and have made Arlington what it is today, as have folks on the other side of this issue. My point is that Arlingtonians are a generous people, and instead of tapping into that generosity to find a way to help our first responders and our teachers to afford housing in Arlington, or increase support for low-income housing, you have instead gone down this path of pitting well-meaning Arlingtonians on both sides of this issue against each other on a plan that you've been told numerous times by knowledgeable individuals will not work. If you pass this proposal today, the group against it will be disappointed, and will only be a matter of time before the people for it will be disappointed, as it becomes clear that all you have accomplished is putting the future development of Arlington County in the hands of developers. We end up with investor-owned, expensive 1- and 2-bedroom apartments and streets filled with parked cars and overflowing traffic.
61.
Okay, the folks joining us remotely, please be sure to turn your video off and mute your microphones until you're recognized to speak. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Snyder, followed by Jackie Cubero and Dana Girk. Elizabeth Snyder. Okay, Jackie Cubero.
Hello, my name is Jackie Cubero. I've lived in Arlington for over 50 years. I live in Penrose. I love Arlington. I am really opposed to this idea because it is sending the wrong message. It's not that I don't want more people here, that's fine. I said, but you're not thinking about the infrastructure. You're not thinking about the schools. You're looking at one piece of the pie. You're not looking at the whole thing. I work in Arlington County schools. I know how overcrowded our schools are. My son graduated from Wakefield in 2015. It was open 2013. 2015, we were already at capacity. Our schools right now, some think that we have classes that are 12 to 18 people. Yes, we do have those in special ed. Most of our classes are like 28 to 30 kids, okay? Where we can hardly put in any seats for the kids to be there. So if you have this supposed thing, which is nothing more than a heyday for the developers, because pricing is not going to go down. It's not going to go down. And you're just really misinforming these people thinking that it's going to happen. We live in an area where you've got Amazon, you have high tech. That's just not going to happen here. And I really am upset about the fact that you're not thinking about our infrastructure. You're not thinking about the parking. You're just not thinking any of that. So I really oppose, again, not against the missing middle. I'm just saying, think. If you really want to do something, then you might need to come up with an idea of more like Fairlington, where it's a planned community, okay? I'm just thinking that the tasteless stuff that developers have been putting out with these boxes, it's just sad. Anyway, again, thank you very much. Definitely opposed.
Next is Dana Girk, followed by Samuel Leone, and then Sarah Munson.
Good morning. My name is Dana Girk, and I am the so-called missing middle. I live in an apartment near Ballston, but EHO will not help me because I will not be able to afford any of the new EHO units that are built. I am proud to have worked for civil rights and other social causes. That's why I am offended the county has allowed a few special interest groups to hijack this housing conversation. Many proponents seem to be from outside Arlington. It's abhorrent that social causes are being used as a cover for what this really is, developer windfalls. As an apartment resident, I have seen the county grant developers bonus density and many perks, but these don't result in new, diverse, or modest income neighbors. EHO will be no different. If you pass this terrible plan, your work will be just the beginning because you will be forced to deal with the impacts and problems you are creating. And where, may I ask, will the revenue come from? As a dedicated Democrat, I am greatly disappointed in your disregard of longstanding residents who have contributed so much to this community. A neighbor has a sign in her yard that says the Arlington way has gone astray. That could not ring any more true. In future elections, I will be voting for sensible candidates who oppose EHO, missing middle, or whatever the name is today. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Samuel Leon and then Sarah Munson.
Good morning, board members. My name is Sam Leone and I live in Clarendon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I've come to urge you to support the most ambitious of the missing middle housing options under consideration. By right sixplexes in all residential zoning districts with no development caps. The research is clear that this common sense reform would have three enormous benefits. It would make our community more affordable, more prosperous, and more sustainable. First, increasing housing supply helps to decrease rental prices. If we force the number of units to stay fixed, then newcomers will compete with existing residents, bid up prices, and drive people from their homes. But if we let the number of units grow, then we can prevent this dynamic and ensure affordability. Multiple rigorous studies show that new housing developments can lower nearby rents by up to 7% and displacement by up to 17%. Second, more housing boosts the economy. Folks from around the world would love to move to Arlington, and by making housing more affordable, we make it easier for them to do so. That's good for the movers themselves, for their new employers, for local businesses and workers who get more customers, and for the county's tax revenues. Third, dense infill housing is a tool in the fight against climate change because, among other things, it gives people access to public transit. President Obama once said, quote, "We can work together to break down rules that stand in the way of building new housing and that keep families from moving to growing dynamic cities." By embracing missing middle housing, that's exactly what you'd be doing. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll call Sarah Munson before we take our break.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Munson. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. A resident of Arlington for 49 years, I'm privileged to live and own and live a 4-bedroom, single-family home purchased in 1974 that's appreciated significantly in value. At the time of purchase, my husband was the only wage earner. Today, ownership of such a home would likely require 2 wage earners. Housing, particularly for persons of middle to low incomes, is becoming scarcer as well as more expensive. Add to the cost factor a history of residential zoning that has excluded people of color and specifically Black home buyers, it becomes clear to me that Arlington must address not only housing scarcity, but the diversity of housing size that will address the needs of a variety of incomes. This is not affordable housing, but available housing in a range of prices. Historically, exclusionary zoning has prevented Black families from accumulating generational wealth that home ownership helps to secure. As a child living in the Jim Crow era South, I lived in an all-white post-war neighborhood of brick homes on 1-acre lots. Next door, in the all-Black neighborhood I traversed to the bus I took to school, were included all wood frame, modest homes built close together. The comfort difference was not lost on me then or now. Please consider historical inequities.
And thank you all. Very much appreciate your partnership in conducting a very efficient public hearing thus far. We will take a break and return promptly at 12:30 and resume with speaker number 67. Thank you all. Back, everyone. We are ready to resume with our public testimony. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next few speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Grant Mansager, followed by Aaron Frias-Smith and Melanie Barton. Grant?
Hello.
Hello. You
can
go
begin.
ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Grant Monsager, and I'm speaking in support of the most expansive of the missing middle housing options. I'll keep my comments short. I appreciate board members and staff spending this and many other weekends and weeknights discussing and listening to constituents on this issue. A special shout out to your families, those at home who I'm sure would prefer to have you spend time with them rather than on this. And I echo the comments that many other supporters have made regarding the most expansive of the missing middle options. I just want to say that I hope that this effort is one of many towards making Arlington a home for our teachers, our nurses, firefighters, civil servants, and others on whose labor we rely every day. Increasingly, Arlington is turning into an aristocratic island with the haves live here supported by commuting have-nots. It's not healthy for our community, our region, or the planet, but it needs not be that way. We can and choose a different vision, and I hope that we move forward to doing that. Thank you very much. Again, I am supporting the most expansive options for missing middle, and that's all.
Our next speaker is Aaron Frias-Smith, followed by Melanie Barton and Fazia Dean.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Erin Frias-Smith. I grew up in the Barkoff neighborhood and in Falls Church and now live in Cherrydale. I'm speaking today to strongly support the full missing middle proposal in its most expansive form. You've heard many arguments in favor of this, and I echo their support. From my neighbors and on community forums, I've heard so many arguments against missing middle, but they almost exclusively rely upon what people feel and what they fear. Yes, APS schools are overcrowded in some areas, and it feels like zoning changes will cause further overcrowding, but it will not. Projections state that the most expansive missing middle proposal will add just 40 students. Yes, covering 80% of lots with massive homes causes stormwater issues, and it feels like allowing more diverse housing will exacerbate this. But the reality is that missing middle housing adds diversity of housing, but will not increase lot coverage. Stormwater should be addressed, but not by opposing missing middle. Change can be uncomfortable, but the impacts of our housing shortage have already irreparably changed our neighborhoods. Stifling or restricting the missing middle proposal will only succeed in further shifting our neighborhoods away from missing class affordability. It's time to not trust our guts, but trust the experts. And housing experts overwhelmingly support the end to single-family only zoning to alleviate housing shortages. And Arlington's not alone. Let us look to Oregon, California, Maine, individual cities and counties around the country, such as Charlottesville, Minneapolis, Montgomery County. We will not be the first, and we are able to learn from examples of those who have shifted before. I want to thank you, our board members and Arlington County staff, for following through on this bold zoning change, recognizing it's just.
You've gone on mute, Ms. Smith, Ms. Frias-Smith.
Thank you. It's an important step in moving to finally address Arlington's racially divisive past. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melanie Barton, followed by Phasia Dean and Lauren Orsini.
Hi, I'm Melanie Barton. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to say I understand that there's a great need for more housing and more affordable housing, so I appreciate that the county board is working on this. But I do have a couple of concerns I wanted to share, and that is, one is I'm wondering what the county is going to do to counteract any attempt by investors to come along and buy up this missing middle housing that is particularly in the more larger multi-housing units, and then turn around and charge high rents. This is a national trend, and I could see it happening in Arlington. So I want to know what the county board is planning to do to prevent that from happening. And secondly, one of the reasons I've heard for the missing middle housing is to help teachers, firefighters, healthcare workers, and other public servant folks to be able to afford to live in Arlington. And I just would like to know what the county is doing to make sure that these houses will be affordable to those kinds of people. And that may require a special program. Lastly, I live in a neighborhood where there's huge numbers of these huge mega mansions being built, and I'm really sad about the fact that the county allowed these 35-foot or whatever it is height houses. I think they're an abomination, and I just really hope that the county will change some of the zoning rules so that we don't have these just gigantic, way out of proportion houses being built in our neighborhoods. It's terrible for the trees, the wildlife.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Phasia Dean, followed by Lauren Orsini and Joseph DeBoer. Phasia Dean. Lauren Orsini. Can they hear you back there? Yes. Lauren Orsini. Joseph DeBoer. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Joseph DeBoer.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph DeBoer from the Maywood Historic District of Arlington. I'm the product of the Naval Submarine Service and served 4 years on the Arlington County Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board. At 15 square miles, Arlington County is the smallest county in the U.S. With a population of 122,000. Arlington County is four times more dense than the neighboring Fairfax County. With regard to, pardon me?
If we can pause Mr. DeBoer's time for a moment, could all of our folks joining us via Microsoft Teams please take yourself off video and keep yourselves muted until you're recognized to speak, please? Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr.
It's okay. With regard to social justice, in 1959, Arlington became the first county in Virginia to desegregate the public school system. Discrimination by race, creed, color, and religion is not legal anywhere in Arlington public schools or in housing. With regard to single-family housing, Arlington County, with 15 square miles, has limitations. It turns out that 11% of Arlington County is dedicated to roads and cars and parking lots. And then you've got Arlington Cemetery, the Pentagon, and so forth. So that leaves us with about 8 square miles for single-family homes. In summary, Arlington County is doing a pretty respectable job with regard to zoning and social justice issues. My recommendation is to vote no to missing housing because I don't perceive that there is a missing middle problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Clark Abbott, followed by Ruth Shearer and David Phillips. Clark Abbott.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. My name is Clark Abbott, and I've been a resident of Arlington since August. I'm here in support of Missing Middle today. I volunteer at a local food bank managed by a man who can't afford to live in Arlington. When people come in to get food, he knows them by name and helps them get what they need, including many families and people with small children. But when we hang during breaks, He describes how his commute to Arlington is 2 hours long, including an hour's walk to the bus station. By pricing out members of our community, we are excluding people who work in Arlington but can't afford to live here, creating a whole class of people who care about what happens in Arlington but don't have a say in it. We need Missing Middle so he can have the same commute to work that I do. As for me, I moved to Arlington because it was close to work. There were lots of younger people who also did the same. There's lots of expensive housing for single people looking to live in an urban area. People like me who have the freedom to choose where to live will choose to live elsewhere when we want to upgrade from apartments. Arlington needs to focus on retaining our current residents instead of relying on a constantly churning group of people moving in and out of the county. We need Missing Middle so I don't have to leave Arlington when I need to move to a larger place to support my family. Thank y'all.
Next speaker is Ruth Shearer, followed by David Phillips and John Obenberger. You're muted. Your mic, I don't believe your mic is working.
Ms. Shearer, you may need to log out and then try logging in again, and then we can return back to you once we've proceeded with a few more speakers. Thank you.
There you go. David Phillips, followed by John Obenberger and John Acton.
Good afternoon. My name's David Phillips. My family came to Ashton Heights 15 years ago, exchanging our row house for a detached home. This is the type of home that the majority of the US population is living in, and it is not controversial. Since the arrival of the metro nearly 50 years ago, Arlington has been transformed from a village to a commercial and cultural center. House prices have risen tenfold, way above the rate of inflation, even with a major increase in supply through thousands of new apartments. It's now among the most expensive places to live in the US. All types of housing are expensive. To buy a new Missing Middle home, most lower-income families could only afford efficiencies or one-bedroom units with hardly space to play or park. This is unreasonable as well as unaffordable. If we cannot meet an objective of housing lower-income families, then all we are looking at now seems to be infill housing for those who can afford it. This is not equitable and is not inclusive, and it may increase renting and not owning. Infill construction could also be complicated and slow and not a way to solve an urgent housing crisis. Unplanned infill housing may well face problems with small sizes of units, overcrowding of lots, lack of space to park and play, pressure on utilities, crowding of narrow streets, etc., etc. These potential problems have not been seriously evaluated. Nobody really knows what is going to happen. If infill housing development respected our existing home environment, then we could support it, but there are too many unknowns. This is a major change with likely irreversible impacts. We must have a trial period before we allow by-right infill development. I urge the board to forget politics and initiate a pilot project designed to provide real evidence. That is the only responsible way. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to try Ruth Shearer again.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, very
Yes,
low.
we can.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ruth Shearer, and I'm a 25-year resident of Arlington County. I moved here and remain here because Arlington is simply a great place to live. The location, the walkability and safety of our communities, the schools, and the commitment to the protection of our environment make Arlington incredibly attractive for every demographic of the population. We thrive because the residents and civic associations are invested and committed to planning for the Arlington of our future. The residents of Arlington want a future that embraces diversity, inclusion, and equality, including housing. We want a comprehensive housing strategy that incorporates affordability and diversity, environmental conservation, access to public transportation and services, and pathways to home ownership. A comprehensive housing strategy requires clear and measurable goals, appropriate analysis of risks and consequences, and is data-driven. It also must include community engagement. The board's proposed plan has none of these imperatives. I ask each board member, why are you rushing this? Why have you intentionally avoided the appropriate community engagement that this plan warrants? Why are you omitting the critical analysis of the potential consequences and impacts to our tree canopy, stormwater management, traffic, parking, etc.? The proposed plan is simply not credible because it is not fact-based and violates basic principles of urban and community planning. We deserve a comprehensive housing plan with clearly stated objectives, achievable and measurable goals, and community buy-in. This plan must include leveraging the various housing assistance programs that already exist. We can do this the right way. There's no easy button, but we can achieve an Arlington that we're all proud of. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple of people who are now on. They were having some tech problems, so we'll go back to Elizabeth Snyder.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Greetings to the Arlington County Board. There are many reasons not to make this radical change. You've heard many people speak on the topics, and it will turn Arlington into a place that many of the long-term residents like myself will no longer feel at home. It's kind of ironic since the long-term residents are the ones that built the community that so many want to flock to now. I noticed that the name of this movement keeps changing. Maybe it's because you don't have a term to describe a change that will simply allow developers to command the change of the landscape and permanently just make Arlington into an overcrowded chaos. Arlington is already the second most densely populated area in Virginia, number 11 in the U.S. Why make it more closely to places like New York City, San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C.? Arlington has been charming for the way it is. Why do you want to destroy all of that? There are already opportunities for people to live in denser areas of Arlington. With a quick glance of Zillow, there are more than double the amount of multi-units for sale and or rent than the single families, more than double. The folks that come here and say that they want more neighbors can easily move to one of those locations and free up the single family housing for folks who want to live in tree-lined, lovely neighborhoods that Arlington is known for. Yes, I live in Westover. It is a mix of single family duplexes and apartments, but that's not what I wish for my single family neighborhood neighbors. Anyone that wants to go to Swanson's school event, Westover Ball Field, or shopping center, they need to sometimes park blocks away. Please hold off on this until you do more studies. It is not going to help your goals. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Lauren Orsini, who I believe is with us now. You are muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you for returning to me. I'm speaking to you while watching my two small children, age 0 and 3. Even though I'm a busy parent, I made time to share my story with you because I feel very strongly about this issue. I've lived in Arlington for almost my entire adult life. After renting here for 10 years, my husband and I bought our missing middle home in Pentagon City in 2018. 5 years later, it would be a financial hardship for us if we were to attempt to purchase this same home today. And now that we have 2 kids, we're quickly learning that if we want to upgrade, we will most likely need to move out of Arlington. If we're pushed out of Arlington, that means that everything that my family has to offer in the future, from our income, our taxes, to our patronage of local businesses, and most importantly, our participation in the community, is all going to go somewhere else. My children won't remember their time in Arlington either. Financial, practical, emotional, these are all costs that Arlington is paying by turning itself into an investment instead of a community. I didn't move to Arlington to watch a number go up on my home value. I moved here because I wanted to build a life here. For me, and now for my children too. As things are, we can't. That's why I'm encouraging the board to support the most expansive missing middle option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Turn to John Obenberger.
Hi, 30-year resident of Arlington County. Worked at city, regional, state, federal government on all levels involving zoning and public government. Object to countywide changes in zoning without the appropriate analysis. Everybody will tell you across the country, you don't do countywide zoning without the appropriate analysis. You've already got the ability to go neighborhood by neighborhood, corridor by corridor, to look at when and where it's appropriate to make changes in zoning. If you do pass anything, I would suggest 3 units at the maximum on 8,000 feet or larger lots. No parking allowed in the front yard between the house and the front yard setback. No reduction in parking for any proximity to transit. There's no justification for that. No research that's done that says X distance will reduce in less vehicle ownership per property. And nobody's riding transit. Transit's gone down even pre-pandemic from 46,000 trips per day to 39,000 in 2019. And people in the demographics that are going to live in these neighborhoods don't ride transit on an everyday basis. Also, Virginia State Law 503.21 Fire Prevention Code requires unobstructed with streets of less than 20 feet. 70% of Arlington County streets are less than 20% of less than 20 feet. 5% of all 911 calls are for medical emergencies. Every minute of a delay in emergency response increases the death rate 2% and 7% of cost of medical rehabilitation and care. So more parking on our streets impacts people's lives and their health.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Acton, followed by John Vivallo and Josh Rontal.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. I'm a long-term resident of North Arlington. I own a single-family house. I've been here 33 years. I'm a senior citizen, and I am strongly in favor of missing middle and without any restrictions, as expansive as you can get it. Thank you very, very much for your hard work and for the hard work of the staff, by the way. I'm very impressed. My 3 points are simply that there is a housing shortage, and we need to remedy that. The housing is way too expensive, and we need to try and figure out a way to make it more affordable. I know that missing middle is not the silver bullet. I would like my kids to be able to live in Arlington when they grow up, and right now there's not much chance of that unless they live in my house when I kick the bucket. And finally, I do believe that missing middle will help climate change, and I would like to pursue that. Anyway, thank you very much, and that's all I had.
Next speaker is John Vivallo, followed by Rosh Rontal and Ann Olschneider.
You press the button. It's always on, so you don't need to press anything.
John Vivallo. I'm a 22-year resident of the county, currently living in Penrose. First, let me thank you for your service to our county. I appreciate your dedication in helping create this thriving community. And that's what we're here about. This thriving community is a community that has kind of outgrown our space. We have more people that want to be here than we can accommodate right now. And this is a wonderfully fascinating problem for us to have. People want to be here. People want to be able to live here with their families, all stages of family life. And not too many places in this country, I think, can relate to that. There's not a lot of places for us to look at for examples of how to make this work. Like many other issues this county has grappled with, we're going to have to come up with our own solutions to these problems. And I think a key reason that this community thrives is because people engage, as demonstrated by the turnout at these meetings. A solution is being proposed to address the housing challenges, and the community is not settled on this. Are the current proposed changes the best solutions? Maybe, maybe not. The proposals are being challenged loudly, though, and to me, that demonstrates that some further consideration is required. I'm here to ask that you put this to the voters and allow the community to provide the insight needed to make an informed decision on the way forward. When this county votes, good things happen. Let's give everyone in the community the opportunity to be heard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josh Rontel, followed by Ann Olmschneider and Sabrina Dent.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Josh Rontel, and I support the missing middle proposal. I live in a duplex in South Arlington with my husband, Chris, and our dog, Waffles. We bought our duplex 2 years ago after renting in various places across the area for almost 15 years. I love our neighborhood and the community we now call home. I love that we have a park nearby for Waffles and enough space in our duplex to ultimately grow our family. We are fortunate to have been able to afford this life, saving enough to buy a place of our own in our mid-30s. But our duplex cannot be built in most of Arlington. Houses like mine are far and few between, making the neighborhood I love unattainable for most. I support the most expansive missing middle proposal because I want more families to be able to stay and buy in Arlington. And with that most expansive version, allowing greater options than our duplex, hopefully the next generation won't have to wait until their mid-30s to buy like Chris and I did. Many of our friends weren't willing to put their lives on hold to wait and buy, so they left Arlington and moved to far-flung suburbs. Our duplex was attainable for Chris and I, but it wasn't for many of our friends. Arlington needs more housing options beyond duplexes like ours, so people like my friends can stay and build their lives here. Chris and I are Arlingtonians for the long haul, and as the years go by, I can't wait to see how our community grows and changes.
Thank you.
And become.
Your time has expired.
Oh, no, he had more time.
Oh, I apologize.
No worries. I can't wait to see how our community grows and changes and becomes even stronger as we welcome more young families made possible because of Missing Middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Olmschneider, followed by Sabrina Dent and Kathleen Harrison. Ann Olmschneider. Okay. Sabrina Dent. We are on speaker number 81. After Sabrina Dent is Kathleen Harrison and Lisa Kaplowitz.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina Dent, and I stand here in support of the Missing Middle in its most expansive form. I am a single mother of a beautiful Black son, and we've been residents of South Arlington for 7.5 years. We moved here in 2015 at the beginning of my doctoral studies and 1 week prior to my son entering into the 2nd grade. At the time, I didn't know what our future would hold in this area because I was more concerned about my education and career. However, the gift of being at Oak Ridge and Gunston was that my son met great friends, which meant that I inherited friends and the parents and educators who come from diverse racial and religious and ethnic backgrounds who became part of our community of care. Some of who had to move because they couldn't afford to stay. In August, as my son entered high school, I started to consider a new set of questions. Where do I plant my roots as we think about the next phases of our life? That is, when he graduates, when he goes to college, where would he return? As the current housing market stands in this county, even as a nonprofit executive with a doctorate, I would not be able to afford to buy a home because, quite frankly, the housing structure is not financially sustainable. So what does that mean for lower income families? Housing is a human right. Addressing the missing middle crisis is not a radical idea, it's a justice issue. I really want Arlington County to think about this question. How have we lived up to our deeper commitment to diversity and racial equity to be fully inclusive that is reflected in public policies? We must end exclusionary zoning and open low-density residential neighborhoods for more types of housing like sixplexes that are more attainable for families families of all backgrounds to build generational wealth. Thank you for your moral courage in addressing this issue.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Harrison, followed by Lisa Kaplowitz and Joan Port.
Hello. My name is Kathleen Harrison. I'm a longtime resident, homeowner, and landlord. I'm not a YIMBY nor a NIMBY. I was brought up biculturally with common sense, logic, and compromise. Let me give you my bottom line up front. I propose a compromise of duplexes under 10,000 square foot lots, 4 and 6 plexes for 10,000 square foot lots, and a permit limit of under 50 permits annually. ADUs have been incorporated successfully because they did not seek to change the single-family neighborhoods to density areas where neighbors are unknown. I've lived in several Arlington neighborhoods. Each one has come together to keep disabled and aging neighbors in their home through various means. Don't break that fabric by forcing density where it doesn't serve the neighborhood and long-term residents that continue to need our assistance. The infrastructure issues need to be addressed and action taken for tree canopy, stormwater, schools, and more. The parking issue. A car-free family living is a lofty goal, but does not represent the majority of Arlingtonians. The near metro neighborhoods will be unjustly inundated with a parking nightmare. Narrow streets don't support the 4-6-plex parking in lots under 10,000 square feet. In the national areas that have adopted EHO, my proposal has been the implemented one successfully. Arlington has always been expensive and will continue to be. The current EHO proposal will not change this. There have been racially discrimination housings in the past, but the current EHO proposal will not change this. Please seriously give consideration to my compromise proposal of duplex under 10,000 square feet and 4-6-plex over 10,000 square feet with a permit limit under 50 annually. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Lisa Kaplowitz, followed by Joan Port and Jennifer Huckabone.
Hi, I'm Lisa Kaplowitz. I'm here to support the original missing middle proposal allowing up to 8 units per lot. This is the right thing to do to increase affordable housing options, allow home ownership to more community members of color, and reverse the history of segregationist housing policy in Arlington. And I want to address a claim by some that the zoning will hurt the elderly. Quite the contrary, it will provide more options to older folks like me who want to downsize, live in affordable housing, and stay or come to Arlington. A year ago, I needed to sell our 2-story house because I couldn't walk for 6 months and move into a 1-level housing option. We wanted to live near our kids in Arlington and take advantage of all that Arlington has to offer. I would have loved the option of living in a 4, 6, or 8-plex facility and even taking care of the yard. I didn't really want to live in a high-rise, but there are a few options in Arlington. There are a few small houses available. They are not affordable. The very large homes replacing Arlington's small homes could easily have been multiplex housing on the same lot. The era of small Arlington homes is rapidly disappearing. Let's use the space to allow more people to live in Arlington and take advantage of living in this area. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joan Port, followed by Jennifer Huckabone and Cindy Casher. Joan Port? Not yet, not yet. No, not yet, sorry. Joan Port? Jennifer Huckabone?
Thank you for this opportunity to share a little bit about myself and why voting for the missing middle plan and including 6-plexes without restrictions is imperative. I do not see a future for myself in Arlington where I can purchase a home. I am a 38-year-old single woman who has lived and worked in Arlington for the last 15 years. I currently live in a duplex, which is part of Missing Middle, that I've rented for the past 12 years. I have chosen Arlington as my community and want to stay here and contribute for as long as possible. I do not have a partner to share the financial burden of a home ownership that currently exists in Arlington County. Thus, I'm unable to achieve the financial stability that comes along with home ownership, despite a well-paying job and renting for the past 12 years. Voting yes for Missing Middle Plan, including sixplexes without restrictions, is a way to offer home ownership to me and people like me. I should be able to purchase a home in a community I love and support and have spent so much time in already. Voting yes for Missing Middle plans, including sixplexes without restrictions, is a way for Arlington to fill its obligation to its community, to the people that live and work here, that support its industry and keep it clean and safe. If we want to truly build a community here, we should start by building a plan and a path to home ownership that is actually achievable for all people. Voting yes for Missing Middle Plan and including sixplexes without restrictions is the only option. Thank you so much for your time. And Kendra, thank you so much for the hard work you're doing. This is a lot of people. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Cindy Casher, followed by Catherine Scruggs and Emily Alban.
Hello. How are you? Nice to see you. My name is Cindy Catcher. I own a business and a home in Arlington County, and I fully support any and all initiatives for more affordable housing in Arlington to increase diversity and opportunity. I stand here to represent what opportunity minus generational wealth can lead into. I'm living proof. I grew up in rural Michigan outside a two-stoplight town. My parents took a mortgage for a home costing just over $4,000 when I was 3 years old. I'm a first-generation college in my family on both my mother and father's side. It's an understatement to say that I've benefited greatly from mentors, merit scholarships, and grants that allowed me the higher education that's ultimately brought me here today. From my lower economic beginnings, I intimately know what economic disparity looks like, and that hard work alone is not all that it takes. It's been distressing and embarrassing to see the negative yellow signage through Arlington County, including in my Dover Crystal neighborhood, that would have rejected the younger me. I support measures to allow others with or without generational wealth to succeed. Living within proximity to work is one key. I'm proud to voice my support for more affordable housing in Arlington County. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Scruggs, followed by Emily Alban and George Strauss. And we are on speaker number 87. Catherine Scruggs.
Yes.
All right.
Our family bought our home in Arlington in 1975. At that time, Arlington seemed to be largely a middle-class county. There were lots of police, fire, and school employees in our neighborhood. Not anymore. We no longer have the full range of incomes living in Arlington. It's unlikely that any public employee, local or federal, can afford to be a homeowner here. As a retired educator with the Arlington Public Schools, I valued living here and learning about local challenges and changes for the parents of my students and for our community. In particular, the need for housing that is attainable for all APS employees has kept me involved for decades. Finally, we're getting close to meaningful progress. Arlington developed racially and economically segregated since the 1930s. It was shocking to learn that our home, like many, carried a restrictive covenant preventing sale to non-whites. Although unenforceable, one readily sees the legacy of that thinking and the effects of single-family home exclusionary zoning. It's been more than 7 years since the board adopted the Affordable Housing Master Plan, which stated a range of housing options should be available throughout the county, affordable to persons of all income levels and needs. Let's get on with it. Vote for the least restrictive zoning change. Thank you.
Alrighty, speaker number 88. We are at speaker number 88, Emily Albin, followed by George Straubs and Catherine O'Connor.
Hi. Like many people, I have vivid memories of house hunting, even though it was nearly 14 years ago. My husband and I still talk about the ones that got away because we were outbid, and how we saw the listing for our current townhouse the very first day it was on the market, dropped all our other plans to see it immediately, put in an offer right away. We felt lucky when we succeeded and became homeowners. We're both attorneys. You don't have to take my word for it. The Washington Post has now recorded that fact for posterity. But we were still priced out of a lot of the housing market in Arlington, which just shows how unaffordable it was even then, and it's much worse now. The current housing market simply isn't consistent with a diverse, sustainable, inclusive community. Expanding housing options is an important and overdue step towards this vision. Not only is Arlington's current restrictive zoning a relic of persistent and appalling injustice which I know that this community wants to find ways to address, but decades of limited options has created relentless upward pressure on prices. Although I am disappointed that the option for 8plexes is now off the table, I urge the county board to adopt the most expansive remaining version, 6plexes by right, using the same building standards as for single-family structures with no cap on permits. A 6plex on an appropriate lot means 6 units in a price range affordable to middle-income Arlingtonians, instead of only a single home selling for $2 million or more. We need more housing to limit price pressure. We need more housing here to limit the suburban sprawl that results in more pollution and destruction of natural areas. And we need it now. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. When I realized that this was the final public hearing, I also realized I couldn't let it pass without making my voice heard, even from this random hotel room. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Straubs, followed by Catherine O'Connor and Mabel Gabig.
Yeah, hi, I'm George Straubs. I immigrated into the US 35 years ago, a land of freedom, freedom of choice. I've enjoyed living in Arlington County. It's a diverse community right now with a large variety of facilities, parks, entertainment venues, and housing options from single home to rental and a lot in between. Arlington's sudden and untested missing middle initiative with a right to build will change the look of Arlington drastically. Missing middle, coupled with the money motive and housing demand from highly paid Amazon workers and workers also in Washington, D.C., will result in Arlington changing from a multi-dimensional community as it is now to a bland sleeper community for workers who work outside Arlington. The increased up to 6-fold density in areas currently occupied by single homes will vastly increase pressure on community schools, emergency service, support services, roads and parking, which are already creaking. Housing affordability is touted as a major reason for missing middle. However, anyone who's been looking at what's happening in Green Valley, for instance, a very diverse community, can see that these new mega townhomes will not be inexpensive. The only clear winners from missing middle will be developers and landlords. Arlington will become a place without the freedom of choice for people like me, in which I would not like to live. Thank you.
Next is Catherine O'Connor, followed by Mabel Gabig and Lindley Mansilla.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conversation. I vote every year, but this is really the first time I've felt compelled to participate more fully in Arlington's civic process. My husband and I own a townhome in South Arlington. We previously rented an apartment in a Virginia Square 8plex, and we enthusiastically support the expanded housing options proposed by the Missing Middle. We love living in Arlington and hope to be here for many years to come, just like many of the other speakers here today. When we started looking at buying a home here, we shortly realized that standalone single-family houses were far out of our budget, and that even small starter homes were being snapped up for redevelopment into much larger single-family homes, many of which nearly match the size of our Virginia Square eightplex. Many speakers have mentioned concerns about property developers, the environment, and the tree canopy. And my response is that property developers have already changed the character of Arlington neighborhoods by building McMansions and bigger homes and pricing out not only young couples like us, but Arlingtonians from many different backgrounds. As my husband and I think about starting a family, we want to raise our future children in a community that is diverse, walkable, and affordable, and we urge the board to adopt the most expansion options for housing policy. Thank you.
Okay, Mabel Gabig, followed by Lindley Mencilla, and Esther Simon.
Thank you. My name is Mabel Gabig. I was born in Bolivia, came here at 13, graduated as a nurse. I speak to you today as a mother of a young child starting kindergarten next year. My husband and I, as a newly married couple, decided to start a family here in Arlington. Because of the school districts, the services in Arlington that has to provide for families. We currently live in Arlington Forest, and we love the small community feel, the diversity of this community and its affordability. I am so concerned and disappointed with the county and how they handle this. The constant changes from saying that this would create affordable middle housing to creating different types of homes and units for the county. I, in the last couple months, have been visiting schools to see where my son could potentially be attending school. And I can tell you from personal experience that these schools are already overcrowded, and most of them have trailers on the property. I think that the board is naive to think that the increase of students will be minimal and that the system will be able to afford and support the increase of students. I am so confused as where they're getting these numbers from. The changes being made here will have an effect on children attending school here for a lifetime. Just think about that for a minute. I don't understand the rush to pass this without truly making an informed decision on the impact to the existing community or without plans to increase infrastructure. I hear a lot about people saying that they want to live here in Arlington and how great the community is here and how they want to raise their children. But the changes being made here will change the community and change Arlington from Arlington. I am the example of diversity, and I would support expansion, absolutely, increase in population. However, this is not the way to do it. You, the county, have made this division in the community, and it's your responsibility to make it right and take the time to examine all the possible impacts on the community. I've been a really long time Democrat, and this is really making me reconsider my stand.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lindley Mencilla, followed by Esther Simon and Mehul Vora.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lindley Mencilla, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the club amendments and zoning changes to achieve the goals of expanded housing options. I believe the most expansive options provide the best opportunity to meet the EHO goals. My family immigrated in Arlington when I was a toddler. As renters, we moved around. I went to kindergarten to a school once known as Patrick Henry. I finished out my elementary school years at Randolph Elementary. Despite modest economic means, my family and I thrived in Arlington. We found support, community, and amenities that made a long-lasting impression. As adolescents, my parents moved away to purchase their first home. I knew then I would strive to find my way back to Arlington. As a young professional, I looked for smart rental housing near transit to return to Arlington. As a young couple, my partner and I applied and received Arlington's MyPEP loan to help purchase a small duplex in the welcoming neighborhood of Arlington Mill. Benefiting from increased home values, a decade later, we sold our well-loved duplex below market value to a young mom and son. We took the proceeds to purchase a 3-bedroom townhouse in the neighborhood I once called home as a toddler, Douglas Park. I'm raising 2 young daughters, and my wish for them and for others is to have these opportunities to call Arlington home. I believe EHO is one step in realizing that goal, and I thank you, County Board members and staff, for your service to the community.
Our next speaker is Esther Simon, followed by Mehul Vora and Ruth Gordon.
Good evening. As a young girl growing up in the suburbs of Detroit, I was captivated by the glamorous lives of the young woman in Gossip Girl. I knew from a young age that I wanted to pursue a career in a thriving metropolitan and make a name for myself. Despite facing numerous obstacles along the way, I remained steadfast in my determination to achieve my dreams. After years of hard work and determination, I finally landed my dream job in the same city as my boyfriend. We both found well-paying jobs and settled into a community we truly felt like it was home. However, our joy was short-lived when we realized that the exorbitant rent prices in the area were becoming increasingly unaffordable. Despite our best efforts, we were struggling to save for a future home, let alone build generational wealth. As a child of immigrant parents who came to this country in pursuit of the American dream, I refused to let my dreams be crushed by a lack of affordable housing. I know that I am not alone in this struggle, as families across America face similar challenges. It's time for change. I'm here today to encourage the board to support 2A and the most expansive options on the RTA plan to increase housing supply as much as possible. By increasing the availability of affordable housing, we can create more opportunities for families and individuals to achieve financial stability and success. This will not only benefit individuals, but also our communities and our economy as a whole. Let's work together to make the American dream a reality for all of us. Let's build a community where everyone has the opportunity to succeed and thrive. Thank you.
Mehul Vora, followed by Ruth Gordon and Christine Davenport.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mehul Vora, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I speak only on my behalf. I live in the Yorktown neighborhood with my family. My children attend APS, and my spouse works in Arlington. In fact, we met in Arlington 20 years ago, so our earliest memories of this lovely county are rooted in love. Today, we love our diverse neighbors, our amazing schools, go Archers, go Wolves, the expansive camp programs my children utilize, the beautiful community centers. I work out at Lubber Run Community Center, and so many other facets of this county that reflect longstanding prudent stewardship and investment in our abundant resources. The EHO proposal continues this tradition by providing Arlington homeowners the opportunity to participate in the investment of additional housing supply. I don't believe EHO will solve Arlington or the region's affordability challenges. However, I strongly support a market-based approach that for our homeowners that to voluntarily participate in this one way, simple way to house more residents, particularly as just one strategy in the county's broad portfolio of housing solutions. Also, I appreciate the many avenues afforded to citizens to engage in this discussion. I had not been a very active citizen in the county over the last few decades, but through Open Door Mondays, I was able to speak to Mr. Dorsey. Through the Politics Hour on Kojo Namdi, I was able to ask Mr. Karantonis questions. From numerous online surveys with staff to endless Nextdoor threads, I've had many opportunities. I've met Mrs. Crystal and Mr. DeFerranti at various civic events. I'm not leaving Mrs. Garvey out intentionally. Our paths just have not crossed yet. But it sometimes feels like EHO has been the only topic in Arlington for some time. As a North Arlington homeowner, I choose to use and acknowledge my privilege to offer you my support for this proposal, and I look forward to working with you on other topics.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Gordon, followed by Christine Davenport and Linda Moody. We are on speaker number 95, Ruth Gordon. Okay. Number 96, Christine Davenport. Ready? Linda Moody. Number 97.
Hello, my name is Linda Moody, and I'd like to share with you some of the values I appreciate in a community that I believe the Missing Middle program will promote, especially in its most expansive version. I like to see diversity of all kinds in the neighbors around me. I didn't have it growing up. So when I moved to the DC area, it was like moving from black and white movies to Technicolor, and I love it. I want it to continue. I believe it's a form of capital that this community has that preserves what we value, that keeps us vital, that will keep us sustainable for the future. I like to see diversity in the businesses around me. I prefer locally owned restaurants and businesses, and I think they have a hard time competing with the national chains that are comparatively soulless if their employees can't find affordable housing, if perhaps the business owner himself or herself can't find affordable housing. It's not a level playing field. So it's no accident, no coincidence that the Chamber of Commerce and I are on the same side of this issue. Most important, I want to be part of a community that I can be proud of because it faces past wrongs and does the hard work of trying to right them. I'm proud that Arlington changed the name of the high school that's now Washington Liberty. I'm proud that it changed the name of the highway that's now Langston Boulevard. I think it's good for all of us that those are no longer Confederate memorials, but exclusive zoning rules are a Confederate memorial too. They were created in the early 20th century, around the same time that metal and stone monuments were being erected. They convey exactly the same explicitly racist intentions and sentiments. They've done harm, they continue to do harm. We should be no more.
Your time has elapsed.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Ellis, followed by Paul Donaldson and Monique Bala. Mark Ellis.
Good afternoon. I'm encouraging you in your opposition to the so-called Arlington Missing Middle Initiative. The current Planning Commission recommendation to you represents the most expansive missing middle options. It does so even though Arlington County has not conducted analyses or studies on the impacts of missing middle initiative will have relative to traffic and parking, neighborhood streets and minor arterials, public schools, loss of existing tree canopy, water distribution and sanitary sewer systems, stormwater management systems and flood risk, existing electrical grid, or first due coverage area for fire EMS response times. The Arlington County Board needs these and other facts before it can make a decision on this missing middle initiative. Do not put the cart before the horse. Supporting the Missing Middle Initiative will break trust with residents who have lived in Arlington's single-family residential areas just because of their single-family residential character. They made their largest single financial investment in these homes. Their lifestyle choice will be irrevocably undermined should missing middle zoning changes be implemented through no decision or action of their own. Don't change the rules of the game without knowing the facts. Otherwise, it will be an unmitigated disaster. Thank you.
Next is Paul Donaldson, followed by Monique Bala and Bernadette Brennan. Excuse me. Paul Donaldson is speaker number 99.
In the late 1980s, my family and I moved to Arlington, starting out in a condo, moved to a small two-bedroom house in South Arlington, later moving to a larger home in North Arlington. My children have attended Arlington schools from kindergarten through graduation, and my grandson currently attends Thomas Jefferson Middle School. I turned half of my basement into a one-bedroom apartment, which for many years I've rented to a military officer. What we need is a smart growth housing strategy that incorporates affordability, diversity, environmental stewardship, proximity to transportation, access to public services, pathways to home ownership. We need to go back to what Arlington is known for, comprehensive planning. Our country needs smart housing plan that clearly states measurable goals, that details a roadmap for achieving those goals. The county also needs to refresh and leverage many of the housing assistance programs it already has in its toolbox. It needs to promote open and honest dialogue that allows all sides to work together to meet shared goals of affordability and equity. and the missing middle does not achieve those goals. The citizens of Arlington will decide in the next election the direction they want Arlington to go, and that'll be learned by all of us at that time. Thank you.
Speaker number 100, Monique Bala, followed by Bernadette Brennan and Susan Lang.
Good afternoon. After years of frustration, watching the Clarendon area become more and more congested and overdeveloped and losing its unique character, seeing property values and real estate taxes increase to astronomical levels and push people out of their homes, seeing horrifying plans to bring Amazon into an already overdeveloped and densified Arlington while pushing out people of color, I'm sad to say that I lost complete and total confidence in the Arlington County Board with the destruction of the February Lothrop House without proper historical review. Even with my total loss of confidence in you as a board, I'm still shocked by the missing middle plan. To me, it's so obvious that this plan is going to worsen the quality of life in Arlington, raise property values even higher, push more people out, make housing even more out of reach for most people, and fundamentally change the character of Arlington. Yet, to my eyes, you're clinging to this plan so strenuously, in spite of all of the flaws that have been painstakingly pointed out to you, and the fierce opposition that you continue to be met with. Why? Why are you pursuing your own agenda rather than being guided by the wishes of the people of Arlington? Why are you clinging to this plan? I've puzzled over this, and I believe that the sunk cost fallacy is at work here. I think that because so much time and money have already been put into this flawed plan, that there's a fear of abandoning it, even though that's clearly the right thing to do. Please have the courage to free yourselves from this sunk cost fallacy and abandon this disastrous plan. Nothing can bring back the resources that have already been wasted, but future pain and damage can still be prevented. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bernadette Brennan, followed by Susan Lang and Margaret McGilvray.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your service. Thank you for being here today. I am Bernadette Brennan of Arlington County. I and my fellow Arlingtonians ask the board to retain single-family housing zones and to reject the middle market proposal. Accordingly, the board is duty-bound by code to reject the proposal. This is not a discretionary decision. Section 15.2-1200 of the Code of Virginia authorizes the board to adopt measures to secure and promote the general welfare of, quote, its inhabitants, end quote. The middle market plan is detrimental to the welfare of current inhabitants. By law, let me back up. It's detrimental to current inhabitants. The board is not authorized to act against its current inhabitants in favor of some would-be, could-be, might-be inhabitants of some imaginary future. By law, the board must act in the interests of current inhabitants of the county. The board's own website reflects this duty when it states that it is the responsibility of each member of the board to respond to constituent concerns. Your constituents, county inhabitants, have consistently and repeatedly told you we want to retain single-family housing zones in Arlington County, and we reject the middle market plan. We ask you to act in our behalf and to reject the middle market plan in the favor of your constituents and the current inhabitants of Arlington County. Thank you, sir. I've got it, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Appreciate it.
problem.
I'm sorry for that disruption. A reminder again for everyone who is joining us virtually, until you are recognized, please keep yourself with your video off and your microphone muted. Thank you.
Next is Susan Lang, followed by Margaret McGilvray and David Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. I'm Sue Lang,
and I have lived in Ballston for over 15 years. I support the missing middle expanding housing options with the most flexibility. I'm confident the county administrators overseeing the implementation of the missing middle housing will have the authority, with board approval, to make any adjustments if needed to ensure the long-term success of this project. As a former project manager, getting a project of this size completely right from start to finish never happened. But with learning taking place from the start, most problems incurred in the first or second year can be addressed and remedied. In subsequent years, the goals can be attained. I believe affordable housing and pleasant neighborhoods go hand in hand for a more equitable, inclusive, and diverse population where all Arlingtonians can thrive and flourish. I urge the board to pass this plan. Thank you.
Speaker number 103 is Margaret McGilvray, followed by David Gonzalez, followed by Mitchell Fagan.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret McGilvray, and I have been a homeowner in North Arlington for 24 years and am a member of the Housing Commission. I support the inclusionary zoning and diverse options at the core of missing middle and encourage the county board to allow as much flexibility as possible. I have worked in affordable housing and on housing plans nationally for 30 years. I am a parent of APS graduates, married to an APS employee, and sensitive to our already strained school system. I've reviewed the staff's research thoroughly and listened to many Arlingtonian voices, and think if the naysayers fully read the information, they would understand that providing smaller but more appropriate housing for the middle class rather than McMansions for the wealthy is good for our community, children, and the future of the Arlington we moved here to be a part of. There is no panacea for housing affordability and diversity, but missing middle is a start, and it's time to quit debating and move forward. I've watched the families of my son's first-generation immigrant hardworking friends forced to move to Alexandria or Chantilly just to be able to afford their housing. Wouldn't we rather keep these dedicated, talented, and diverse families from which my family has benefited enormously here in Arlington? People come to Arlington because of the diversity coupled with great schools and safe neighborhoods and a welcoming community. For those concerned that missing middle will change the essence of their neighborhood, it is already happening. Multiplexes that don't take up more space, require any more parking, or remove any more trees than single-family McMansions owned by community-committed, hardworking neighbors sound better to me than a McMansion on my block filled with 6 renters and their 6 cars. Yes, this is development uncontrolled, but it is already as single-family.
Thank you. Your time has elapsed. Our next speaker is David Gonzalez, followed by Mitchell Fagan and Katrina Schultz.
Good afternoon. My name is David Jimenez. I am an architect, and I have been living here in Arlington for the past 8 years. I have practiced architecture and urban design for the past 23, and I strongly support the missing middle house plan. As an architect, I see a city as a canvas painted by the spirit of the community at a certain point of time that reflects the society, its values, its economy, and philosophy. But the needs of today are different than those that we had in the past. Our values and principles have changed. Our problems, population, and technology have changed. On this canvas, you can read different urban development styles, shapes, and functions that were painted by different generations and were the reflection of that time. What we build today will be the past for future generations and will leave a mark that will show how a community faced the challenge to build a sustainable city, solving many problems that are critical today. A sustainable city, inclusion, affordability, and are enough reasons to make this change. Imagine a city created by our community where nature is always present, a city built with respect of the past, allowing single-family homes to exist, but also allowing new opportunities of urban development that solve the housing and affordability crisis in Arlington. Remember, keeping trees are not the only thing that makes a city green and sustainable. Allowing moderate density creates a place where the spread to the suburban areas is controlled. Therefore, the use of cars is reduced. People who use public transit will spend more time at home than in public transportation. Local businesses will thrive with more people moving the local economy. Taxes, revenue, new construction, new infrastructure will make the city evolve. I encourage the county board to approve the most expansive version of EHO development with no caps. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mitchell Fagan, followed by Katrina Schultz and Dina Ackerman.
Thank you. I'm an Arlington resident and a homeowner, and I'm speaking in support of the missing middle proposal, and particularly in support of the most expansive options. My only criticism of these proposals is that I wish they went much further. I'd like to provide my personal perspective because I'm not completely sure anyone else here will speak from this angle today. I moved to Arlington for a job in DC in 2019. My wife and I moved to a luxury high-rise with all the amenities. We bought our first home here in 2021. It's a newer construction townhouse, the exact type of home that Missing Middle seeks to allow in more of the land throughout the county. We could have bought a detached home, but chose this townhouse because we believed it provided the best value for our family's needs. We liked that we could get a newer, higher quality and larger home by having a townhouse. But I have to confess, we're higher income. If our townhouse didn't exist, we would have bought another house, even if that would have meant a detached single-family house. We would not and could not have been priced out because we are so financially blessed. If the county hadn't allowed our townhouse to have been built, we would still have been Arlington homeowners in a different house. And then that other house would not have been available for someone else to buy, and so on, moving down the chain until eventually someone, likely someone far less financially blessed than we are, would have been pushed out. The wealthier residents are not going to be priced out. We're just going to move on to the next home that's available and buy or rent that. If you don't allow new construction, higher income people like me will buy or rent whatever is available, and that will mean fewer homes available for everyone else. The market will adjust to restrict the supply by raising the prices. That's how markets work. You can't keep rich people out, you just keep everyone else out. I don't want to live in a community in which only the rich can afford to live, and middle and working class people are priced out or forced to have long 2-hour commutes. I want to live in a community where everyone can afford to live, even if they aren't rich. And that's what the Missing Middle proposal is about. And I hope you take a first step towards making that possible. Thank you.
Next speaker is Katrina Schultz, followed by Dina Ackerman and John Ossink.
Hi, thanks for everyone for their hard work that you've put into the proposal and the considerations that you've had. I've lived in Arlington for 23 years now.
Ms. Schultz, if you can just pause, and Ms. Jacobs, if we can stop the clock for a moment. Folks who are joining us online, please ensure that your microphones are muted, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've lived in Arlington for 23 years now. Rented, we bought a condo, and then we were fortunate enough to buy a single-family home in Penrose. And we love Penrose. It's a quiet street. We love it. Everyone there. It's dense, and I love the walkability, and it's diverse. I also love that. I have 2 children in middle school as well. Now, there are pros and cons to the Missing Middle, the EHO proposal here. Arlington should and will likely become more dense. I'm totally fine with that. That said, nothing about this proposal is affordable, and I want to make that very clear. It's simply adding density. We're adding density without any infrastructure. My children have been enrolled in crowded schools their whole lives. There have been problems with stormwater and flooding that has not been adequately addressed. And frankly, any units that are going to have 2 or less bedrooms, so quads, sixplexes, will likely be rentals and not be affordable for anyone trying to work their way up the real estate ladder like I did. We have so many rentals and smaller units already available. On my street, we have teeny tiny lots. I support a duplex on a 5,000 square foot lot, but anything more than that is going to be very difficult. My street has no space for additional parking, in addition to the trash and the recycling and the green bins that it would entail, and the excessive traffic. This proposal will not promote diversity, only help builders while punishing any families who are trying to buy the most affordable houses. I'm requesting the least expansive option. We can always increase density later if the program is effective. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dina Ackerman, followed by John Osink and Marcia Nordgren.
Hi, okay.
You need to protect their elections.
I hear other
Person
noises,
at,
so I'm not
excuse me,
starting.
Ms. Ackerman, you can pause for a moment. Whoever is at the
Okay.
phone number 561-891, please mute that line. Thank you.
Are you ready for me?
We are. Thank you. Thank you
Okay,
for your
hi.
patience.
Sure, no problem. Hi, I'm Dina Ackerman. I live in Ashton Heights. I'm a PhD economist with more than 20 years experience in public finance in the public sector. And my words reflect my training, experience, and good fortune to have lived in Arlington for 2 decades. I'm asking that the board reject all missing middle proposals on the table. Rebranding doesn't change the proposals. My point is simple. The goals of Arlington County and the goals of developers do not align. It is magical thinking to expect that removing restrictions on developers will lead them to choose the mix of housing that supporters and the county expect them to build. The board's goal, as it should be, is the long-term health of Arlington County. A developer's goal, quite simply, is to build or rebuild in a manner that maximizes profits over a reasonably short horizon within the law, given local market conditions. That's not the same. We know what developers will build in the absence of zoning restrictions because we know what they do right now. If middle or family-oriented housing were in their interest, they would be building it right now in the places where they have the opportunity to do so. For examples, if interests aligned, the Joyce Motors plans and the Green Valley Hotel plans would focus on 2- and 3-bedroom apartments suitable for families. Instead, these plans focus on luxury 1-bedrooms. This is not the housing the county needs, and it is not the housing supporters have talked about today. Sure, existing zoning laws are flawed and outdated, but they could be a tool to better align the interests of developers in the counties. Zoning laws will help us manage the infrastructure changes we need as we increase density. The board should look to sensible improvements to these laws instead of a wholesale repeal. I urge you to vote no to all proposals on the table. You won't get the housing you want. And if no doesn't work for you, can we please slow down? Consider revision, experimentation, pilots, and other measured approaches. Please take the most expansive options off the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Osink, followed by Marcia Nordgren and Joel Taubman.
Hello, my name is John Osink, and I've lived in Lyon Park for over 20 years. I apologize I can't turn my camera on. I simply have 2 requests. First, a neighbor I've never met who works for the Sierra Club stated publicly that the only thing your proposal endangers is Jim Crow. Please, YIMBY people, recognize that people like me support many of your goals, but are frustrated by your inability to provide evidence that this plan will advance them. All the evidence I've seen suggests your plan will fail. Your accusations of selfishness and racism have poisoned the well of goodwill in Arlington, and what you've endangered is civility. Second, county board members, you've heard many complaints about the lack of your due diligence in preparing for the traffic, parking, water, sewage, and educational infrastructure needs of the county if you go forward with your maximal plan. At least some of you acknowledge that you don't know if your plan will increase housing accessibility, and you've completely backtracked on the claim that it will increase affordability. Since it's clear from your public statements that you want to go forward with this, the only responsible approach is to start with a pilot program. Finally, you need to know that the vultures have already descended. Just yesterday, we learned that an investor bought a home a block away from us from an older woman at below assessed value, and will replace the home with 3 townhouses for $1.2 million apiece if your plan passes. This will be for investors. What we will see is that wealthy investors will build apartment-like complexes and then overcharge people who rent them, which blocks the path to home ownership. We ourselves have received at least 5 offers to buy our home in the past month from developers whom we have doubt have our best interests in mind. Start with a pilot program. That way you'll be able to stop the experiment if necessary and explore other options. Don't let Arlington become an investor-owned apartment community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Marcia Nordgren, followed by Joel Taubman and Collier Cook.
Good afternoon. I would like to address the county manager's 2019 report. My concern is that the county board has ignored the county manager's own statements and recommendations regarding missing middle. The county manager's report states that it's based specifically on the county's affordable housing master plan. We all agree that affordable housing must be a priority for this county. But instead of addressing affordable housing, the report addresses missing middle. I have to ask myself why the county suddenly abandoned its commitment to affordable housing. But putting that question aside, the report promises us that missing middle is not an across-the-board rezoning of all single-family areas, and that missing middle is not a process to eliminate single-family zoning. But nothing could be further from the truth. The missing middle proposal specifically involves extensive amendments to single-family zoning across Arlington County. But perhaps more importantly, the county manager's report recommends that numerous studies be conducted to assess the economic feasibility of new housing types, to analyze proximity to transit, to evaluate environmental impact, and to identify strategies to mitigate stormwater and tree loss. We now know that not one of these studies recommended by your own county manager, has ever been conducted. Studies that are prudent and reasonable in light of the drastic changes that are being proposed. So I ask you, county board members, why would you not follow your county manager's own advice and recommendations? Why would you not conduct these studies before you make a decision? Being responsible is proper governance. Being responsible is the Arlington way. Thank you very much.
Speaker number 110 is Joel Taubman, followed by Collier Cook and Laura Martin.
Thank you for your due diligence and engagement with the community throughout this process. My name is Joel Taubman, and I'm here to speak in favor of the most expansive and flexible version of the missing middle proposal. I was born and raised down the road in Fairfax. I got an engineering degree from UVA. I stood on the shoulders of my parents and grandparents who wanted me to have a better life. Yet after graduating, this child of Northern Virginia moved far away to somewhere with affordable housing. Having worked and saved for years, I was fortunate to return to this area for graduate school. But when I came to Arlington with my wife and first child, we were disheartened by the lack of housing options. At the first Arlington house we tried to rent for our growing family, that was the subject of a bidding war with at least a half dozen other interested young couples who, like me, would rather be putting money away into a starter home. We eventually found a modest house in Bluemont at a rental price eating away at our savings. Our second child was born in this house. We made it a home, despite a need for renovation. But even with all the blessings we received and all our hard work, Arlington simply does not have enough starter homes and modest residences. As you well know, these middle options are missing for all but the wealthiest. You can take a big step to change that. Now that I'm about to graduate, we will soon move to a place we can't afford, likely in a neighborhood with a long commute, built on a forest that was clear-cut for new development. But the rental house we leave behind and so many more will be redeveloped. House after house in Bluemont has already been redeveloped into McMansions. Change is the way of the world, whether through growth or decay. My question to you is, will you ensure that only mansions can be built? Or will my landlord and so many others have the option to make my house into a home for multiple families? Thank you.
Next speaker is Collier Cook, followed by Laura Martin and Daryl DePringer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Collier Cook, and I'm nearing a quarter century as a resident of Ballston, where I own my home. Not that it makes my views any better than someone who moved here just yesterday, but it has allowed me to bear direct witness to countless wonderful additions and improvements to Ballston and Arlington as a whole. But unfortunately, during that same time, I've seen far too many friends and colleagues have to move away from Arlington due to lack of housing opportunities when their needs changed. And that's Arlington's Achilles heel, our current housing situation. Whether intentional or not, we are unfortunately becoming an exclusive enclave. The EHO proposal in front of you will help, in part, address our critical housing needs. Since the options in front of you are modest, I urge you to select the most flexible and permissive options without caps. You know, over the years, I've had the opportunity to serve on many site plan review committees for new residential projects in the Ballston area. Some of those developments added more units in a single project than what would be added via EHO, and that's using the most optimistic projections, and it's spread all across the county. Now, I understand the fear of change. That's normal, but change is already occurring whether one wants it or not. So let's leverage the opportunity to expand the options available when change does occur, so that more Arlingtonians will be able to stay and raise a family and grow old here. And that's what makes Arlington truly special. It's people. Let's allow them to stay. Arlingtonians are great at meeting challenges head on and addressing them. The challenge in front of us right now is housing. Let's meet the challenge. Thank you.
Next speaker is Laura Martin, followed by Daryl DePringer and Bob Benson.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Laura Martin, and I serve as Associate Pastor at Rock Spring United Church of Christ and on the Executive Board of the Alliance for Housing Solutions. Our church has a hymn that we commissioned for our centennial anniversary that opens with these words: "When we loose the bonds of injustice, hope can rise from despair once more." I ask you to loose the bonds of injustice and vote for the broadest and most expansive version of expanded housing options with as few restrictions as possible on missing middle housing across Arlington. Our church is located in North Arlington, 22207. Our congregation used to include teachers who had bought their family homes in Arlington and lived 10 minutes from the church. Now we have members who live in Oakton, Centerville, Reston. One dual income couple married and wanted to start a family. They had to move all the way to Sterling to buy a condo and still commute back into DC to work. Our centennial hymn goes on to say, "We have heard the cry of the prophet and a charge we cannot ignore. We will end systemic injustice, which we find at our own front door. We have heard the call to let the missing middle become homeowners, to create more movement in the rental market and benefit renters also. We have heard the call to make a more just Arlington and end segregationist zoning." Our hymn closes with the lines, "We shall be a well-watered garden and our parched places be refreshed. Let us not miss this moment, this time to implement the fullest possible expression of expanded housing options so that Arlington's children's children can call us blessed." Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Daryl DePringer, followed by Bob Benson and Kip Malinowski.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daryl DePringer, and I'm a concerned Arlington citizen, and I'm here to speak out against the proposal in Agenda Item 33. There's been much testimony, not only today, but in the last few months, regarding the urging you to approach this with caution, with safeguards, and with consideration for all the facts. I ask the board to listen to that testimony. What is missing is trust, and that concerns me. And this is not just recently, this is over extended period of time, particularly surrounding this issue. This is an area where you can do some work. And that's what I'm asking the board to do. This is your job. This is your mission. This is your goal, I presume. So that's what I ask you today. In addition, specifically, I'm asking this board to say stop, to say no to this proposal, and to reconsider and send it back to its origins and start over. I think it's the only equitable thing to do for the system and for all the citizens. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bob Benson, followed by Kip
Malinowski.
Thank you. Followed by Anthony Spain.
Members of the County Board, my name is Bob Benson. I speak today in opposition to the proposed zoning ordinance changes in its current form. My wife and I have lived in Arlington since 1979 as renters and homeowners in both southern and northern parts of the county. We raised our family here. My wife was an Arlington public school teacher. I served on the Urban Forestry Commission. We have stayed here for over 43 years because we love the many things that make Arlington special and unique. Things like its manageable size, its sense of community in each neighborhood, its tree canopy, its ability to provide excellent county services that keep pace with citizen demands. We certainly have seen the county change for the better. We support smart growth in Arlington and the growing diversity of our population. As these essential changes have occurred, we've seen past county boards take steps to protect the essential hometown nature of Arlington and its precious natural assets. But now, with the prospect of multi-unit structures being constructed on small lots, units that still will be unaffordable to middle-class folks, we are concerned that our beloved county will exceed its carrying capacity. With too many cars choking neighborhood streets, too many children for neighborhood schools to handle, too much green space lost at a time when Arlington's tree canopy is in major decline. In our view, the case has still not been made that the plan will achieve its stated goals. It doesn't fully address viable alternative strategies to affordable housing. As longtime Arlington residents, we do not want to see our hometown turned into just another overdeveloped urban area. No one here is arguing against affordable housing. But let's have a more thorough consideration of alternative housing options to ensure without a doubt that Arlington will take the best path forward.
Our next speaker is speaker number 115, Kip Malinowski. I say it real fast. No, Anthony
Good afternoon. I'm Kip Malinowski. I'm a 17-year Arlington renter and a first-year homeowner now in Douglas Park, and I proudly support the missing middle zoning reform. I live in a neighborhood that is missing middle, and I highly recommend it. It's walkable, it's diverse, it's friendly. That should be everywhere. As a teacher, it took 17 years, a great partner, and a whole lot of luck to find a home. We have teachers coming from Maryland at my school. We have teachers coming from Stafford at my school. It shouldn't be this hard for teachers, for first responders, and for nurses to find a home in the community that they live and work in. We are at a critical choice right now. Are we going to make Arlington more affordable, more welcoming, more diverse, or more exclusive, more privileged, and more car-centric? Missing middle will expand opportunities for young, diverse people to own a home. We can't afford to make Arlington. We can't afford to make Arlington more affordable without increasing the supply of housing. Missing middle will allow us to do this. Missing middle will help us address the climate crisis by making our neighborhoods more walkable. It will allow our small businesses to thrive. It will make our streets more walkable, and so forth. So I love living in Arlington, but the ability to live here should not depend on an exorbitant income, generational wealth, or luck. So I do strongly consider that, I would urge you to strongly consider creating a more just, a more diverse, sustainable Arlington. We know missing middle is not going to solve all these problems. We know it's not going to end the housing crisis or the climate crisis, but it will make things much better. It is a step in the right direction, and I urge you to vote for the most expansive form of missing middle. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Spain, followed by David Brugler, followed by Case Bashar.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Anthony Spain, and I'm here to speak in favor of the most expansive option for missing middle. My fiance, son, and I are residents of Lyon Park. We are very fortunate to live in such a vibrant, diverse community with fantastic services, both in our schools that we have and mental health services as well. However, I fear without the added housing inventory that missing middle will bring, we may not be able to continue to reside here. The merits of missing middle plan are irrefutable for young families like mine. If a developer tears down a rickety single-family home in Arlington these days, they commonly replace it with McMansions of 5 to 6 bedrooms that run from $1.8 million to $2.8 million and require at least over $400,000 in yearly income, according to the county. If the developer could instead opt for a 4-plex or a 6-plex, they could place on the market 4 units that would be much more affordable in the $700,000 range, each requiring a yearly income of $120,000. Those short-term benefits are a bargain for any municipality interested in equity and accessibility. And so is the long-term benefit. For me, having that additional housing inventory for families like mine opens up residing here for a long time in housing ownership. I really encourage the board to vote for the most expansive plan for missing middle, 2A. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Brugler, followed by Case Bashar, followed by Galen Ballman.
Hello, I'm David Burglar. I've been an Arlington resident for nearly 40 years. Throughout that time, the county has been known nationally for its smart growth and planning. Apparently, the county planners weren't smart enough. Our growth has not provided enough housing opportunities for our essential workers or produced the equity and diversity in our neighborhoods that is beneficial to us all. Unfortunately, the proposed missing middle plan is no smarter and, if anything, considerably dumber. Countywide upzoning will increase density and all its associated negatives, but as many economists and industry experts have noted, it will not increase the stock of affordable missing middle housing or produce the much welcome increase in diversity that would benefit our neighborhoods and residents. The current countywide haphazard proposal lacks all responsible smart planning by ignoring nearly all impacts on the environment, both tree canopy and impervious surface rainwater runoff, and its adverse effects on our streams, the Potomac River, and the Chesapeake Bay. It also ignores all other infrastructure considerations such as schools, congestion, utilities, transportation, parking, and all of the related fiscal consequences. A yes vote for this proposal will do nothing to further the expanded housing options goals or right the wrongs of the past. Therefore, I implore the county board to take the responsible action and vote no on this amendment and come back with a comprehensive, smart plan with measurable goals that will provide attainable and equitable smart housing for the missing middle and all of Arlington's residents. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Case Bashar, followed by Galen Ballman and Tamor Barber. Case.
Hi, my name is Case Bouchard. I have been a resident of Arlington County in Roslyn for 8.5 years. First of all, thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak. I am supporting the missing middle plan, the most expensive version with no caps. I moved here 8.5 years ago for graduate school. I thought it was going to be a temporary stay, but I ended up staying a very long time. I love it here. It's a great place to live. There's great people. And one of the reasons I stayed is that a lot of my friends from graduate school were my neighbors. We were able to spend a lot of time together. However, over the years, I've seen more and more of them leave. The primary reason for this is because simply it's not affordable if you want to buy a house. A lot of them want to start families. They want to move up, and it's very difficult to do so currently. I have a master's degree in public policy. That doesn't make me an expert, but I do know that the current missing middle plan will not be a magic wand. It won't fix everything instantly. It's going to take a lot of time, but it's an important first step, one that can move forward and can help Arlington County grow and develop. And I would like to stay. I'm a renter currently, but and I hope that I'm not driven out over time as things continue to become less and less affordable. So thank you for considering this, and I hope that you adopt a proposal with no caps.
Next is Galen Bowman, followed by Tamor Barber and Nikopos Makovnik.
Chairman Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, honorable members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a fourth-generation Arlingtonian. I graduated from HB Woodlawn back when Ray Anderson was still its principal, and it was a formative experience in my life, participating in this community, belonging to this community. My family fought really hard early when they were, just getting started as parents. They brought me home to a little tiny apartment. I slept in the closet of the apartment. I mean, I was a baby, but at a little. And Arlington was difficult to afford back then in the 80s. So we moved out to Reston, and they really wanted us in the school system here and worked really hard. Both my parents had jobs. My mom drove a school bus before she got her real estate license. And my grandmother grew up in Buckingham in the 30s, and she still lives at 91 years old in the house that she and her husband built in Forest Glen, which, by the way, somebody has somehow mysteriously renamed the neighborhood. I don't know, the sign still says Forest Glen. I do social justice policy work, mostly at the federal level, some at the state, and nonprofit work is incredibly rewarding, just not financially. It's very difficult for people like me who grew up in this community to remain in this community. And I know that if my parents had to do it again today, I'm sure they couldn't do it. The street behind me in Westover, the houses are owned by partners at corporate firms and a very charming nighttime news anchor. So I'd encourage you all to center this conversation around equal access to opportunity. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Tamor Barber, followed by Nikopos Makovnik and David Ditch.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamor Barber, and I'm...
Sorry. You hit the button.
Sorry.
There you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamor Barber, and I'm a resident of Alexandria, and my father owns a business in Arlington. I am in support of the proposal due to the easing of price pressures and the more flexible housing that will result from it. The housing reform that will result from the proposal will be an important step in creating a better and brighter Arlington for all, especially as Arlington continues to see economic and population growth. However, my main point today is the impact which missing middle will have not only in Arlington, but across the Northern Virginia area. As someone who has a perspective both outside and inside Arlington, the proposal will create needed momentum in the push for affordable housing in the region, as well as cement Arlington County as the leader in the push for housing reform in the Northern Virginia area. Throughout Northern Virginia, many are fearful of proposals like missing middle, but the success of the proposal would inspire other counties to follow in the footsteps of Arlington. As a hub for economic opportunity in Virginia, Arlington taking the first step in reforming longstanding inequity in housing would be a rare opportunity to enact significant change in a region dominated by single-family homes. So I urge the members of the county board to pass the most expansive missing middle proposal, and by doing so, you will not only be helping address Arlington's housing crisis, but you will also be laying the foundation for a more equitable and sustainable Northern Virginia. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nikopos Makovnik, followed by David Ditch and Sarah Florence. Nikopos. David Ditch.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
I live close to the East Falls Church Metro stop. I've lived here for 11 and a half years, and I've watched as the neighborhoods surrounding the Metro station have had the older brick houses torn down and replaced by enormous single-family houses that will almost certainly be there for the next 30 to 50 years. This is a location with a tremendous amount of value in public infrastructure. You've got the metro station, you've got 4 Mile Run that connects to the pedestrian bridge, you've got 29, you've got Washington Boulevard, you've got 66. It's a very short drive down to the Seven Corners shopping area. You've got the new playground at Benjamin Banneker Park. This is an area that is designed for more people. We make those investments for a lot more people. The areas northeast, southeast, and southwest of the East Falls Church Metro Station ought to be zoned to include missing middle housing, but they're all single-family housing. The longer we wait, the more that these lots are redeveloped with massive single-family houses, the more we're losing out. And this is a situation that we see all across the DMV area. It's part of why it's nearly impossible for young families to move here and live here. And we need this area to have more housing stock to bring housing prices down. I hope you will consider and support missing middle housing. Thank you.
Okay, Speaker 123 is Sarah Florence, followed by Andrew Baird, and followed by Neil Corin.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Florence. I've been proud to call myself an Arlingtonian my whole life. I'm now a new homeowner in Arlington's Douglas Park neighborhood, a position I consider myself extraordinarily lucky to be in. I grew up in North Arlington and have watched this county grow and diversify a lot over my life. Yet it's remarkable how, despite our growth, some neighborhoods haven't changed at all. My mom's neighborhood near Nottingham remains the same in over 3 decades of change because Arlington's exclusionary zoning policies have pushed the brunt of our county's growth onto neighborhoods that are already crowded. These practices intend to crowd out Black and brown families from the rest of Arlington, not just price them out. As a result, the neighborhoods zoned for single-family homes haven't really had to bear the brunt of our growth and that we all benefit from. That should change. The arguments we see today against missing middle are the same arguments that have been used for decades to keep exclusionary housing policies in place. Everything from delay tactics, unsupported claims that new policies won't completely fix the problem, and the insinuation that having a place to park our cars matters more than the people who work hard to be able to live in Arlington yet can't afford to buy a home here. A home isn't just a house, it's the stability it affords for families, including the assurance that you won't be priced out of your neighborhood by rising rents, which perhaps requires you to uproot your family and change your kids' school. These arguments mostly boil down to the same thing. I'm for change and affordable housing, but not if it affects me. What is a fact is that Arlington will continue to grow regardless of whether some want it to. We live right outside the nation's capital. The change is non-negotiable, but how we adapt to that growth is. As others have mentioned, our current housing policies have been in place for over a century. If we don't vote to change it now, when will we? This policy has been 4 years in the making, and we don't need more time to consider it. Let's do it now so we can begin and only begin to undo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Andrew Baird, followed by Neil Corin and Farhad Fatakia. Thank you.
Greetings today. My first point is directed at the previous speaker's point, that missing middle is being undertaken by Arlington as one of the inner area jurisdictions around Washington, D.C., and nowhere else. It's possible that Arlington will become ground zero for many unintended consequences for missing middle. That's why I do not certainly support the maximal process for missing middle. There's other elements to our program that kind of worry me, that single-family zoning is something that has existed in Arlington for quite a long time. Missing middle, if you look at it from a long-term perspective, we'll do away with single-family zoning eventually because of the economics. I think we need to put more emphasis on affordable housing, development along our corridors, and conversion of office to residential, which is happening now because the pandemic has left offices open, and we have some room there. Anyway, thank you very much.
Neil Corin, Farhad Fatakia, and James Chorbuck.
First, thank you to the tremendous county staff for the 3+ years of providing many forums of engagement on this topic. My family is a basketball family. My wife's an Arlington coach, and our toddler has spent more time in Washington Liberty Gym than almost anyone. As such, March Madness is an unofficial family holiday for us, and today is a really big deal to switch off any game to join this county board meeting. While UVA and Purdue fans might disagree this weekend,
Mr. Kern, we're going to give you your time if you could hold on for just a second. Could the person who is identified, thank you for muting yourself. And please, as a reminder to everyone joining us virtually, please take care to look to see that your microphones are muted and that your video is off until you are recognized to speak. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Curran, you may resume.
Thank you. While UVA and Purdue fans might disagree this weekend, the heart of what makes March Madness so amazing is the inclusion of so many teams. Common fans will always remember UMBC upsetting UVA for George Mason's remarkable Final Four run. But the tournament has not always been this way. 50 years ago, it doubled from 16 to 32 teams. 38 years ago, it doubled again. In 2001 and 2011, it added 1 and then 3 more teams respectively. Each time, pundits predicted the demise and weakening. Instead, it has flourished. Today's missing middle proposal is not nearly as drastic as doubling available housing. It's the equivalent of letting in a few more households, going from 64 to 68 teams. Sometimes those additions will be wealthy power players. Sometimes those will be scrappy families from places you've never heard of. All those people make our community stronger. The current proposal has flaws, and in my mind, we're not going far enough. That said, like everyone's brackets, we're not going to find perfection. To quote the legendary John Wooden, failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be. While my comments today may be playful, the outcomes are much more than a game. Real change is necessary, and I look forward to seeing that take place with the broadest adoption of missing middle. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Farhad Fatakia, followed by James Chorbuck and Andrew Rude.
You may begin. Attorney, you need to press the button again. There we go.
My name is Farhad Uspi Fatakia. My great-great-grandfather saved Mahatma Gandhi and helped found the Phoenix Press by funding it. This is well-documented fact. My great-aunt is Freni Ginwala, the late Freni Ginwala, former Speaker of the House of South Africa and former apartheid freedom fighter, the right hand of Nelson Mandela. We moved here 2 years ago from Eckington in Northeast. Condos were $850,000 to $950,000 in Eckington in Northeast DC when we moved. We started a family. We purchased here in Arlington, and it's happening all over again. I am probably the kind of minority, Zoroastrian. There's about 190,000 of me left in the whole world. I'm just about the rarest of rare minorities there is. I'm probably the kind of minority that you're looking for. Moving into this area, hardworking, well-educated. I got a JD MBA from Northwestern and industrial engineering from there. And I am appalled by what I am seeing. You'd think I was a huge fan of your missing middle proposal. I am not. It's just more of the same of what I've seen in Northeast DC. My job right now is that of a criminal prosecutor. I look at financial crimes, and this is what I see going on right here. I see and smell something very familiar. Big money getting mixed into politics is all I see happening right now in Arlington County. It is so clear that developers are the biggest winners of this missing middle plan. And it is so clear that if you persist with it, that you are simply aiding and abetting their agenda. It makes no sense to be increasing the number of residents here dramatically when you have schools that are above capacity and you have done barely any research into mitigating the
you.
circumstances.
Our
Thank
next-
you.
Your time has expired. Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is James Cherbuck, followed by Andrew Rude and Brian Flattery.
Thank you, the members of the board. My wife and I have been Arlington residents for 25 years, raising children along the way on 2 incomes. And like others, we have worked very hard to be here. You have in front of you a proposal that offers a sea change in zoning with no durable definition of success. It's largely the same proposal each board member spoke about favorably 2 years ago. You've allowed a lot of open discussion, but like-minded seem to have your attention. And many of my neighbors who intensely dislike missing middle have asked me why even bother speaking when minds are so obviously made up. Upzoning is that you've seen in front of you is too often justified by a rolling series of justifications such as affordability that fall apart when confronted by the economic realities of market rate housing and the specific details of this proposal. Unless the county becomes a landlord, don't expect anything that's new in Arlington to be cheap. One of the problems with the proposal is not only is there a lack of measure of success, but also one of failure. And I think the board has an obligation to define both success and failure before deciding what to do. And you owe us that clear vision. Failure in an environment where there's sort of unconstrained density causes single-family homes turned into multiplexes. Then you see no trees, no parking, noise, crime, and trash, overcrowded schools, overburdened public services, and market housing that is still expensive and small. The proposal before you delivers only small rental units that are unlikely to be owned by a corporation, that are likely to be owned by a corporation and not individuals, given the cost of acquisition and new construction. These aren't condominiums. Don't expect to be able to buy individual units, and that won't solve many problems that people seem to think it will, but it will create problems that are simply too easy passed on to the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Rude, followed by Brian Flattery and Meredith Miller.
Okay, yeah. Never before in my 4 decades in Arlington have I seen residents as sharply divided as they are now and as angry with the county board. This stems largely from how the board has handled the proposed missing middle program. I believe the board has been disingenuous about its true intents regarding the program. It was initially said it would help the so-called missing middle, the teachers, firefighters, police officers, to purchase residential property in Arlington, and that there would be no changes to single-family residential zoning. None of these are true in the proposal currently before the board. When it became clear that the proposed program would have little impact on making home ownership more affordable for the targeted missing middle, it was rebranded as providing increased housing options. I do not believe Arlington currently lacks a variety of housing options. It was also said that the program would help address differences in family wealth between groups resulting from the historic legacy of restrictive zoning. The proposed program will do nothing to direct capital to those who have been historically deprived of it. Different tools are needed. Unfortunately, I have no doubt that the board will approve the program in some form. My only hope that it will be incorporate some of the options that minimize the further destruction of the social fabric of Arlington and minimize the risk of unintended negative consequences. However, this approval is unlikely to improve the affordability of housing to a significant degree and will come at the cost of a continued divided community, the loss of any credibility the county board may still retain, and the decline in what has made Arlington a good place to
Your time
live.
has expired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Flattery, followed by Meredith Miller and John Connolly.
Hello? Okay. Hi. I'm Brian Flaherty. I don't
own a home personally, so this is other things surrounding the living space here in Arlington. This is how all parts of Arlington are costly. $8, this is how much a commuter has to pay on I-66. It used to be just an easy decision just to hop on I-66 because it's free. It's our road. But somebody said, hey, let's charge people more for their road. So now you have to think of the cost of getting on I-66. Getting to work, half of your salary is this. Then gas costs almost $5 per gallon. If you live in Woodbridge or DC, I have had friends that have lived there. This is expensive. Living in affordable Arlington would reduce the cost of all this. Housing isn't affordable right now. This is why I support the changes and support Bisson Middle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Meredith Miller. John Connolly is not speaking. Then we'll go to 133, Andrew Stewart, and then Bucky Green. Right now is Meredith Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Miller. I'm an Arlington resident, and I'm also a member of Arlington Young Democrats. Last year, Arlington Young Democrats published a resolution supporting Missing Middle back when it was in the study phase. And to quote partially from that quote, whereas Missing Middle is not a teardown of existing residential housing, rather it serves as a blueprint for future sustainable development and growth in Arlington County, unquote. On a personal note, I was born and raised in Northern Virginia. I've lived in Arlington since 2017, first in a 4-plex in Buckingham with roommates, and now by myself in a 6-plex in Colonial Village. I make good money working for the federal government, and yet I still spend roughly 30% of my net income on rent. My friends and I, among others in our 20s and 30s, either can't afford the down payment on a house but could afford the monthly payment, or they could afford the monthly payment but don't have enough for the down payment. So either way, we can't afford to buy in Arlington. Homeownership is the traditional American way to generational wealth, and it's currently unattainable for many Arlingtonians. I love living here in Arlington. I don't want to live further out. I'm a product of my white privilege and generational wealth, and yet I worry not only for myself, but for others who don't look like me. To paraphrase Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, states are laboratories of democracy. I believe that also applies here to Arlington County. We have a unique opportunity here that should be seized upon. I want to remind everybody here that the board here is not just a governmental body, but fellow humans who are trying their best with what we have to make the community better for everyone. We have a unique opportunity here to love our neighbors and start to heal the scars of racism and exclusion. I would rather that the county tried and adjust as we go than to not try at all. And just because we are expanding the pie of housing through Missing Middle does not mean that opponents are getting a smaller piece. So I ask the board to support the most expansive form of Missing Middle. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 133, Andrew Stewart, followed by Bucky Green and Joseph Keys. Andrew Stewart.
Very much for the opportunity to speak. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry about that. Hey, I'd like to make it real simple. Second time speaking at the board here. I am in opposition to Missing Middle because I think it's going to backfire. I think it's a noble intention. I too have been impacted with affordability. I had to work 2 jobs. But that's what we do to make it work here. So I'm afraid that your solution is going to aggravate things and make things more expensive. I think that if you subdivide and make smaller units, that if you increase these kinds of properties, they're just going to go up into value. We in Arlington are a victim of our own success. Build it and they will come. We are a desirable place to live. We have $1 million dog parks. We have great schools. I think really we should turn our efforts into lowering taxes, I think we should build more infrastructure. I mean, right now, if you tear down one house and put up 6, what's that going to do to the sewage system there? So I think your plan is completely fatally flawed. I think what you're going to do is make the county more exclusive. To everybody who thinks that a socialist approach to this is going to work, it's just not, because what you're fundamentally doing is fighting economics. We live in a capitalist country, and until you change that, I totally agree with the other speakers that the county board is being a tool of the developers. So what I would like to do is support the climate change agenda by preserving green space. This is a tax bait and switch. Put this up to a county vote. Don't be a gang of 5. Give it back to the people. Let us vote on it. And in my final 8 seconds, I'd like to say I'm against it in case you haven't figured it out. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bucky Green, followed by Joseph Keys and Maria Biernick.
Hello, hope everybody is well today. I'm an Arlingtonian. I support with great trepidation the missing middle housing proposal as long as it comes with an annual cap for the 5-year period. I believe missing middle is a step forward, but is far from perfect. And Arlington County should give itself time to evaluate, correct, and improve this proposal over the 5 years. I support missing middle housing because the county, as just like every other jurisdiction, needs to help address housing affordability. Also, the proposal has improved significantly since it was first put out. And finally, and this is a terrible reason, but if Arlington allows McMansions in our neighborhoods, in my neighborhoods, I think I'd rather be helping somebody with missing middle housing than helping somebody build a McMansion. I support keeping the unit cap in the 5-year test because I have some lingering concerns. I believe the county has given many people false hope, selling the proposal for missing middle as a balm for all ills. It will make housing more affordable, but not for county workers, trade people, or people who have been hurt by redlining and our history of housing discrimination. The county should increase its subsidies, down payments for mortgages if it wants to address generational wealth transfer. So again, it's with trepidation. I think it's a good experiment, and we should give ourselves time to figure out if it's worked or we want to keep it.
Next is Joseph Keys, followed by Maria Biernick and Ann Felker.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for listening to the public input on this. I admire your stamina. My name is Joseph Keys. I came to Arlington first in 1967 as a young naval officer just returned from Vietnam. The following year, I was pleased to purchase a home in Arlington with my new bride. The saved up duty pay helped, but the house seemed enormously expensive anyway. We could have gotten more house for the money further out, but I wanted to live in Arlington close to my work at the Bureau of Naval Personnel. At the closing, I was chagrined to learn that the deed had a restrictive covenant. Though I was quickly reassured that it was unenforceable, I somehow felt complicit in an oppressive system. I was later to learn how comprehensive this system was, with banking redlining neighborhoods and federal policy for bank regulation and loan guarantees. This systematic racial segregation is also reinforced by zoning that restricted over 70% of the zoned land for housing to single-family dwellings, making housing unaffordable to many. In Arlington, zoning is an equity issue as well as a housing issue. Arlington needs more housing. We aren't making any more land. Reducing zoning restrictions will not in itself make housing affordable, but it promises to make more housing available at different price points, which logically makes it more accessible to more people. In Arlington, zoning is a housing issue as well as an equity issue. I want Arlington to do the right thing in housing and in equity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Biernick, followed by Ann Felker, followed by Josh Kaplowitz.
Good morning, or I'm sorry, good afternoon. My name is Maria Biernick. I've lived in Arlington for about 30 years, Penrose to be exact. I love this neighborhood. I am very much against the missing middle proposal because I don't think it's going to generate affordable housing at all. I think that the prices of the 3 to 6 plexes are only going to go up exponentially as we all have watched real estate in this area go up. I find it hard to imagine that the prices will be capped and, arms will be open wide to people who want to spend $2 or $3 or $4 or $500,000. I'm not an expert in this. I'm just a resident homeowner who loves Penrose, and I also look at the potential for, looking out my window and seeing a 3-plex or a 6-plex with all the people that would entail. It kind of blows my mind in that, I'm used to my neighbors on one side and the other and their families. And I think it appears to me like it's just jamming a bunch of people into a space that's truly not meant to be overextended. And I hope it doesn't go through, and I hope that the county goes back to the drawing board and comes up with a better solution. Thank you.
Next is Ann Felker, followed by Josh Kaplowitz and Nicholas Saunders.
My name is Ann Felker. My name is Ann.
Okay.
Ms. Felker, I think you've joined in twice, both via video and via phone. If you could get off of one of those, I think it might help.
Want to come back?
Come back to me.
Great. We hear you now, Ms. Felker.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm Ann Felker. 76 years ago, I moved with my family to Arlington. I grew up on the 600 block of North Irving Street, on a street that was absolutely a missing middle model. On the even side, there were 3 bungalows, a majestic church with a parking lot that was a playground except on Sundays. On the odd side, there was a final patch of Mr. McCarthy's farm and a 3-story apartment building with 10 to 12 units, including one on the terrace, hence handicap accessible. There were trees to climb, grass to mow, trash to burn, backyards to play in, Clarendon to walk to. For a few years, there was even a DC Transit bus route, an idyllic situation. As I live out my more yesterdays than tomorrows, to quote Bill Clinton, I'd like to think that situation could be recreated in this proposal. My neighborhood, Ashton Heights, was a business adventure, unplanned, except that it was intentionally inhabited by white people only. An abomination I was unaware of till much later in my life. I abhor that history. Last night, I was alerted to a statement by 3 current and former members of the Planning Commission, and their analysis supports my misgivings. Quoting Brian Harmer, Jane Siegel, and Leo Sarli, this current plan falls short on affordability, equity, environmental preservation, and neighborhood character. They propose 12 tweaks to the current plan that might build a better Back to the Future Arlington that feels like the 600 block of North Irving Street 76 years ago, with the addition of a socioeconomically and racially diverse set of folks to grow old together. And as the inevitable construction commences, whenever you get it right, remember that the process is really uncomfortable for the neighbors. With the changes, perhaps a new commission to mitigate the year-long plus impact on neighborhood construction sites would make life better. Arlington for everyone. Thank you.
Next is Josh Kaplowitz, followed by Nicholas Saunders and Will Duffield.
I've been a single-family homeowner in Arlington for
Excuse me,
almost
Mr.
13
Kaplowitz,
years.
you can stop. You can adjust the lectern. I'm actually hurting watching you bend over like that. So
Here we go. All right. Thank you. Members of the board, I've been a single-family homeowner in Arlington for almost 13 years, and I support the most expansive option for missing middle housing. While the fate of missing middle is in the hands of this board, what I really want to address is everyone in Arlington who accepts that we're in a climate crisis, but opposes missing middle housing. To ensure a livable climate for ourselves and generations to come, it's all hands on deck. We need to pull every lever on every level, international, national, state, and local. So I ask, how can you care about the climate crisis if you're not willing to make even the most modest compromises to reduce Arlington's greenhouse gas emissions? The facts are irrefutable. Density reduces greenhouse gas emissions, especially density near transit and jobs. This is because of both reductions in vehicle miles traveled and the energy efficiency that comes from multi-unit buildings. Now, Arlington is near a lot of jobs and a lot of transit, and we're right across the river from the capital of the free world. And yet, 70% of the county's residential land is required to use the least dense land use, so the solution is obvious. If you're a climate denier, fine, you do you. But if you understand the gravity of the climate crisis and are unwilling to accept even a modest change in zoning to allow more people to live a lower carbon lifestyle, to let Arlington do its part to preserve a habitable climate, I say shame on you. History will not be kind to your resistance to climate solutions. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nicholas Saunders, followed by Will Duffield and Diego Saltes.
Good afternoon to members of the County Board. I'm speaking today as a citizen who was born in Arlington and raised my entire childhood here, first in Penrose, then Douglas Park, and then in the Nottingham area. Now I'm a recent college graduate who lives in the region, and I want to move back to Arlington as soon as possible to be closer to my friends and enjoy all that Arlington has to offer. That said, I'm speaking today in opposition to all missing middle proposals that are currently on the table. One element of county planning that I've long admired is the focus towards concentrating density around urban cores and transit. Many homeowners welcome the vast multifamily and commercial development in Arlington under the impression that their neighborhoods would be protected from overdevelopment. Arlington could have and still can create a plan that concentrates medium-scale development in appropriate areas around Metro. In the history of our county, the 4 years developing these plans is fairly small. 10 years ago, the idea that 6-unit buildings in all single-family neighborhoods in the county would be considered a compromised position would have been unimaginable. To many in Arlington today, that perspective still holds. There will never be true consensus, but I hope that a proper frame of reference for what compromise actually means is not lost in this process. Thank you for your time.
Will Duffield is next, followed by Diego Saltes, followed by Bill Richardson. Will Duffield. Okay. Diego Saltes.
Hi, good afternoon. I am an immigrant from Latin America and have lived in Arlington since 2005, having worked very hard to own my place here, my home. I am appalled by the way this proposal has been handled and how it is about to be passed without any consideration to the concerns that have been raised consistently for many months now. I believe the missing middle proposal will fail in achieving the objectives that have been voiced to support its implementation. The parameters of the plan are not based on any credible studies or estimates of the impacts that relaxing zoning rules will have on our communities. It is uncertain what the impact of missing middle will be in our tree canopy, stormwater management, the sewer system, schools, and the county's fiscal situation, as a rapidly expanding population will require correspondingly more public services and expensive mitigating actions emerging from unplanned and unmanaged growth. Teachers, firefighters, and other vital low and moderate income residents will not be able to afford new and expensive missing middle dwellings. Most of those dwellings will be small rental apartments that are not suitable or desirable for families. They will do nothing to improve homeownership and in fact will reduce homeownership rate in the county. I urge you to go back to the drawing board and design a plan whose parameters are based on targeted, sound, and objective studies so the plan can actually succeed without creating serious and costly unintended side effects for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Richardson, followed by Stephen Quinn, followed by Richard McNamara.
We all admire your stamina here this afternoon. I'm here as the president of the Donaldson Run Civic Association. As you know from our survey results, Donaldson Run residents are evenly split between those opposing any change and those supporting modest change. 3/4 of us support triplexes or townhouses only. At least 2/3 express these concerns: parking, profiteering by developers, loss of mature trees, lot coverage, I'll get to that in a minute, traffic, loss of green space, stormwater runoff, building height, crowded schools, and tear downs of modest homes. Missing middle proponents repeating the same literal request for the most expansive options don't address any of these problems. I'm particularly disturbed by the canard that all of us in 22207 deserve what we are getting because others are just as entitled to put up big multiplexes as we are to put up McMansions. This is insane public policy to damage even more irreplaceable mature trees, create even more stormwater management problems, and disrupt the quiet enjoyment of many more of us having to put up with monster structures looming next door. But as you know, this argument is also a total fallacy. Long before missing middle ever arose, we have been urging you to revisit the 2005 lot coverage rules. The staff said so 9 years ago in the Stormwater Management Plan. The online engagement survey for the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan 2 years ago said so. A majority of you told the staff to do so over a year ago. Some past and present planning commissioners now agree. You should not be increasing opportunities for huge teardowns of any kind until you first solve this festering problem both sides point to. The mature oaks, beeches, and tulip poplars of Arlington are coming down every week in our neighborhoods, their beneficent presence gone forever. At a minimum, put a cap of 20 per year on this, which is the estimate of your consultant, and thus the basis for ignoring the infrastructure impact of what you are doing. That impact is no different whether the flipper is a developer or a homeowner. Make clear when you vote that you want a lot coverage study on your desk by the end of the year. And don't lift the cap until you do on lot coverage what you've been asked to do for almost a decade. You've been urged by those purporting to tout benefits for future rather than longtime residents to junk the social compact reflected in the current GLUP since the 1970s, long after the bipartisan Arlingtonians for a Better County threw off the yoke of massive resistance from Richmond, and 75 years after the Supreme Court outlawed racially restrictive covenants. Proponents asked you to jump off the cliff without looking where you were going, and to do so faster from a steeper cliff than those in other states like Montgomery County. It takes political courage to act based on getting the facts rather than jumping off that cliff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, our next speaker is Stephen Quinn, followed by Richard McNamara.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Steve Quinn. I'm a 15-year resident of Arlington County. 8 years I rented in Fairlington. 7 years I've lived in Glen Carlin. I saved for 20 years to afford a house in Arlington. I am a mechanical engineer, a Virginia professional engineer with concentration in structures, fluids, and machine design. And I've been a registered design professional on dozens of new homes and additions in Arlington, including being the RDP for a large renovation of a house for a friend and a daughter of one of the members of this board. I don't want to talk about what missing middle might or might not accomplish. Bear with me. What missing middle might or might not accomplish in terms of diversity, intended residents, or politics in general. I want to talk about math and science and engineering. I want to talk what I am a subject matter expert on, hydraulics as it pertains to fresh water and sanitary sewers. I have personally seen the tie-ins of new sewer laterals into many of Arlington's existing mains. The sanitary sewer infrastructure is old and undersized, especially in South Arlington, where many older, lower-income residents and people of color live. The existing sewers are not even designed for the current capacity with modern garbage disposables and flushable sanitary toiletry products. Transforming a lateral that serviced up to 4 people to laterals serving up to 24 people in a sixplex will place massive increases in hydraulic pressure, massive increases in additional black water and disposable items into the sewer mains. Say what you will about McMansions. They do not cause these aforementioned problems. These missing middle additions will cause sewer backups in many homes downstream of missing middle, particularly for many residents in older neighborhoods that still have constricted Orangeburg pipe or cast iron sewer laterals. These older and lower income residents will be burdened with bearing the cost of replacing their sewer. Engineering fluids analysis need to be conducted on every sewer main in affected neighborhoods with some way of accounting for all missing middle units that may not get built for years to come. The nature of this proposal will require a dynamic analysis on sewer main capacity. Analysis will need to anticipate future missing middle installations and may need to be redone as more lots are transitions. Due to no cap, many sewer mains will need to be replaced with larger mains at a significant cost to the taxpayers and major disruptions to the surface streets for extended periods of time. There is no hydraulic plan in existence that accounts for the continued increase in sewer effluent year after year in a residential community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard McNamara, followed by Tracy Gabriel and Jack Spilsbury.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm from Woodmont. I've been an Arlington resident since 1974, homeowner since 1999, where I am now. I'd like to touch on this. I'm opposed to the rezoning, and the primary reason is I don't think you've done enough homework, and I don't think your staff has served you well. A couple of data points I want to walk through. One, at an NAACP meeting I attended to hear Mr. Dorsey and Reed Goldstein speak in January, Mr. Goldstein stated that as the chairman of the school board, no one had ever asked him about the impacts of missing middle housing on the schools. Two, having participated in 2 of the NAACP hosted housing meetings, which I think are very good and very wide open, I found I was going to seek to understand why they would support a program that doesn't really afford affordable housing. And in fact, affordable housing, I came away with, is the #1 opportunity that they're looking for. 3, what is the Plan Langston Boulevard? I've gone on the walks, I've seen the talks. I want to know, why is it off limits? Why is it off limits from being able to put a Culpeper Garden or 2 or Godwin House or 2 on that main drag? We're going to be tearing up that for 20 years, and we're not making enough progress in affordable housing. Not more affordable housing, just affordable housing. Why does the county not answer my written questions about how missing middle subdivided properties are going to be assessed and taxed? Okay, my quick analysis of going through the assessment records shows that when a property is subdivided, the land value is assessed at more than 2 times, 2.7 times what it is. So the value of somebody moving into that property pays much more in terms of taxes. I can't get an answer. Maybe you guys could help me. The thing that you need to understand is that the cost, when you jack up the taxes 2 to 3 times, that all relates to a rental bill that somebody trying to be affordable has to pay, or a homeowner who wants to move in there is going to have to pay every month. The nation has affordable housing problems across the board. It is not just Arlington. It is not just south of the Mason-Dixon line. I also found that while this is a metro problem we're solving, PG County and Charles County don't even play. So my question there is, are they problematic and not showing, or do they know something we're not looking at? You invited 25,000 Amazon employees here, $150,000 per, and you wonder why it's expensive to be here? I mean, just think about what you did. I hope that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Gabriel, followed by Jack Spilsbury and Charles McCullough.
Good afternoon, Chair Dorsey and members of the County Board. I'm Tracy Sayed Gabriel, President and Executive Director of the National Landing Business Improvement District. I'm here today on behalf of the Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard business community to express our strong support for the County Board to adopt the Missing Middle Housing Study and accompanying elements and establish regulations for expanded housing options. We urge the County Board to support the County Manager's recommendation and to craft a policy that ensures the production of smaller, more affordable homes, encourages high-quality design, and predictable and easy-to-follow development process. As one of Arlington County's growth centers, National Landing is set to experience transformative growth over the next decade, mostly in the form of multifamily rental units. As a thriving urban downtown and employment center, our success is dependent upon creating a strong economy, a well-balanced and competitive district, and an inclusive community. The region's current and future housing trends and affordability crisis, however, have made home ownership in our area out of reach for many. Our continued success as a business district depends on the ability to increase housing production and offer more types of housing and choices for more people throughout Arlington County. Right now, the cost of living in Arlington, especially for housing, is driving growing out migration of our population to other parts of Virginia and elsewhere and impacts our overall economic competitiveness. Fostering an inclusive, economically competitive, and sustainable community requires bold regulatory changes, like those proposed in the Missing Middle Housing Study. Therefore, we commend Arlington County's efforts and believe that implementing the Missing Middle Housing Study will have a major impact on addressing our area's housing needs and will also help to bolster our economic position and our sustainability. We urge the board's definitive action and support. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jack Spilsbury, followed by Charles McCullough.
Thank you. I'm Jack Spilsbury, representing the Ashton Heights Civic Association. We surveyed our residents. 78% oppose the county's expanded housing proposal. We believe it will generate corporate-owned luxury rental apartments already widely available, but will not create the more affordable family housing, diversity, and home ownership opportunities that we would welcome. Now, I'll focus on three potential options that would have a disproportionate impact on Ashton Heights. First, we favor option 2B, which increases the number of permitted dwellings by lot size across the entire county. All communities in the county should accommodate EOH developments, and tying the number of units to lot size will maximize the chance of creating a variety of housing options. We strongly oppose options 2A and 2E that would permit sixplexes on our smallest lots that will not be able to accommodate trees, parking, trash, and service and maintenance traffic. 2E would also incentivize teardowns of the most affordable single-family homes near public transit. And it would perpetuate inequitable land use patterns. Second, we support option 5A, which requires a minimum of 0.5 parking spaces per unit. Despite living close to Metro, our residents still rely on cars for their daily needs. EHO developments must include on-site parking to mitigate the street parking and delivery challenges from a dozen new residents. Third, we support option 7A. The cap on permits should be no more than 21 units per year and include geographic limits to ensure The EHO developments are spread throughout the county. Finally, we support option 4A, say no to the freebie additional 5% lot coverage for EHOs. Option 11A, retain the tiered limits on gross floor area to moderate density. Option 12A, don't double up with accessory dwellings. In sum, we urge the county to proceed cautiously. Take moderate steps now and study their impact. Don't go all in on irreversible decisions that will directly impact hundreds of immediate neighbors. Take all steps possible to maximize tree canopy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Charles McCullough.
With all deliberate speed, with all deliberate speed. Good afternoon. I'm Charles McCullough, Executive Director of the Alliance for Housing Solutions, AHS. Celebrating 20 years as Arlington's most trusted housing policy advocate, AHS has provided you a letter detailing our recommendations for expanded housing options in Arlington's zoning ordinance. Beyond our core recommendations to approve options 1A, 2A, 5CE, and 7B, I will focus on the Alliance's hope and the community's expectation that you move forward on the more robust expanded housing options with all deliberate speed. Arlington has a colorful history when dealing with matters that touch on civil rights like housing and schools. At their best, those in authority once pushed back with policies of incrementalism, and at their worst, attitudes of massive resistance. Community fear led to the idea that Arlington would shatter if policies did too much too fast to change the status quo. We should have known better then, and we certainly know better now. That civil rights issues like housing type and location are not pilot project issues. They are born of such deep-rooted transgressions that incrementalism, making small changes over long periods of time, often fails to address the root causes of problems and creates uncertainty that leads to wasted time and resources. Time and again, those with good intentions for change, seeking incremental options as a community salve, eventually find out that such options are too small to generate the progress necessary for meaningful change. As a result, they give false justification to continue the inequitable policies they sought to end. The good work of county staff and recommendations of 4 commissions, the majority of public comments, and the Alliance have given you a deliberate, yet measured and sustainable pathway in their strong support of options 1A, up to 6 units, 2A, all feasible size lots, 5CE, green spaces, not parking spaces, 7B, no caps or a low sunset period. Finally, let's disabuse ourselves of the false binary that fast is going alone and far is going together. Because believe me, however the board votes, we are all going together. What is critically up to you then is those zoning provisions that will get Arlington to the full implementation and benefits realization of expanding housing options with all deliberate speed. Thank you.
Okay. With this, everyone in the room, we are going to take a very short break this time and resume here in the room at 3:25 with beginning speakers who are returning to us after having spoken at the advertisement. I do encourage you, especially those of you who have been with us for the entire day, walk around a little bit. We don't want deep vein thrombosis to set in. And it's over 50 degrees outside, which I understand is going to be a welcome relief. So go outside, enjoy it. We'll see you in a few minutes. If everyone would take your seat again, we'll resume. So for those who are following to determine their plans and marrying where they are in the speaking order, I can confidently say that we will hear up to speaker 200 today, so you can bank on that. Everything else will depend on how fast we get through it and whether or not there are any people who don't show up. But if you are up to number 200, know that you will be heard today. Thank you.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, we are, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, speaker number 148 is Wells Harrell.
Chair Dorsey, members of the board, the decision that you're about to make on missing middle is ultimately about the future. What future should the county build for my family and our community? And to my mind, it's a future where kids can afford to live near where they grew up, even if they don't become lawyers like their parents. It's a future where more kids can see their friends by walking or biking down a street instead of being driven by their parents. It's a future where more families, less fortunate than ours, can be part of our neighborhood. It's a future where enough people can live on a block to support a corner store or a cafe or other third places. It's a future where it's easier for people to move within and among our neighborhoods. It's a future where more people of color can put down roots in homes surrounded by trees and welcoming neighbors. It's a future where first-time homebuyers have more choices than either staying in their apartments or moving to Fairfax. It's a future where lower-income families can live in neighborhoods that had once priced them out because affordable housing developers could finally build their homes. It's a future where opportunity isn't hoarded within a few wealthy enclaves, but shared broadly and with people of lesser means. It's a future where our neighborhoods aren't over-engineered, but can grow and change more naturally. It's a future where everyone who works in Arlington, studies in Arlington, or retires in Arlington can choose to live in Arlington. I'm proud to be joined today by my daughter, who told me just a few months ago, and I quote here, "I want people to have a happy life in Arlington, but they can't have that if there aren't enough houses." I couldn't agree more. By legalizing missing middle homes with the utmost flexibility, you, the county board, will take a vital step toward making that future a reality. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Albin, followed by Ethan Epstein and Brian Coleman. Dan Albin.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak to you again about this important missing middle proposal. I'm here to advocate for the most expansive version of the missing middle proposal, but I'm going to offer recommendations today for you to think about how you should implement the missing middle proposal and why the more expansive options are the ones you should choose if you want more housing in Arlington. We need desperately more housing in Arlington. Arlington is part of the core of the DC metro area, and yet over 3/4 of our residential land is zoned for single family homes. So that's why the missing middle proposal is on the table, and I think many of the board members, maybe all of the board members, are in support of some version of it. The question is, how much of it do we implement? And I want you to think about how each of the choices you make will affect the availability of housing and the opportunity for homeowners, property owners, and yes, developers to create more housing in Arlington. Think about the marginal costs you're imposing. And when I reference that, I am referencing some of the options that I think are going to impose significantly more marginal costs. Those are parking mandates. That's why I support option 5C, because if you want more units to be built per home, you need lower parking mandates and parking mandates that allow for flexibility near transit. I support option 2A, so there are not minimum site area requirements that are too expansive. And I also support option 7B, so there's no cap on permits. The problem with the cap is it creates uncertainty, and that means that both property owners and developers won't know whether they'll actually be able to build missing middle now or in the future and may instead choose to build large single-family homes instead. If we want more housing, we need more options, and that's why I support the most expansive version of the EHO proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ethan Epstein, followed by Brian Coleman and Sam Watchman.
The Arlington Way has gone astray. The following adapts the 40-page Citizens View report. The Committee on Optimum Growth formed to encourage the politicians to contemplate an alternative to the course urged by builders. We do not seek to preserve Arlington as part of the white noose of the suburbs and are concerned that redevelopment, including the sacrifice of single-family housing we now have, might lead Arlington in that direction. We are concerned about the loss of neighborhood integrity, ethnic diversity, congestion by vehicles, and the loss of citizen-directed change. We recommend a status quo plan for the Roslyn-Ballston corridor that would hold the line on development outside of Roslyn. I'm just kidding, y'all. This is from 1971. Those concerns were wrong. The metro neighborhoods are awesome, more diverse than nearby single family, and traffic has decreased. Board, we know this because you have done the homework. Staff has even addressed the red herrings like tree lovers and McMansions on clear-cut lots. EHOs will enhance our community's diversity, affordability, and carbon footprint. Clearly, all great plans garner some that are crying that the way to fix inequity is to keep the policies that are causing it. It's too fast. I didn't check, but I assume there's no studies. On that subject, do you know what the studies showed when single family was first zoned? That it would keep neighborhoods out of reach of undesirable buyers. That was the goal. That was the outcome, and that is what some defend. It's funny how they shift from it's not affordable enough to at least axe the most affordable sixplexes now that that exclusivity is threatened. Do not let these people who don't know the first thing about Arlington's history gaslight you that you're abandoning the Arlington Way. They literally accuse you of being puppeted by builders for Metro 2, another controversial plan where we made the tough but right choice. This is an excellent plan built on robust urban planning research. Please pass it expansively, like your predecessors did 50 years ago with Metro. If you do so with options that allow for true impact, everyone 50 years from now will be reminiscing about the good old Arlington Way from when we passed that missing middle plan. I promise. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Coleman, followed by Sam Watchman, followed by Jason Schwartz. Do we have Brian Coleman? Oh,
okay. Good afternoon. The missing middle proposal is fundamentally about addressing the racial and economic inequalities in Arlington that resulted from a century of racist and exclusionary zoning practices. The legacy of these policies can be found in our zoning maps, and physical structures such as Halls Hill Wall stand as a memorial to the troubling history of this county. You now shoulder the responsibility for confronting that history and shaping the future of Arlington. So I ask you, what kind of county do you seek to create? Is it one that privileges the interests of the wealthy and slams the door shut in the faces of historically marginalized communities? Or is it one that opens its doors to people of various racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds and makes the opportunity of home ownership more attainable? The consequences of your actions will ripple beyond this time and place. The rising generation of Arlingtonians will remember those who chose to secure for them greater access to housing and those who turned their back on them. Your decision made over the next few days will influence discussions across the Commonwealth and shape outcomes from Falls Church to Charlottesville. If we are to live up to the pledge of becoming an inclusive community, we need policies that welcome all types of families and households throughout the county. This struggle will not be over after this vote, nor any soon to come. But I and those who believe that housing is a human right will not tire nor waver until that right is extended to all of our fellow residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Watchman, followed by Jason Schwartz.
Fellow community members, I am here today as a student and citizen of Arlington to express my support for the missing middle housing plan. It is time to pass the most expansive version of this reform. The science of economics could not be more clear on this issue. Cities that build dense housing consistently have lower housing costs, lower rates of homelessness, and lower carbon emissions. Cities that build have also been incredibly effective in attracting talent and economic opportunity. The future belongs to cities that build. As a child, I was confused by the near complete lack of diversity in North Arlington schools. I was told that the reason why school segregation had seemingly been preserved was just because of the legacy of housing discrimination, keeping minorities out of the neighborhoods served by my school. This is that legacy. The very same laws that used zoning to segregate and divide Arlington in the 1930s are the laws that we are debating right now. It is long past time to remove these vestiges of Arlington's discriminatory past. Missing middle won't solve every housing problem we have in Arlington, but it is the first and most important step towards ensuring that more people can live here. I urge the County Board to adopt this new policy without delay, and I thank everyone for getting us this far. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Schwartz, followed by Michael Gearing, followed by Dima Hakura.
Slides. Hi, I'm Jason, and I live in Arlington. Next slide. I'm a DC native, and I grew up in Northern Virginia. Next slide. For over a decade, I committed my time and energy towards local community involvement. Next slide. Diverse neighborhood environments enhance my civic and community engagement. Next slide. Living in MMH housing in North Carolina, Kentucky, and upstate New York directly saved me $16,000. I was able to live in places that made my life better without paying for costly amenities I did not want or need. Next slide. I love living in neighborhoods with a variety of housing options. Next slide. The MMH units greatly improved the suburban, adjacent urban core, and downtown urban core neighborhood typologies that I lived in. Next slide. I love living in Arlington because it provides me a place where I can thrive in all facets of my life. Arlington provides me with opportunities to engage with a diverse set of people and cultures, and Arlington provides me with a welcoming place to call home. Next slide. I want to see Arlington chart a path to a more diverse and inclusive world-class urban community. I urge the board not to restrict MMH any further. Just say yes. Yes to housing. Yes to missing middle. Yes to my future. Yes to our future. And most importantly, yes to a more caring, learning, participating, and sustainable community. Thank you so very much.
Our next speaker is Michael Gearing, followed by Dima Hakura, followed by John Ware.
Before you begin, Mr. Gehring, as a reminder for those who are joining us remotely via Teams, please keep your video off and your microphone muted until you're recognized to speak, please. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Mike Gehring, and I am a longtime resident of Arlington. I just want to come out once again in favor of the missing middle housing initiative, and I want the most expansive option. And now more than ever, I believe that it is imperative that we support the missing middle housing. We have a housing crisis here in Arlington, and we cannot wait any longer to move this forward. People need affordable housing, and at the same time, we have a environmental crisis, and we need housing options that provide environmental sustainability. And so that being said, I urge members of the board to please make the brave and bold decision to move this proposal forward and make Arlington a leader in housing affordability and environmental sustainability. And I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Dima Hakura, followed by John Ware and Susan English.
This will be a missed opportunity. Arlington's fundamentals are the envy of others. Build on them. Be a model. Don't rush. Rather, do what works for Arlington. The Sarlian-Harner Guide provides a starting framework for further studies, conversations, and decisions. Listen to Scott Sklar's ideas and others. We have the opportunity to properly do this right and thoughtfully. Yes, this has been underway for some time, but we're still not there yet, and the emphasis is on the word yet. Where's the equity? What is on the table proposal will exacerbate inequities between different areas of the county and bring extreme differences in density. It will lead to haphazard desensification, and it will be boon to developers and investors. It would be great to wipe the slate of racist past, but this plan will not bring affordability nor housing to those who work here. It will displace many and have negative impacts on those it claims to help. This decision should not be based on emotions. It needs to be grounded on real data and impact studies, not guesses. We can come with a plan that is environmentally responsible, brings attainable and affordable housing, prevents displacement, and increases diversity. A plan that considers varying sizes of lots, real car needs of residents, balances between environmental and housing needs, and creates equitable density consistence between neighborhoods. What you have before you are arbitrary numbers that will yield random results. We need realistic planning that incorporates design standards that create healthy and vibrant neighborhoods and where people can live harmoniously with each other and their health is prioritized, housing is affordable, no one is displaced, green areas are abundant, and the tree canopy flourishes. We should not be proud of a divisive process that fooled people into believing they will benefit and did not attempt to build consensus. I urge you to delay voting for zoning change and properly complete what you have started. You are not done. Bring our community together. There is ground where all Arlingtonians meet. Don't miss the opportunity to do it right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Ware, followed by Susan English, followed by Jane Zimmerman.
Today, we've heard universal support for affordability and diversity, but whether missing middle helps or hurts those goals turns on the numbers. You should demand good current data and be candid with the public about it, but that hasn't happened, akin to what the Civic Federation raised today. From what staff said this morning, missing middle is a March miracle. In the last year, as interest rates have doubled, land prices continue up, and what you'll vote on are the larger, pricier units than a year ago, staff says missing middle needs less income to afford than a year ago. How does that make any sense? It defies reality. Using real market data and what people typically put down shows the missing middle $700,000 two bedrooms and more than $1 million three bedrooms are about 1/3 more expensive than average rents and prices for similar sized units today. If you can't afford Arlington today, this plan does not help. As a result, missing middle buyers are also likely to be just as white as the neighborhoods they seek to join. Today, you heard from a Spanish speaker and about a food clinic worker who each can't afford family homes here. Stories like that come up again and again in this room, yet never have I heard supporters or you summon the love and courage to say, we empathize with you, but our missing middle $1 million family homes are not for you. And we want to take away more and more of the $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 homes and let developers build units that are far more expensive. On density and diversity, Arlington has had a pilot project of sorts, Green Valley. It 100% allows missing middle. Yet it's 25 years ago, its neighborhood plan warned a major concern is the replacement of single-family houses with higher density units. By 2020, it had lost half of its Black residents as density increased. Poor data and facilitating false hope is March madness. I insist you ask staff to give you current, reliable, realistic data and be candid with that with the public. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Jane Zimmerman, followed by Tim Houston.
Two compelling phrases describe our current debate. We always inherit, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. My family has lived a comfortable lifestyle in a great location here for 41 years with enormous community benefits. But we see an urgent need for change, to reverse past exclusion, to slow distance sprawl, and to welcome new neighbors. We cannot unsee that need. We ask the board to create no barriers for this modest zoning reform by voting for the most expansive version of missing middle with no caps, and by voting for a future of sustainable environmental progress for the years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Zimmerman, followed by Tim Houston and Brian Casabianca.
Affordability, diversity, justice. These are the values that unite us in Arlington. So why does missing middle divide us? Is it because evidence of multiple economic analyses contradicts the intuitive bias that increased supply will decrease prices, and that missing middle will drive up housing costs and skew toward higher income renters and more privileged and less diverse owners? Is it because there are currently not enough seats in Arlington's high schools for the children who are already here in elementary schools? Is it because the county will soon compete against developers to buy up more single-family homes and properties to manage the existing flooding and stormwater that missing middle will exacerbate? Is it because there is no transportation plan to accommodate greater density and development outside metro corridors? Is it because missing middle is not a local issue, but an initiative funded by private equity and developers who stand to make billions off not only Arlington, but cities and towns throughout the country? People like libertarian Peter Thiel, who has funded YIMBY and similar initiatives nationwide, including here through the Mercatus Center at George Mason University. We all want affordability, diversity, and uprooting the legacy of systemic racism and injustice. So if pro-missing middle friends and neighbors wonder why many of us consider this an ill-conceived plan, just follow the money. The big bucks stop with members of the county board, from 2 board members who took a partisan stand on this issue under their consideration before this meeting, from another whose largest campaign donor is San Francisco venture capitalist Arthur Rock, from 2 board members who decided not to run again so that they can pursue careers elsewhere. Just look at today's final vote to see how our officials will trade billions in public assets for their thousands in private gain. Then look to see where our 2 outgoing county board members land.
Our next speaker is Tim Hewson, followed by Brian Casabianca, excuse me, and Eleanor Schwartz.
I urge you to support Missing Middle, but Missing Middle will only meet our goals if it's actually built. That will only happen if the rules are flexible and clear. I'll spend my time explaining option 9B because it provides important flexibility and clarity, and because no one else has mentioned it. Option 9B was recommended by county staff, and the Planning Commission voted for it unanimously. 9B consists of 2 edits that are small but essential steps to make the rules on duplexes flexible and clear. The first edit allows a duplex the flexibility to have 2 front doors instead of just 1. The second edit removes the unclear requirement that a duplex have, quote, all exterior characteristics of a one-family attached dwelling, end quote. This is a vague, subjective, and unclear requirement. A friend of mine in Arlington who wanted to build a duplex told me her family decided instead to build a single-family house after her realtor estimated that permits for a duplex would take an extra year because the county's rules for duplexes are unclear to builders and even to county staff. I also urge you to recommend the most flexible parking requirements possible, meaning option 5C. The people building on a site can best decide how much private parking makes sense. For example, my own family owns a single-family house in Maywood. We have 3 drivers, 1 car, and 6 bikes. Lastly, don't impose a cap. If there's a cap, it'll be impossible for the homeowner to know clearly whether they can build an EHO or not. Why invest the time and expense to design and permit an EHO when you don't know if you can actually build it? If there has to be a cap, it should be high and sunset as soon as possible. In sum, make the rules flexible and clear. Pass options 9B and 5C and don't impose a cap. Thank you.
Next speaker, Speaker 160, is Brian Casabianca, followed by Eleanor Schwartz, followed by Natalie Roy.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Casabianca, and I'm a Hispanic resident of Arlington County. I'm an economist with 30 years of experience, and I've lived in apartments nearly all of my life. One of the cardinal rules of economics is to find solutions for problems whereby benefits are maximized at the lowest cost. Arlington County's missing middle plan does neither. Arlington County attracts high-skilled, high-income earners from all over the country and the world, so only increase over time. The missing middle plan promises a panacea it is incapable of delivering. Why? Because the change in the elasticity of demand for any missing middle build-out rate is close to 0. There are simply too many apartments in Arlington to make any difference on price. What will happen if the missing middle is passed? The highest income earners will be at the front of the line to get in. The stock of existing single-family homes that were previously affordable will be torn down. And worse yet, the groups this is supposed to help, middle-income earners, minorities, and the disadvantaged will continue to be pushed out at an accelerated rate. Missing middle doesn't stand up to even the most basic economic scrutiny. I strongly urge you to drop all missing middle proposal options in their entirety. Thank you.
Next is
Eleanor Schwartz, followed by Natalie Roy and Barbara Taylor.
Greetings. Please rethink EHO and add further guardrails. Since Arlington is nearly built out, it will cause teardowns of affordable housing not replaced by units affordable to teachers or first responders. It may not do much for home ownership either. Instead, densify housing at transit-served arterials as in Barcroft, rather than randomly, by right, and behind the curve on infrastructure. Plan by corridor, like Langston Boulevard, and by neighborhood. 5 constructive measures are needed. First, be accountable. Require board-approved use permits for existing building envelope, setback, and stormwater standards. Make it a well-monitored pilot project with an annual cap for the duration of 20 units. Second, meet the goal of no net loss of affordable housing. 3, be transparent. Track changes in EHO building types, units, and bedrooms per neighborhood per quarter, as well as the net change in affordable housing. 4, exclude inappropriate areas. Eliminate resource protection areas and areas with steep slopes from lot size totals, and remove sites where additional hardscape will result in flooding, and narrow streets where sufficient parking would preclude access by emergency and refuse trucks. Lastly, plan ahead for capacity and balance. Pause or sunset upzoning based on real-time evaluation of impacts for each neighborhood. Ensure capacity of infrastructure for water, sewer, and schools. Apply county tree replacement standards at a minimum, and avoid imbalance of EHO units between North and South Arlington and among neighborhoods. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next is Natalie Roy, followed by Barbara Taylor and Joshua Handler.
Good afternoon. I am Natalie Roy, a 32-year resident of Arlington and a candidate for Arlington County Board. Here's what I have been wondering. Why are you making the county do something that an overwhelming majority of neighborhoods are against? Why are you pushing through a density plan with no clear goals or guardrails? Why are you pushing for something that is the antithesis of affordability and diversity? And why are you advocating for a plan that is a gift to developers? This is March Madness and not the good kind. A vote in favor of densifying Arlington, already one of the most densely populated jurisdictions in the country, will not result in homes being any more affordable than what is already available. In fact, it will accelerate the gentrification already occurring in Arlington's historically Black neighborhoods and on Columbia Pike. In my neighborhood, a developer sent out a brochure recently advertising the building of 3 new townhomes on a single-family lot that is not on the Metro Corridor. The cost, $1.22 million each. The brochure explains the development will take advantage of the upcoming zoning changes in Arlington, for Arlington. A buyer would need a household income of $225,000 to afford one of these townhomes. The down payment would be to the tune of $240,000 and the monthly mortgage over $7,000. This is not affordable housing, nor is this affordable for essential workers. There is no development fairy who will make all of this magically work out. A community-supported plan and pilot project approach with achievable and measurable goals that accounts for impacts such as environment, parking, and schools is the right path forward. And lastly, to the board, how can you, in good faith, ram this density package through when you have such a divided community? What do you know that we don't? Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Barbara Taylor, followed by Joshua Handler and Terry Armeo.
Speakers who support missing middle have justified it using a lot of flawed assumptions. Many continue to conflate missing middle with affordability, despite the county's own projections that make clear this proposal has nothing to do with affordability. One speaker this morning said, we have to make sure that people who work in Arlington can live in Arlington. If those people are teachers, first responders, or low and middle income people, missing middle won't help them. Another group admits that this proposal won't lead to affordability, but claims it's a first step. So what's the second step? If there is one, let's take that step first. That's what Arlington really needs. Others justify missing middle on the basis of racial equity, but to the extent that race is correlated with income, this proposal won't help diversity and probably will undermine it by replacing currently affordable housing with expensive new missing middle structures. Many supporters see 4, 5, and 6 plexes as a first rung on the property ladder. But these theoretically affordable units in multiplexes will be rentals that won't lead to ownership. They won't help with that property ladder. If you're going to go ahead with this, and I fear you are, I urge that you at least adopt option 2B, which scales the number of dwellings to lot size. This means that multiplexes wouldn't be shoehorned onto small lots like mine near Metro. We already have abundant multifamily housing in my neighborhood and all the traffic, facility, and school crowding that goes with it. We are already doing more than our share. No matter what you decide, most everyone in the county is going to be angry. Those of us who oppose the proposal will be angry immediately, but those who support missing middle when they find that it produces housing even less affordable than what's available now will be angry in the longer term. This is what you're about to unleash.
Our next speaker is Joshua Handler, followed by Terry Armao, followed by Diane Operman.
Can you hear me okay? Should this be hard? Yep. There we go. Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Handler, and I live in Boulevard Manor. I'm opposed to the missing middle housing proposal in its current form. It will not provide additional affordable or even attainable housing over what currently exists in the market. EHO units will cost over $500,000 to more than $1 million. The staff report says, under both the status quo and the proposal for EHO development, households earning less than $100,000 do not earn sufficient income to purchase or rent homes in R5 or R20 zones. Read it on page 36. The proposal is fundamentally deceptive. It promises something it cannot deliver and will have negative impacts on our infrastructure, trees, and the environment. There is a myth that increasing EHO housing density here will stop trees from being cut down in the outer suburbs. It won't, because they will continue to expand. But we need excellent environment policies right here and now in Arlington. We need to increase our tree canopy. We don't need unaffordable and environmentally destructive EHO density. Finally, I'm disappointed by the insinuations that opponents of this flawed proposal are somehow racist. The rhetorical point from Matt, Takis, and Katie at the January board meeting, "Would you vote for the 1930s zoning policy?" is insulting. I'm a person of Jewish and Guatemalan heritage. Of course, I do not support redlining. Encouraging emotional attacks on opponents are attempts to silence critics and only indicates there are not good answers to their serious questions about EHO's lack of affordability and negative impact on infrastructure and the environment. We like change. We want change for the better, not for the worse. EHOs are not a first step. They are a wrong step. We oppose EHOs because they are poor public policy. Have the courage to say no to EHOs. Say no to EHOs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Armao, followed by Diane Operman and Darlene Gilbert.
Hello. Unbelievably, people still believe missing middle housing will solve the problems of affordability and diversity, but you all know this is not true. You also know that the laws enacted in the 1930s codifying religious and racial discrimination have been stricken from the zoning rules and have been illegal since the 1970s. People need to hear the truth from you. You need to tell them that this policy will not make housing more affordable or diverse. YIMBYs, libertarians, and strangely the NAACP are arguing for deregulation under the fallacy that this will right a wrong. It won't. Deregulation is the wrong approach. Remember the financial collapse of 2008, the recent SVB banking failure, the train derailment, Exxon Valdez, Deepwater Horizon. These are all deregulation failures. Deregulating land use in Arlington will squeeze out minority, as we now see happening in Green Valley and Halls Hills as developers continue to build luxury housing. You know that people who live near transit have cars. Almost everyone has 2 cars. I see now a highly politicized commission system that is being weaponized to disenfranchise people opposed to upzoning. I see planning commissioners and planning staff not planning, but advising county board on their own beliefs and biases. Missing middle supporters do not seem concerned about the climate emergency, and that worries me. Look at Harner-Sarley presentation. Look before you leap, listen before you vote.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Oberman, followed by Darlene Gilbert and John Carton.
Good afternoon, County Board. I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of public speaking, but because of the missing middle, I am very concerned, and I wanted to at least give my views here today. So, my husband and I and my children, we all have lived and, well, my husband and I have lived and worked in Arlington for 46 years. We've raised my family here, and when the county board came out with their signs about the missing middle, I thought, great, more affordable housing, because on the signs it said, more affordable housing. And that's what we want. But then, when the board changed missing middle to expanding housing options, and I found out that new housing would not be affordable housing, I realized the ruse. The first thing that came to mind was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In my mind, if the board didn't check to make sure they could use the term, quote, missing middle, which they couldn't because, quote, the zoning law language doesn't allow descriptive terms like missing or middle, then why would I feel like they would do due diligence in their study of the real effects on our infrastructure, our trees, our green space, parking, overcrowded schools, trash, stormwater runoff, and so much more? I realize that this missing middle is going to be approved. What I'm asking for is the county board to take the time to get this right. Independent, thorough studies about this will affect Arlington and make sure there is affordable housing in this area. We have to get this right, or if not, it could be disastrous and could go down as one of the biggest mistakes the county board has ever made. And if you really want to leave a meaningful legacy, go with the companies that build affordable, sustainable, energy-efficient green homes. Don't rush the process. Show the country how to do it right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darlene Gilbert, followed by John Carton, followed by Randy Russo. Darlene Gilbert. All righty, John Carton.
I'm a longtime resident of North and South Arlington. Today, I urge the board to reconsider the proposed missing middle plan. While I appreciate the board's goal of creating more affordable housing in our county, I believe the plan is deeply flawed and will not do that. First and foremost, the missing middle plan is not affordable. In fact, it will likely only serve to drive up housing costs in our already expensive area. This is because the plan allows for the construction of new, higher-density housing units, which will be priced at market rates. These units will replace the most affordable homes currently available in Arlington. The missing middle plan also does not take into account the impact that increased density will have on our community. Arlington is already a densely populated area, and adding more housing units without it also improving our infrastructure and public services will only exacerbate existing problems. We need to prioritize investments in infrastructure, transportation, schools, stormwater runoff, and other critical services before we can responsibly consider adding more density to the community. Finally, the missing middle plan will devastate our tree canopy and lead to the destruction of any affordable homes that have much life left. Higher density housing units will require more resources to build and maintain and will likely contribute to an increased congestion, increased traffic, and air pollution. As a community, we need to be doing things right. We need to reduce our carbon footprint and protect our environment. Why is the board not willing to listen to those most affected by the plan, the single-family homeowners? For these reasons, I urge the board to reconsider its support for the missing middle plan. We need a comprehensive, sustainable approach to affordable housing. Take the time to get it right. Let's take that time and do it right. Thank you.
Next speaker is Randy Russo, followed by Katie Wenger, followed by Patrick Grosp.
Arlington County has gone through an exhaustive 4-year-long process of soliciting community input and doing study and analysis on the expanded housing options now before the county board. I commend and thank you all for your careful and inclusive process throughout this time. At this late stage, it seems unlikely that anything that I say or anyone else says will be anything new to you or change your mind. Be that as it may, here's what I hope matters most in your final deliberations. Exclusionary zoning was put in place to segregate Arlington. This is wrong. The EHO has widespread support from county residents and relevant commissions. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend sixplexes in all neighborhoods. The Housing Commission voted unanimously to recommend sixplexes in all neighborhoods. The Transportation Commission voted 10-2 to recommend sixplexes in all neighborhoods. This is not controversial, no matter what you've heard from some individuals. Whatever the Arlington Way was, what it should be is ensuring that Arlington is inclusive, welcoming, diverse, equitable, sustainable, and walkable. Please vote to adopt the most expansive options from the EHO. Thank you.
Speaker number 171, Katie Wenger, followed by Patrick Grosp, followed by Audrey Clement.
Hello, County Board members. Thank you, first of all, for your many hours of hard work and dedication by you and county staff on this issue. I'm inspired by all the people from a variety of backgrounds who have already spoken here today, making it clear that Arlington has a housing crisis that negatively affects so many people, especially people of color who have not had the chance to accumulate generational wealth. I'm inspired by stories like those of my friend Hector, who has contributed to this community for decades and deserves to be able to buy a home here. And there are so many others like him who are not here today, but they and their children are an essential part of Arlington and deserve to live here. I'd like to point out that, as Ibram X. Kendi noted, policies are not neutral. Although they may seem like a matter of logistical details, they really are either racist or anti-racist in their impacts. And I think you, the county board, realize by now that the right thing to do is to pass the most expansive version of missing middle housing, to allow more housing types than McMansions, and to end exclusionary zoning. You have a historic opportunity to pave the way for other regions to make a just and equitable zoning policy that removes barriers for people from less privileged backgrounds. I love this community, and I hope to stay here long term. And I hope that you will make the policies needed to make this community diverse and inclusive for all types of neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Patrick Grosp, followed by Audrey Clement, followed by John Rigby.
Hello. My name is Patrick, and I'm an Arlington resident, voter, and taxpayer. Today, I'm calling on the board to pass the most expansive option of expanded housing options. Despite what some of the opposition say, today we're talking about new construction, new houses being built, not 100-year-old houses that were built back in 1923. We can't go back to 1923 and build new houses. We have to build new houses today. Some have complained that the townhomes will be $1.2 million. You know what I say? That's half of $2.4 million. And that's 2 families on the same lot. Let's do basic math, people. 2 divided by 2 is 1. 2 divided by 4 is 0.5. The opposition calls for more study. You know what I hear? I hear delay. I hear let's spend millions of taxpayer dollars on consultants just to build slides to tell us what we already know, that we need more housing, and that expanded housing options is the level-headed right approach for our community. So I'm asking for the county board, please approve by right development of up to 6-unit homes. Why stop there? This will enable my wife and I to plan a future in Arlington, reduce housing price growth for everyone, and help us all keep housing prices lower than the alternative, McMansions. In brief, I support the Planning Commission. I support the Housing Commission. I support the Planning Commission and their recommendations. Allow up to 6 plexes with no delay on all lots, no parking minimums, and no caps. And most importantly, no delay. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by John Rigby, followed by Laimut Lippenskate.
I'm Audrey Clement, a 19-year Westover renter. Martin Luther King is most famous for a speech in which he said, "I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream." The American dream to which King referred is often understood to mean home ownership. Missing Middle is also about dreams, but not of the home ownership variety, because 80% of the units will be rental. For developers who will reap double or triple on the lots they flip, Missing Middle is a dream come true. For people of color, Missing Middle is a pipe dream, because according to the county's own data, most of them cannot afford to buy or rent Missing Middle units. For whites who can afford Missing Middle, today's ignored impacts such as congestion, lack of parking, overcrowded schools, increased runoff, and decreased tree canopy will become tomorrow's neighborhood nightmare. As for the nonprofits pushing Missing Middle, including Voice, Sierra Club, the faith community, and until recently the NAACP, their leadership is living in a dream world. Either they are ignorant of the county's own data showing that Missing Middle will be out of reach of their constituents, or they are deliberately misleading them. They are also in denial about the displacement of seniors and people of color who can't afford the increased real estate taxes that will accompany the flipping of their neighborhoods into investment properties. If Arlington's so-called progressive community were interested in anything but race-baiting woke theology, it would propose housing solutions that work, not one that even yes in your backyard YIMBYs characterize as trickle-down housing. Like voodoo economics, Missing Middle is a bad dream.
Next speaker is John Rigby, followed by Laimut Lippenskate and Henry McFarland.
As a 60-year resident of Arlington, I oppose Missing Middle. It is based on the belief that if we let the developers subdivide the county whichever way they want, ignoring environmental and other negative consequences, this will magically solve housing problems. One major problem appears to be that single-family homes are considered too expensive. However, Missing Middle will decrease the supply of single-family homes, presumably increasing the price of those remaining. It will also exacerbate stormwater problems and overwhelm the infrastructure in the county. It will also likely dramatically increase gentrification. New York City was ahead of the curve in promoting greater density. Now we can view videos on YouTube of new 6-unit apartment buildings with massive roof decks and balconies on what were previously streets of detached homes or townhouses in Bedford-Stuyvesant, which the developers now call Stuyvesant Heights. I can see the same thing in Arlington's future, in Halls Hill and in currently single-family neighborhoods in South Arlington, where there is currently relatively affordable single-family homes and significant minority populations. As a byproduct of the increased density, Bed-Stuy has seen a dramatic decrease in its African-American population and now has almost as many whites as African-Americans. I expect that Missing Middle will also lead to a decrease in the minority population in Arlington. There's also a YouTube video for a new 4-unit condo building in Harlem. The condo is on the market for $2.8 million for one condo. That is not my definition of affordable. I can see the same future in Arlington. Missing Middle will only benefit the developers. Please put this on pause and do some real analysis and consider alternatives. Thank you.
Next speaker is Limut Lipinskate, followed by Farland and Diane Dustin.
I oppose the missing middle. I'm concerned that the increased density will cause school overcrowding, excessive traffic, and the lack of parking spaces. I'm an immigrant from Europe who grew up in a small apartment building. Our parking lot was always full, and my dad had to park the car far away. Our school was overcrowded. There were about 40 students crammed in a small classroom. We weren't learning much. During breaks, my teacher would log herself and cry. One of the happiest days since coming to America was when I was able to outbid a developer and purchase a single-family house on a pretty large lot in Arlington. If missing middle is adopted, a developer would be able to bid much more for the same property because the developer would be able to construct multiple houses on the same lot. This would prevent the people like me from being able to purchase a single-family house with a yard for the children. There is also a bad stormwater issue in the neighborhood, and allowing more houses on lots would make it much worse. It would also create parking problems in the neighborhood, particularly if developers are not required to construct parking on site. It will also change the character of a quiet neighborhood. The housing is expensive in Arlington, and most low or middle-income families will not be able to afford to buy or rent multifamily homes anyway. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Henry McFarland, followed by Diane Dustin, followed by Mary Ann Shea. Excuse me.
Thank you. My name is Henry McFarland. I have lived in Arlington since I moved into an apartment in South Arlington in 1977, and I now live in Bluemont. I urge you not to adopt the proposed zoning amendments, which I feel will have a long-term detrimental effect on the county. But as you may feel you have to make some changes, I think some options are preferable to others. The report done by PES, the county's economic consultant, found, quote, a potential for 19 to 21 lots to be redeveloped for missing middle housing annually. This estimate was used as the basis for projecting the effects of this proposal and for not doing extensive studies of issues such as fiscal impact. As you have only planned for that level of redevelopment, it is important that you adopt a cap to make sure the number of permits does not greatly exceed the forecast level. Thus, I support the approach of option 7A to limit the annual number of permits, but I suggest a cap of 21 permits, the maximum of the range found by PES. The larger lot sizes required for 5 and 6 plexes in option 2E are preferable for the smaller lot sizes in other options. Other options will lead to large increases in density in neighborhoods where the infrastructure is insufficient to support it. Option 2E uses a definition of metro proximate as within 1/2 mile of a metro station. That was the definition used in the report done by PES. As that definition was used in the study that led to the proposal, that is the definition that should be used in any changes you make today. The use of a 3/4 mile difference is inconsistent with prior work and should be abandoned. Again, to be consistent with the prior studies, lot coverage standards should be no greater than those allowed for single-family homes, which is the approach of option 4A, and not really of 4B. The Phase 1 report decided that accessory dwellings should not be considered in the missing middle studies. Option 12A is consistent with that approach. The other option is not. Parking requirements should match those for single-family houses, 1 parking space per unit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next speaker is Diane Dustin, followed by Mary Ann Shea and Joel Yudkin. Diane Dustin. Okay, Mary Ann Shea.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us again today, and I'm so glad to see so many people come out again. I would like to say that I am not against density per se. I am against density the way you're doing it. I do not believe that is the answer to the problem. I think that we need to look at the studies first. You need to look at what the synergy of all the different densities that you have created in Arlington and are planning to do in the future, considering you're going to vote for Langston Boulevard in the very near future. You need to pay attention to what they will do together to the environment. Cement gives off 8% of the entire emissions in the whole world, more than airplanes. And what you will be doing is adding a great deal of cement emissions to Arlington County. You will be adding a great deal of heat to Arlington County. You will be creating heat domes. You will be creating stormwater runoff, bigger storms, more runoff, which, I'm sorry, but buying single-family homes in Spout Run to deal with the density that you created in Cherry Hill seems to be utterly careless on your part, that you didn't know that you should have known that first. You need to do the studies. You cannot just pretend that you know everything. You are not scientists. You need to pay attention. I would like to say that I have been here so many years. I have seen a great deal of density come and go. I think that Arlington needs much more diversity. We need much more affordable housing. But you will be driving out the middle class and all the people underneath of it. With your thing, with your density, we will have only 1.1 million buildings. That's what they will cost, and nobody else will be able to live here but rich white people. I'm sorry, that's abominable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Speaker 179, is Joel Yudkin, followed by Edward Charity and Leslie Atkins. Joel Yudkin.
Yeah, I'm trying to get online there.
Yep, there you are. We see you.
All right. Well, I don't see myself, but that's fine. Oh, there we are. Okay. Sure. Okay, I'm going to start. My wife and I are 30-year residents of Arlington Forest. We have been renters and homeowners. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the county's missing middle proposal. Although I support increasing Arlington's housing supply and strongly favor more affordable housing and homeownership diversity, I have yet to see compelling evidence that the county's plan would achieve these goals. And I know that board members are well aware of this. Yet missing middle proponents keep repeating the erroneous and unrealistic belief that the plan will create new affordable homes for middle-income workers of any background. I have devoted most of my professional career promoting the interests of working families. If I thought this was true, I might support missing middle myself. But this plan will not create more equitable and economically attainable housing options. We need a different approach to this challenge that isn't just a first step. It is notable that many economic and industry experts have challenged the validity of the economic assumptions, data, and arguments used to justify the county's proposal. And many residents have eloquently argued how further densification of housing would greatly increase stress on Arlington's tree canopy, parking and traffic patterns, schools, water and sewer infrastructure, and other amenities essential to keeping Arlington a desirable place to live. I therefore urge the board to place strong guardrails on the plan's options, including limits on geographical dispersion, yearly units constructed, green canopy losses, and other measures that minimize adverse impacts on Arlington communities. I've heard the call for an ongoing community engagement process involving residents in overseeing and evaluating the implementation of the proposed options to minimize harmful impacts and ensure the best means to achieving Arlington's genuine housing needs. Thank you.
Next is Edward Charity, followed by Leslie Atkins, followed by David Cheek.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Charity. I'm here today in support of the board's efforts to revise the county zoning codes to remove restrictions on the construction of various types of homes throughout the county, based in part on the results of the missing middle housing study. I ask that the most expansive options be accepted. I've been a resident of Arlington County since 2003. I've had the somewhat unique opportunity to live in all three of the major sections of Arlington, initially North Arlington in the Williamsburg-Yorktown area, then Central Arlington in the Ballston, Virginia Square, Clarendon Courthouse area, and now in South Arlington in the Green Valley, Shirlington area. I originally moved from Alexandria to Arlington with my wife and daughter to take advantage of the then top-rated public school system. I was fortunate enough to be able to purchase a single-family home in the Williamsburg community, which allowed my daughter to attend Williamsburg Middle School and then Yorktown High School, which she graduated from in 2008. We were able to purchase a home in the county some 20-plus years ago. There are significantly fewer opportunities for others to do so without unrealistically high financial resources. When we purchased in 2003, it was a challenge to find a home in the area we desired within our budget. 20 years later, I imagine it's even more of a challenge. While the Missing Middle initiative will not completely eliminate this challenge, I believe it is a good start. As an African American, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the reasons for the single-family rezoning restrictions was to keep people that looked like me from living in certain areas of the county. The time to right this wrong, even if symbolically, is way overdue. I was deeply disappointed by the 8plexes were omitted from the discussion. In spite of this, I strongly urge the board to adopt the proposed zoning and do so with the most the most expansive options presented. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie Atkins, followed by David Cheek and Brooke Alexander.
Hello, this is Leslie Atkins. I'm a homeowner and have lived in the Madison Manor neighborhood for over 25 years. I endorse the most expansive and flexible missing middle zoning reforms. They will best meet the goals of providing an expanded housing supply and give people a range of housing options. I ask that as you prepare to vote on missing middle zoning reform, you recognize that it is a decision with long-term implications for the Arlington community. Housing stock built today will last for a long time. Single-family only zoning decisions made over 50 years ago led to our current segregated housing stock and limited housing options. You have a chance to positively impact housing stock and community life in Arlington for years to come. Please take action for Arlington to become an even more inclusive and diverse community. I ask you to vote for the most expansive and flexible zoning plan with no caps. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Cheek, followed by Brooke Alexander, followed by Brian Yu.
Good afternoon. I've been a renter and homeowner in Arlington. I stand by Natalie Roy's comments today. We need smart, equitable local politicians like her to be on the county board. We need politicians to bring the community together, not divide the community. The big takeaway from why we are here today is careful who you vote for, and the only thing that matters in Arlington is primary elections. Public engagement has been laid to rest. I am 50-50 on multifamily. It has its merits, as the INBYs pointed out, but I'm supporting the opposition, as I'm not sure creating a land grab for investors is the best way to handle this. I don't know what the answer is, but the way you're doing it seems it will enrich investors, piss off a lot of homeowners, versus achieve what the INBYs want, which is home ownership, lower cost, stuff like that. But one thing I learned from the missing middle, and I do agree with the INBYs and county board, that the renters need to be heard and treated better. Arlington is majority renters. They cost nothing, no kids, most are not on welfare subsidies, and they spend a lot of money in the local community. So how does the county board and county manager treat them? By redistributing most of their tax money from their rent through the most expensive wasteful schools of Virginia and the subsidies industrial complex. How can we get equitable spending in the budget to get back more to renters? Better dog parks, better bike lanes, subsidized gym passes to, say, bash boxing, or subsidized small electric vehicle passes. Ideally, the renters should create a party and take over the county board. All they need is 3 seats, and there's no checks and balances. They can do whatever they want. And they can rewrite the budget so they're not used like an ATM by Katie and Mark. Restore confidence in Arlington leadership. This is what we voted for in the CIV recently. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brooke Alexander, followed by Brian Yu and Rebecca Lawrence.
I have a master's in land use and environmental planning from UVA. I am also Ashton Heights tree canopy and native plant coordinator. I think that Arlington should have gone back to the drawing board when it was clear that the original objectives were unattainable with zoning changes. Other options for affordable housing production should be found. Meanwhile, I urge you to move forward with your study to reduce lot coverage in all current single-family housing zones. I urge you to do this before implementing any missing middle. In Ashton Heights, the new McMansions are being built to the outside limits of coverage. And when lots are redeveloped, the lots generally are cleared of trees. We have gone from a 48% tree coverage in 2008 to 31% in 2021. That's a 17% decline in 13 years. The FNRC indicates that Arlington's tree loss is in single-family housing districts, so McMansion construction has reduced our tree canopy. Multi-buildings under missing middle with the same footprint will also reduce our tree canopy. When people indicate disdain for the amount of land in single-family housing zones, remember that these lands, again, according to the FNRC, still remain Arlington's best option for sustaining and recreating our tree canopy, and with all of its positive contributions to our collective environment. There is precedent for reducing lot coverage in Arlington. It was done in 2005. This was to be an iterative process, put in the restrictions, see what happens, and make changes as needed. You have seen that the current lot coverages are a problem. Be brave, make the changes needed before missing middle. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Yu, followed by Rebecca Lawrence, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
So it's not much of a visual aid at a distance. I didn't send in any scans, but if you want to see for yourself, you can pick up this book on historic Arlington at various places around town. I got mine at Walgreens. I do like the early pages of the turn of the 20th century, when there were 379 farms in the county. The space just west of where we are now was a big field, and you took a trolley to Fairfax and Falls Church. So talk about upzoning. It's charming. But anyone then who said that Arlington had reached its correct final form, to heck with the needs of the region, would have been wrong, as is anyone who says so now, especially considering how much greater the changes were from then till the mid-century than those that are proposed today. What's more, what are the defenses of the design we chose coming out of that era? There might be a sense that even without our history of segregation, our forerunners would have chose some non-racist reason to restrict 72% of our residential land to its least efficient use. Not likely, though. Which society at peace with itself chooses to self-inflict such compounding wastes in transportation and commerce as this use requires en masse? From what I've seen, the normal preference in a community of 250,000, when not so ideologically burdened, is low to mid-rise, mixed-use density that allows a short walk to most amenities and a 45-minute walk into the countryside. Not to run roughshod on that open space for a quarter of the populace to have a compartmentalized facsimile of it. To those who know that forest edge is not forest and sustainability is not just maximizing the color green, it's the current land use that reflects our failure in stewardship, and the environmental defenses of it ring hollow. So it's true, that's all the past and alternate history, and the crimes against nature, economic sense, and civil rights up to our current state can't be undone, but we are still developing, and why perpetuate them? We're intending to grow, I hope, past 238,000, so why not allow for smarter, fairer growth now that we say we're not afraid too afraid of each other to do so. Thanks.
Next speaker is Rebecca Lawrence, followed by Scott Pedowitz and Susan Joy.
Hi, my name is Rebecca. I've been here before, and I thank you all for your service. I'm here as an Arlington mom, a homeowner, and an employee of a small company headquartered right here. I support the most expansive version of the housing options and denser housing development in Arlington. I support the recommendations of the Sierra Club and the Alliance for Housing Solutions. There's the Arlington that was, GS 11 heaven, where my Arlington native husband says the white vans of construction workers were parked next to family station wagons, not just out in Prince William County and Loudoun. Then there's the Arlington that will be, if I can dare to dream, with more duplexes, triplexes, and even sixplexes. I'd be happy to look across my street at them. We can and should do our part to address the U.S. housing supply crisis. It is not going away. I love trees. I am a total tree hugger. Expanding housing options won't destroy the tree canopy any more than the status quo does. From where I sit, at my house in 22205, if I'm going to listen to the Northern Virginia Chainsaw Massacre, it might as well be so that vaguely attainable housing might be built. Denser development is less polluting than what's currently allowed. And I might be a little more credible when I suggest to my younger colleagues that they could and should consider living here and stop that exodus from Arlington. I see those yellow no upsigning signs, and all I see is just go away, you single income people, you don't have any luck or wealth or inheritance. I'd also like to support the most flexible minimum housing requirements. In much of Arlington, parking space is dead space. Garages and driveways are plentiful. We have a lot of wide streets, and parking shouldn't be so easy. I never get to show off my parallel parking skills in this county. I'll admit that I'm impatient. I don't want Arlington to wait and see. There's been a 4-year-long process of study, engagement, and analysis, and these zoning changes should have happened decades ago.
Thank you.
Let's make it happen.
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Susan Joy, followed by John Musso.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz, a more than 15-year resident of an Arlington apartment. I also work at the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. Some speakers disqualify the opinions of people like me because we might one day live in missing middle housing or stand to benefit from having it in our market. But if I am not for myself, who will be for me? A majority of Arlingtonians live in multifamily housing. We contribute to the community, and we are more likely to continue contributing if we see a future here. Yet current zoning restrictions limit how and where we can live in Arlington, forcing some of us out and others to compete with potential new residents, bidding up the price of housing for people who could contribute to Arlington's future. We hear from some single-family homeowners, certainly not all, and probably not most, that allowing missing middle housing would impede their quality of life by altering the character of their neighborhoods. I've heard neighbors express fear that we would take up space on the sidewalks, or that our children would compete with theirs for playing time in our parks. If I am only for myself, what am I? These fears are misguided. We already live here, but I believe that greater housing heterogeneity will help Arlingtonians of different lifestyles to see better how much we have in common. Which brings me, Mr. Chair, to the question for the county board. If not now, when? Passing a watered-down ordinance will at best mute its impact, and it might even exacerbate some of our housing challenges if the limited supply is bid up. I thus encourage passage without a cap, with the maximum number of permissible units per structure, and without overly stringent restrictions on lot size, floor area, and parking. The time is now. Let's embrace this step for housing flexibility and allow a housing market that helps to bring our diverse community together, physically and in spirit. Thank you.
Next speaker is Suzanne Joy, followed by John Musso, followed by Carlos Silva. Suzanne Joy. Okay. John Musso, followed by Carlos Silva, and Margie Bell.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, a proud resident of the Courthouse neighborhood right here in Arlington, and additionally the Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I'm here to express and reiterate our support for the missing middle housing ordinance and why we believe that this should be adopted by the board. As we've reiterated in past advocacy, the Chamber supports the overall goals of the ordinance. We believe that allowing for the greater density and the greater variety of housing stock in this county is exactly what is needed, not just for the residents of this county, but also for the workforce. On a more specific ask, we request that the County Board adopts this ordinance with option 7B, the option without a cap, as we do believe, or at the very least we are concerned that a cap on permits will minimize the types of benefits that we aim to see from this ordinance. We are just concerned that the hassle of going through a cap process with a limited amount of permits is just going to not necessarily get the most out of this policy. We thank the County Board and we thank staff very much for the hard work and for the continued engagement over the past 3 years of this study. And I think we've learned a lot about what this community and what this county wants in terms of housing policy. And we think that the logical next step is to go ahead and adopt this ordinance with option 7B. So thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Carlos Silva, followed by Margie Bell and Richard Engel.
Hello, my name is Carlos Silva. I live in Roslyn with my wife, my 2-year-old son, and a newborn girl arriving this week, actually. I'm here with a lovely group of Yes in My Backyard of Northern Virginia, and I want to express my strong support for the most expansive, I repeat, the most expansive version of missing middle housing without the arbitrary caps under consideration that would render the policy meaningless. Others have already meticulously laid out the overwhelming arguments in favor of this policy. Why you can't oppose this and be serious about housing affordability, climate change, and rectifying Arlington's history of racial segregation. I've also been moved by the poignant stories of people who have grown up here, who have dedicated their lives to public service in Arlington, but can no longer afford to live here. But I want to make a more general point about embracing the future and embracing the excitement and possibilities that missing middle housing offers. At a recent Missing Middle rally, we had representation from interfaith groups, environmental groups, the NAACP, young and old, new and long-standing residents, renters and owners, Democrats and Republicans who recognize that the current zoning regime is a needless intervention in the housing market. We had owners of single-family houses who support missing middle, and we had a speaker who previously opposed but changed his mind. What we all had in common was a recognition that a dynamic, welcoming, and pluralistic Arlington embraces this change. There's no need to fear change. The Arlington of today is not the same as the Arlington of 50 or 100 years ago, and those changes have been for the better. Imagine if residents then had prevented that change. Imagine no metro, no new dynamic thriving neighborhoods like Roslyn, Clarendon, and Ballston. Where would we be today if the Arlington of then had clung to the past? Under missing middle housing, the Arlington of the next 50 years will be an even more exciting and flourishing community with new neighbors and businesses and community groups that I and all of the other missing middle supporters are eager to welcome. Thank you.
All righty, our next speaker is Marjorie Bell, followed by Richard Engel and Jonah Cost.
Good afternoon. Thanks for all your time today. I'm Margie Bell, and I urge you to stop this destructive proposal in our small, already overdeveloped county. Each of you will be approving a parade of terrible impacts. Each of you, elected to represent the entire community, are deciding right now whether to recommend changes that will build units requiring at least $174,000 per year income, cut 34,000 trees, eliminating greater than 9 Pentagon parking lots of trees, and increase carbon emissions, increase storm runoff, Westover flooding on steroids, add more trailers to the already existing 123 trailer classrooms, snarl us with indisputable parking, traffic, trash congestions that result from turning one household into 6, multiplied many times over. You are asking seniors, low and middle income earners to just go away. Again, housing in its cheapest foreseeable unit, a condo in the 6-unit building, will necessitate $174,000 or more. The community is looking to you for a plan that addresses our real housing needs and not the needs of upper income earners. Where is your evidence that this plan will work as you hope it will? Where are the objective standards to judge success or failure? Where is your personal experience in orchestrating such plans? You were elected to keep the lights on and the water running in this wonderful community, not design your personal vision of hyperdense utopia that has bitterly divided our community. And also, please note that there are 5,900 signatures on the petition concerned about this. Please appreciate Arlington and vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard Engel, followed by Jonah Cost, and then Rosalind Reicher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Richard Engel. In my 45 years as both a federal program manager and as a consultant, I've developed over 1,800 workforce housing units and consulted on other projects in high-cost areas such as Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and Bar Harbor, Maine. My overall theme today is this: by betting on missing middle housing, you are doubling down on failure. You are expecting the private sector real estate community to build affordable or attainable housing, whatever you want to call it. The only thing the private sector can do in a very highly competitive, affluent community like this is to pay the highest amount they can for property to build it to its highest and best use. That's the most profitable, legally permissible use. What we're going to find here is that increasing density just increases the cost of land. You should know that. How many rezoning requests have you approved while you've served on the county board? I know when I was on site plan review for a decade, that's the only reason developers came to us, was to increase density so they could make more money. That's what you will get with the private sector missing middle housing program. It will not make housing less expensive. I also urge you to update the study that you used, which is now using data, housing cost data, that's 4 to 7 years old, from 2016 to 2020. Use current data. National Association of Home Builders says housing costs have gone up about 25 to 30% in the last 2 years. You need new models. You need to know what you're doing in terms of current prices before you can vote on something as radical as this missing middle housing process. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jonah Cost, followed by Rosalind Reicher, followed by Mark Blacknell.
Hello, County Board, and thank you for your time on this very long day. My name is Jonah Cost, and I'm speaking today in favor of the most expansive version of the missing middle proposal. I think it's deeply problematic to use one's credentials for credibility. Still, as a soon-to-be economist, I was surprised to see a group in opposition to missing middle claim to have the support of the economist community. Opinions among economists differ, but to the extent that there's consensus on anything, there's a strong belief that there's a massive housing shortage in this country, due in no small part to exclusionary zoning. But this is far from the only misleading or contradictory argument against missing middle. The opposition seems deeply concerned about whether the new units will be affordable, yet most vigorously oppose the 8 and now 6 plexes that will be most affordable. According to opponents, missing middle will destroy property values while also displacing residents through higher assessments. Opponents claim that missing middle is a plan by the board to increase tax revenue while simultaneously arguing it will burden the county with increased needs for public services. Strip away these disingenuous and pretextual procedural arguments, and you're left with words like neighborhood character, crime, trash, or even worse, renters. Words that belie the same sentiment expressed by overt racists when exclusionary zoning was first enacted, not wanting new or different neighbors. The changes this proposal will bring will be gradual and modest. The sky has not fallen in Minneapolis or Portland, where similar reforms have been enacted. Still, there's a real chance that the board's actions will be written about as part of an inflection point in the fight for abundant housing. Please do not go down in history as another policymaker who granted even more concessions to reactionary voices. Please pass the most expansive remaining version of the missing middle proposal.
Next is Rosalind Reicher, followed by Mark Blacknell and Mike Hamilton.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Reicher. I'm a third-generation Arlingtonian, and I'm a homeowner in Arlington. My grandparents moved to Arlington in the late 1940s and bought a 3-bedroom house in North Arlington in the early 1950s on the income of my grandfather, who was an early career federal public servant. My grandmother was Ellen Bosman, who later served for 24 years on this body, and she is the leader for whom this building is named. Ellen's legacy is expanding economic opportunity in Arlington and making Arlington a better place for everyone to live and work. She worked her entire career, including through her retirement, to increase affordable housing options in Arlington. As Ellen's granddaughter, I know she would be in favor of expanded housing options. She would also be appalled to hear some of the comments today, where we have people essentially complaining that just because things are not going their way, the Arlington way has gone astray. This notion is ridiculous. The Arlington way does not mean that everyone gets everything they want. And it definitely doesn't mean that rich white homeowners can expect to elevate their voices about other people in Arlington. That is something my grandmother, who modeled the Arlington way, would have swiftly condemned. And that's why I'm here today speaking in favor of expanded housing options, which will provide more accessibly priced housing opportunities for a diverse set of people, for young people, for teachers, for people like my grandfather who work in the federal government, and for historically marginalized populations, typically without access to generational wealth. Thank you for sticking through this long day. We appreciate your commitment to a thorough and transparent process for policymaking in Arlington. And I'm encouraged to hear from all the missing middle opponents that they ardently support affordable housing. Looking forward to working with those folks after we finish this conversation here. Thank you.
Speaker 194 is Mark Blacknell, followed by Mike Hamilton, followed by Rita Greco.
Hi, I'd like to start by completely endorsing Ms. Reicher's comments there, and especially highlighting the part that just because you're not getting what you want, it doesn't mean that you're not being heard. That's not the Arlington way. I'd like to start off also by granting that the opponents of the missing middle are correct on a number of points. Missing middle zoning changes will not completely solve Arlington's affordable housing shortage. Missing middle zoning changes will not preserve every single tree in Arlington. Missing middle zoning changes will not provide housing for every Arlington teacher, police officer, or firefighter who wants to live here. These are all important policy priorities, and I very much hope that we see the proposal's opponents bring as much energy to supporting solutions to those problems as they do to oppose the missing middle, because that's what they're really concerned about, right? What missing middle will bring for sure is changes, and I am here to support those changes. While I didn't immediately appreciate it when I moved here in 1997, over the past 25 years, I have come to deeply appreciate the foresight of previous Arlington County boards who enabled and supported the creation of the dense transit-based Roslyn-Ballston corridor. The RB corridor provides the backbone of the type of community that Arlington will become, if it is to live up to its stated ideals as a welcoming, diverse, environmentally responsible, and sustainable community. Just as Arlington could not remain the sparsely populated farmland that it once was, it cannot remain this kind of single-family home, car-dependent suburb that is a huge driver of our own unfolding climate catastrophe. You, the Arlington County Board in 2023, have an opportunity to now demonstrate as much foresight and have as much positive effect on the future as our county boards of the 60s, 70s, and 80s did. Please vote for the most expansive proposal today. Also, I'd like to note the golf courses are still there. Wide open land, just saying. Thank you.
Mike Hamilton is next, followed by Rita Greco, followed by Bill Fogarty.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Michael Hamilton. I'm an Arlington homeowner and father living in beautiful Ballston. I love living in Arlington. I'm so happy to see my neighbors advocating for justice. Well said, Mark, especially there. And I'm also happy to see us coming here and speaking up for welcoming more people and for allowing more housing in our great community. Almost a century ago, Arlington County adopted a single-family zoning ordinance with the express purpose of excluding Black Americans from our community, and it worked. Today, those laws are still on our books, and our county board has the opportunity to end this chapter of our county's history by passing a missing middle housing proposal with no parking minimums, no cap on the number of units built each year, no limit to where a sixplex can be built, and by voting yes to the broadest, most liberal, most expansive bill that's available under the RTA previously passed by this board. The danger we have today is not that we're too permissive with missing middle. The danger is that our county board passes a complicated, weak proposal that eliminates single-family zoning in name only and allows this injustice to continue in our community. It doesn't matter if we pass this law and it's too narrow to actually build any missing middle units. And so, board members, I implore you to have the courage of your convictions and to say yes to more housing options, more neighbors, and more affordability. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rita Greco, followed by Bill Fogarty, followed by Noah Higgins.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nearly 6,000 persons have now signed the petition opposing Arlington's missing middle plan. This enormous opposition dwarfs the couple hundred persons who have expressed support for the plan. Arlington's sweeping, haphazard missing middle plan and upzoning amendments have no clearly stated goals nor any guardrails against adverse destructive consequences. The plan was built on a foundation of false promises that have deeply divided Arlington residents. This includes false promises by county board members who said the county would not do any across-the-board rezoning of single-family neighborhoods. False promises that county officials made to moderate-income millennials and essential workers, saying the plan would provide them with homeownership opportunities that they can afford. I call on the county board to take two actions. First, vote no on all of the proposed upzoning and GLUP amendments. Second, stop this train wreck of a plan and convene a working group of knowledgeable residents and experts that gives equal weight to all points of view. Direct the panel to assess with honesty and integrity any housing capacity and homeownership issues and develop a range of alternative solutions that don't involve wide-scale single-family upzoning that will destroy the quality of life in Arlington's single-family neighborhoods. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Fogarty, followed by Noah Higgins and Dixie Duncan.
Good afternoon. I come in support of the expanded housing options. I've been a supporter of expanded by right zoning since 1985, when a client was denied a use permit for a duplex in Virginia Square in a neighborhood where a duplex made all the sense in the world. From that and other experiences, I know we cannot rely on use permits in order to provide for a more diverse housing supply. I have read what I would call the Horner Report with its 12 proposals. There are some good observations and points in there, though I will say if all those proposals would be enacted, the rewriting of the zoning ordinance would take at least 2 years. The way you have carved out the expanded options in a separate zoning section makes sense, though I do caution you to review the definitions in your proposal. The county manager has made a suggested revision, and based on my experience with zoning ordinances and the interplay with subdivision ordinances and state condominium law, there are other changes to be considered. And on a side note, I do feel an obligation to come to the defense of that vilified group known as developers. Hearing folks say this is a gift for developers to make money makes me want to point out that in the purchase and development of a lot and the sale of a unit, lots of people are earning money. They're making a living, whether they're realtors and roofers, plumbers and electricians, title companies and surveyors, and many more. We all live in residences built by developers. They're not the bad guys. So in conclusion, I support the expansion of by right zoning fully, as others have said today, up to 6 units. And I ask you to continue to use a wide range of actions that are available to you, perhaps even some elements of the Horner Report in a future ordinance. There are so many possibilities available to you. Good luck.
Our next speaker is Noah Higgins, followed by Dixie Duncan and Bill Gearhart. Noah Higgins. Okay. Dixie Duncan. Bill Gearhart.
Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Gerhardt?
Okay. Now
There you go.
okay. I want to particularly associate myself with the views expressed earlier by Natalie Roy, and also in the Washington Post about this missing middle not providing for more diversity or for affordability. But if you do go forward with this proposal, I would request that you do a couple of things. One, require the minimum site area for 5-plex and 6-plex units be at least 8,000 square feet, and preferably 9,000 and 10,000 square feet, as set out in option 2B. Also, that there be a minimum parking requirement of 1 space per unit, regardless of whether a lot is transit proximate or not. Third, that there be geographic dispersion of missing middle housing across the county, so it will not be concentrated within certain areas. Fourth, that there be maximum tree canopy requirements to minimize the impact of large buildings on the existing tree canopy. And finally, that you impose an annual cap of missing middle housing units of much less than the current suggestion of 58 buildings. Thank you.
Okay, speaker 201, Emily Hamilton, followed by Chris Adams, followed by Patrick Lozada.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all of yours and county staff's work on expanded housing options. In order to create the new opportunities for housing to be built in Arlington, I urge you to pass the most liberal version of the plan with no cap on the amount of missing middle units. In particular, I encourage you to pass option 5C with no parking requirements for missing middle units near transit. Ultimately, I encourage the board to go further and join the dozens of localities across the country that have eliminated parking requirements. As more households like mine have no cars or one car, we should be creating options for people to rent or buy housing that isn't paired with parking that they don't need. While Arlington is a nationwide leader in transit-oriented development, parking requirements are an area where we're lagging behind. My family of 4 walks or bikes for the vast majority of our trips out of the house because we live in Ballston, within walking distance of work, the Central Library, great parks, and many other amenities. By passing the most expansive version of Missing Middle, you'll create the opportunity for more families to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Chris Adams, followed by Patrick Lozada, followed by Alexander Tunsky.
Hi, my name is Chris Adams. I'm here to say I've seen the future and it doesn't work. I've recently visited one of my close friends, a groomsman at my wedding out in Palo Alto. He works for Google. His wife is a therapist, and yet they and their newborn son live with his in-laws in order to save money. Small former starter homes go for millions of dollars, and what little missing middle housing exists goes for well over $1 million. Regular people, teachers, firefighters, waiters, can never hope to live there. Palo Alto refused to build and then built too little, too late, and now it's become a community for the very few. Palo Alto is Arlington's future if we are complacent. Even in the past 3 years of debating this proposal, Arlington has become more unaffordable. We were lucky to be able to buy a small duplex in 2020. It has since gained almost $100K in value. That is unsustainable. If we don't take dramatic action today, we could lose an Arlington of diverse housing and diverse people. Our Palo Alto future is not inevitable, though. If we want to save an Arlington for everyone, not just for tomorrow, but for years to come, then we need to pass the most expansive version of missing middle housing today. To fight the tide dragging us towards Palo Alto, we need every oar in the water, not artificially limit ourselves with building caps. To build housing for the next generation, we need to allow diverse housing everywhere, not just in today's corridors. I know there are some well-meaning folks who have proposed certain alleged guardrails for missing middle, but what we really need are guardrails against slouching towards Palo Alto. We need to preserve our people, the heart of Arlington, not just the character of the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of taking stock of where we are, don't worry, I'm going to let you speak, but just want to make an announcement real quickly. We will hear through speaker 225 before calling it an evening. So everyone who is 226 or later, you are invited back on Tuesday night where we will be refreshed to hear your testimony. Everyone else up through 225, we will hear you today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patrick Lozada, followed by Alexander Tunsky and David Warren. Thank you. Patrick.
Ladies and gentlemen of the County Board, thank you so much for your time. It's been a really long day, and I really appreciate you sticking with us and hearing from members of the community. My name is Patrick Lozada, and I am a homeowner in the Douglas Park neighborhood in South Arlington. But I, like many in Arlington, am new here. I plan to spend my life here, though, because I've fallen in love with this community. I want to have kids here. I want to send them to Arlington Public Schools. This is where I feel like I belong. And that's why I want to urge the County Board to pass the most expansive form of the missing middle housing proposal. With that out of the way, I want to step back and acknowledge that a small but very vocal part of the community is against change and new neighbors. And some have said that this is divisive and creating strife. And I'm here to say I don't care. If you're causing trouble, you're probably doing something. And I assume you all joined the county board to do something. You've heard from these loud, angry people shouting at you. They say without any data that up is down and down is up, that increasing the supply of housing will increase the costs. Housing is not a given good. They are wrong. They are a minority of the commenters today and at every hearing that has happened so far. Angry Godzilla guy, Zoroastrian conspiracy theorists, election loser Audrey Clement, and the woman who thinks Joe Biden and Jeff Bezos are bribing the board do not represent this community. These angry weirdos are not going to give you any credit for instituting parking requirements or putting a cap on. The people who will give you credit are future generations of Arlington who can afford to live here, the young people, the people who live in apartments, who come out and vote, and hopefully my family who will live here for the next 30 years if we can continue to afford it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexander Tunsky, followed by Dave Warren and Christina Burka.
I strongly oppose the expanded housing proposal. I've been disappointed by a process where only one approach to solving critical issues was ever seriously studied. And when that study showed that the proposal would not produce the affordable housing relief that was originally promised, the goal and the nomenclature was changed rather than stopping to look at what else might work. I do not believe that this policy will help our housing issues, protect the environment, or increase diversity. I believe it will more than likely cause great and irreversible harm to the quality of life on streets where these buildings are placed. The policy will increase existing demand for single-family lots, driving up prices and ironically making it even harder for families to achieve the dream of their own home with a fenced-in yard, while creating an even greater supply of luxury townhomes, condos, and much more likely apartments, which are already widely available at the same high price points that are predicted by the county's own study. We should be looking at ways to encourage the preservation and renovation of existing affordable single-family homes, which cost less than the townhomes that will replace them, rather than creating a system that ensures that even more of them will be torn down. If this does move forward, you should adopt the most conservative options available to mitigate the potential impact on existing neighbors and to test it out to see how it works. The impact on parking, tree canopy, quality of life, and housing affordability. The benefits and burdens of the policy should be shared equally by all neighborhoods rather than only those near transportation corridors. You should adopt 2B, 5A, 4A, 11A, and 12A. The reality is that if this policy has a negative impact on surrounding neighbors, you'll never be able to undo the damage done to their homes. This is why you should impose real caps, no more than 20 per year, and test the policy. If it turns out to be successful, you'll be able to expand the program at full speed with much greater support and much less division. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Warren, followed by Christine Burka and Ryan Arnold.
Hello, I'm Dave Warren. I'm a renter, dad, husband in Arlington Heights. And I was going to come. I usually like to give very wonky, data-heavy comments, but instead I'm going to talk about a trip to 7-Eleven I took with my daughter last night. We both wanted ice cream and we wanted some firewood last night. And luckily, we live in a very walkable, dense neighborhood in Arlington Heights. And so we decided at 8 p.m. in our pajamas, we would walk to 7-Eleven to get some ice cream and firewood. It was double cookie dough, by the way. Very good. So we were walking to 7-Eleven. We go past TJ Community Center, where there are hundreds of people playing soccer, past the community center where our kids had a birthday party last week, past TJ Middle School, where they'll go to middle school, walked past Fleet Elementary, where our kids get to walk to school every day. It's amazing. And, 2 minutes later, we're at the 7-Eleven getting our ice cream and firewood. And we have the privilege of being able to do something like that because we live in a neighborhood that has a diversity of housing types and rich resources like transit nearby. And so, we live in a townhome. I'm so grateful that in 1980, these townhomes were allowed to be built. There's about 60 of them. If it was, only single family homes, maybe there'd be 10. And so a lot more people can live around us for a lot less money. As I said, we rent. It costs it costs a lot of money to rent in Arlington. And so I ask you today to please pass the most expansive version of these reforms so that, 20 years from now, it's a little easier for families to make their home in Arlington and enjoy all of the things that my family gets to enjoy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next speaker is Christine Perka, followed by Ryan Arnold, followed by Michael Conkler.
Good afternoon, County Board leaders. Thank you for your steadfast and thoughtful consideration of the missing middle framework. My name is Christine Perka, and I live in a single family home in the Yorktown 22207 neighborhood. My neighborhood is currently zoned for only single family homes. I welcome the broadest adoption of expanded housing options in my neighborhood. I welcome new owners and I welcome new renters. Since I moved to Arlington 6 years ago, many of the smaller homes in my neighborhood have been displaced by oversized housing, making my neighborhood even more unattainable and exclusive. When I talk to the new owners, they often remark that they did not even want a house so big, but it's the only choice they had if they wanted to be in Arlington. If we maintain the status quo, the inequities and the segregation in Arlington will only become worse. Our community and our schools are more segregated today than they were 50 years ago. Single-family zoning is exclusionary. It is the root cause of wealth inequity, and it is systemic racism, and it needs to be dismantled. This critical land use policy change, along with robust affordable housing programs, can integrate our diverse yet segregated Arlington. And if we want this zoning change to be successful at building new and inclusive housing, please adopt the most expansive and most flexible housing options. Thank you, board members, and thank you to the hard work of your professional staff.
Next speaker is Ryan Arnold, followed by Michael Conkler, followed by Jacomina DeRigette.
Thank you for this opportunity to urge you to vote in favor of the most expansive of the expanded housing options under consideration today, because we need more housing, especially in Arlington. There are many great reasons to say that. It'll be good for the economy, good for society, good for equity, good for public health and public safety, good for neighbors, new and old alike. For me, the most compelling reason why we need more housing, especially in Arlington, is that it'll be good for the environment. Like many people around here, I don't have a car because I don't need one, because I live on walkable streets with nearby destinations and high-quality subway and bus service, because of good, thoughtful, careful planning by Arlington County staff, commissions, and boards over many years. With more housing in Arlington, more people who want to live car-free will be able to live car-free, as I do. With more housing in Arlington, people who will continue to drive automobiles will drive shorter distances than if they were compelled by a shortage of housing here to live instead in the outer counties. More housing in Arlington means less driving overall, and less driving is a key part of the answer to climate change. We can all be glad that we live in a county that's willing to make big changes to help ensure a better future. To carry on that tradition, please pass the most expansive of the expanded housing options under consideration today. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Arnold. Michael Conkler, followed by Jacomina DeRigette, and followed by Ben D'Avanzo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm a 21-year resident of Arlington, a parent in APS, and I'm here to state that I do not believe this discussion is following an open democratic process. Last spring, well before the current fervor, the county solicited public input into the proposed zoning changes. Of 1,046 binary responses, 72% were opposed to missing middle housing. Similarly, at a recent Lion Park Citizens Association session, 87% voted opposed to the proposal. Let that sink in. Almost 90% of the association voters were opposed, many of whom were our older and most at-risk residents from EHO-fueled property tax increases exceeding their modest fixed incomes. So I ask the board, who should be economically disadvantaged by zoning? Those that have lived here and paid taxes for decades, like my neighbors, or new arrivals who have not yet earned the right to buy into Arlington homes, like I did only after living 13 years in a small Roslyn condo and saving every dime I made as a government worker. But let's be honest, even if 99% were opposed, only 5 votes matter, and those are yours. In another 189 response Lion Park survey, 68% said they would likely leave the county if a multiplex were built next to them. A supermajority said they would abandon their family homes and leave due to the worsening quality of life under EHO. Someone threatening to leave their home is not just unhappy, they are really upset. For those seeking re-election, you may not want displeased voters of such a magnitude. Thank you for your time today.
Our next speaker is Jacomina De Regette, followed by Ben D. Avanzo, followed by McCoy Kaufman.
Good afternoon, almost good evening. Thank you for your attention all day. I'm Jacomina De Recht, and I'm a homeowner in Ashton Heights since 1976. I've spoken to you before about how that neighborhood changes a lot, and Brooke has just detailed what the impact is on the trees. I'm also a board member of Voice, and you already know that Voice position on missing middle housing is that we want you to support the most expansive option. But today I want to talk a bit about a history of the county board decision when the proposal for Culpeper Garden was in front of them. When that vote was up to the county board, there was an enormous amount of opposition in the county, with arguments that sound familiar: trees, height, neighborhood character. The night of the county board decision, they went on to 2 o'clock in the morning, and only 30 people spoke, so they must not have had a 2-minute limit. There were 27 opposed and 3 in favor. The county board voted 3-2 to allow Culpeper Garden to be built. That was a courageous decision, which thousands of senior residents have benefited from. I hope you follow that same courageous example of your predecessors. Mectasilla told you, do the right thing. Follow that.
Next speaker is Ben D. Avanzo, followed by McCoy Kaufman, followed by Adam Theo.
Thank you. I'd submitted some slides if they're available.
Yes, if you could just go ahead and begin your testimony, we'll bring those up.
Thank you, County Board members, for spending your day listening to community members. I'm Ben Devanzo, a 13-year county resident, past president of one civic association and vice president of another, although I can tell you civic associations are not necessarily representative of their neighborhoods. I do own a unit in missing middle housing, but I have never been able to afford single family. But I really want to talk about climate change, and that's what these slides show, hopefully. So this first slide shows Stafford County in the year 2000, and then if you could please scroll to the second slide, Stafford County 2020. We've seen outer farmland and forests destroyed for ex-urban development. The next slide shows the same thing in Loudoun. First in 2020, and then the next first in 2000, and then the next in 2020, excuse me. So the next slide will show 2020. I want to convey the urgency to the board of addressing missing middle, not just for housing justice, but for climate. People want to live in the DC region but cannot afford it, so we end up with destroyed natural areas and increased traffic as demand drives people further and further out with longer and longer commutes. Policy choices that will reduce produced housing, like annual caps or limits on units, are unacceptable. We have delayed too long for such minimalistic and micromanaging approaches. I urge you to adopt the most expansive version of this proposal so I can tell my daughter that when facing climate catastrophe, we did not let outdated zoning laws and misplaced fears drive poor land use decisions. Ultimately, we must be planning for the future. We must be planning to allow more people to live in Arlington so fewer forests, farms, and trees are destroyed further out. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is McCoy Kaufman, followed by Adam Theo, followed by Andreas Eldridge.
Good evening. I didn't realize y'all would make it to me today, so I just scooted all the way from Boston, so excited to be here. I have a poem from Reverend Kenneth Nixon that I was just going to read today. In cities far and wide, a housing crisis resides, where middle homes are scarce and affordability seems like a dare. A missing middle, they say, where homes for all can stay, in communities diverse and strong, where everyone can belong. The young couple yearns for a home where their love can burn, but the options are slim, their dreams seem dim. The elder needs a change, but their home is out of range. Where can they go? Where can they grow? We need a solution for this housing pollution, a missing middle we need for our communities to succeed. Let's build homes for all, where every family can stand tall, affordable and sustainable for our communities to become unbeatable. The missing middle, it's a place of hope where families can find their way and learn to cope with the challenges of life and the joys it brings in homes that are built to last and make hearts sing. So let us embrace the missing middle and all it brings, the promise of a brighter future and a chance to spread our wings. For in this style of housing, we can find our way to a world that's full of love each and every day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Andreas Eldridge.
Good evening, everyone. This has been quite the day, huh? Finally, after 1 year, we're getting close. I'm looking forward to this. Commenters in favor have made powerful testimonies on the economic, environmental, racial, and moral imperatives of this proposal, but I'm going to make a political one. Consistently, those in favor of expansive missing middle housing reform have been positive, optimistic, and hopeful for a future with more housing. Those organized against it have repeatedly relied on mistruths, complaints about the name, accusations of corruption, dismissiveness of younger generations, and conspiracy theories. Which of those do you want to nurture and grow for Arlington's future? Because believe me, the decision that you'll be making soon plays a big part in Arlington's future character and style and how we handle problems. Some of you are worried about and afraid of political backlash from passing a bold missing middle housing plan that has the power to actually help solve the housing crisis. But take note of what has happened over the past year this has been going on. Some of you were worried about a political backlash last year, 2022, with fears of opponents getting 40% of the vote or perhaps even winning the election. And that fizzled out quite noticeably, didn't it? Now, of course, this was true maybe 10 years ago, but today, the politics of Arlington County is different. Us YIMBYs and the pro-housing coalition that we're a part of, we're here to stay. And as you've seen over the past few months, we have consistently out-organized and out-energized the opposition. Trust in us, rely in us. We'll pull you through. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andreas Eldridge, followed by Gail Perry and Jane Green.
Hello, my name is Andreas Eldridge. I've been living in the Aurora Highlands community for my entire adult life, I would say, post-graduation. Living in a single-family house right now, and it seems to me that all the land is so expensive that to build any new housing is that you would have to build a very large house to recoup the cost of the land, and which kind of makes it very prohibitive for not just new people to live there, but also in the styles and types of houses you can actually end up living in. Having some more diversity in the landscape of the neighborhood, I think, would be quite welcome from just an aesthetics viewpoint. Besides my main concern is the economic ramifications of only single-family housing, as well as the environmental and traffic impacts that having low-density housing, exclusionary housing provides. If we're able to have more folks living close together, it puts a lot less stress on the road and subway systems here in the DC metro area. And also we can have more folks paying taxes in a smaller amount of area, which can help bolster our community resources. Hopefully I can stay in this beautiful Arlington area for more of my adult life. So please allow for more housing to be built. Thank you very much. I yield back the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Gail Perry, followed by Jane Green, followed by Eric Malpelli.
Good afternoon, members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Gail Perry. I have owned my home in Fairlington Villages, a multifamily community, for 28 years. I support the NAACP position that the Arlington County Board immediately enact expanded housing options, which will allow for the building of 6 plexes across all Arlington residential neighborhoods and will eliminate all exclusionary zoning. I wish to thank the board for giving the public so much time and consideration to comment on this first critical step to address housing needs in this county and to expand public thinking on the future of housing in Arlington. Now is the time for the board to move this county into a futuristic place to live, work, play, and to create a world-class community, regardless of race, social economic status, nationality, faith, gender, and political beliefs. Arlington then will begin to represent an equitable collective of world cultures, languages, businesses, healthcare, government, education, justice, and global thinking. Now is the time for the County Board and the Arlington residents to live into this equity resolution by taking this next step for expanded housing options that are affordable and unrestricted. Let Arlington County demonstrate what equity looks like for every resident. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jane Green, followed by Eric Malpelli, and then Kathy Rehill.
Sorry about that. Hello, hello. My name is Jane Green, and I am proud to be a renter in Arlington. It was dense housing that allowed me to move here in 2015 for a job, and I am an asset to this community, not a burden. The missing middle proposal makes me feel welcome to build my life in this great community. I want to thank the staff for crafting it and for all of the engagement that has happened over the past few years. Arlington's smart growth policies bring thousands of new residents like me to our high-density corridors. We are the economic engine of this county. But when my friends are looking for something a little bigger, they're forced to Fairfax, Loudoun, or Prince William. The principles of good planning call for us to gradually increase the density of Arlington's low residential neighborhoods to match this demand. All of Arlington has better transit access than most places where our neighbors move to. To make expanded housing options reforms the most sustainable, equitable, and attainable that they can be, I ask that you adopt option 2A that will allow dwellings of up to 6 units on all lots. As the staff report says, 5 to 6 plexes are a key component in supporting the county's goals for racial equity, and option 2A best meets the goals of providing the maximum opportunities for housing supply and a range of choices. I also ask that you adopt option 4B to give EHO homes more flexibility in their lot coverage with space for people rather than cars. Please adopt these zoning changes without delay. When Arlington implemented exclusionary zoning, no one asked if it was equitable, if it protected our environment, or if it gave us affordable homes. We know that it has done the opposite on every front. Ending exclusionary zoning won't undo past wrongs, but the status quo is a choice that we cannot continue to make. Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Malapelli, followed by Kathy Rehill, followed by Peter Prominski.
Hi, my name's Eric Malpelli. I've lived in Arlington since 2007, first as a renter and now as a homeowner in North Arlington. I strongly support the most expansive version of the missing middle proposal. You've heard today many compelling reasons to pass such a measure, including many good reasons why it will help new homeowners. I'd like to highlight that current homeowners in Arlington will benefit from the missing middle proposal as well. So what do I mean by that? Well, more neighbors means more customers to support beloved local businesses. More neighbors means that transit is viable in more parts of the county. More neighbors means we have more active and vibrant pedestrian spaces. And more neighbors means more opportunities for my son to meet friends at the park. Something else we talk a lot about in this proposal in the community is what does it mean for neighborhood character? Well, I spend a lot of time pushing the stroller through the very nice neighborhoods of North Arlington. And I think the character of the neighborhoods would be just fine with missing middle. I know this because parts of North Arlington, the park where I am, are old enough that they actually have some legacy missing middle already built into the fabric of our communities. No one blinks when they walk by these homes. No one here resents the presence of these homes, wishes the occupants weren't neighbors. Of course, no one wishes that. So I'm confident that despite all of the noise right now over the proposal, once the new neighbors that missing middle will allow arrive, they will be welcomed by all. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Kathy Rehill, followed by Peter Prominski, and then Tara Siegel. Kathy Rehill. Okay, Peter Prominski.
Greetings. As a second-time speaker, I'm not going to repeat the litany of reasons why I'm against the Missing Middle initiative, but as a 59-year resident of Arlington County, I did want to talk to the rights of individual single-family homeowners. Imagine you're an Arlingtonian and you've purchased what you think is your dream home. And right next to you is a lovely colonial or rambler, and lo and behold, you find out that this house has been sold to a developer who's going to build a six-plex apartment complex. Is this legal? Could it be challenged? Is it right? Since you were proposing doing away with our existing zoning laws, why not just let a 7-Eleven, a Jiffy Lube, or a Hotel 6 move into that space? This is not about trying to keep people out. As far as I know, most people just seek a decent and courteous neighbor. No one is saying the people in the dwelling who will be dwelling in the sixplex are not decent and courteous. It's simply mixing apples and oranges. We have thoughtful zoning ordinances for a reason. And who will be there to enforce the inevitable infractions? Even Ms. Garvey mentioned earlier today that Arlington is very inept at enforcing the codes and laws that are on the books. Maybe she didn't use inept, but it's a challenge. I apologize if I misworded. Which leads me to my final point of the ills of one-party rule. Although the council members have listened to thoughtful and educated arguments on both sides of the issue, many from Democrats who oppose this initiative, not a single member seems the least bit swayed to vote against this initiative or lobby for its delay. This inaction will likely lead to the unintended consequence of 2 qualified Democrats running on the opposition platform in the fall. 2 such candidates are already being groomed. So this issue will not go away and will continue to divide Arlingtonians, including your Democrat base. I urge you to delay action, study further, and have sunset provisions
you.
in case it goes awfully wrong.
Our next speaker is Tara Siegel, and Mr. Chair, if I may go back to Noah Higgins, who had some trouble logging on earlier after Tara Siegel. Before we get to our last five.
Perfect, thanks. Hi, I'm Tara Siegel. Thank you so much for listening to all of us today and for all of your work. I'm here to support Missing Middle with maximum flexibility. I moved to Arlington a little over 6 years ago, shortly after graduating from grad school. I rent a 2-bedroom with my partner, and we love living here. We volunteer in the community, love walking around it, and would like to stay. Recently, we looked into what it would take to buy a little bigger place, nothing fancy, just a little bigger than the 2-bedroom that we have now. And we realized that it was completely out of our price range. Maybe this is why a lot of our friends have moved out of Arlington. That the housing crisis has affected someone as privileged as me, as fortunate as me, is just another sign of how out of control it is. And that's part of the reason why I support Missing Middle. But another reason is because I just want to be a part of a community that's doing all that it can to fight the climate crisis, to address the housing crisis, and to end policies with racist origins. Now, Missing Middle won't fix all of these things, but it's an important step. And I don't think that we can achieve our big goals without taking this important step. So please join me in supporting Missing Middle with max flexibility. And thank you so much again for your time and work.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Noah Higgins. Noah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, and thanks for your patience with me as I try to figure out joining this virtually. My name is Noah Higgins. I've lived in the Clarendon area for the past few years and the DC area for 5 or 6 years beyond that. So I just want to talk briefly about my reasons for supporting the Missing Middle housing proposal. So I grew up in southeastern Connecticut, and it's one of those areas. It's an area that isn't really the type of area where people move to. In fact, it's kind of the area where people, especially young people, tend to leave. And so being an area like Arlington that has the economic and opportunities and vibrant community life that make people want to move here, that's a gift. And to actually take advantage of the skills, talents of the people who want to be part of this Arlington community, we need to actually build housing so that people of all different incomes and races can afford to live here. And so that's why I support the maximum flexibility in constructing new housing to meet the current affordability crisis. So whatever options in the proposal that allow for that maximum flexibility construction, that is what I am for. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going back to number 220, Dan Creedon, followed by Mike Ingram, followed by Alice Hogan. Dan Creedon. Okay, Mike Ingram. Alice Hogan.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here for so long. First, I'm Alice Hogan. You all 5 know me. Lifelong Arlingtonian, and I am just so excited to be here today. I am so proud to be an Arlingtonian today and Tuesday and Wednesday. I want to thank each of you as our leaders for helping us to bring about our vision in Arlington and also to live out our racial resolution. I want to thank our staff for the amazing number of hours. We will never know what these professionals have done for us. And I apologize in advance for anyone who has mistreated you or disrespected you, because I'm grateful to all your effort and I appreciate your professionalism and where you've brought us to today. Thank you to our community. We've wrangled with this, we've thought about it, we've talked for 8 years, 5 years, 3 years, and here we are. It is time to move forward, and I think this is a historical week. This is a week we get to say yes in an evolving community that needs something different. And yes, I am proud to be an Arlingtonian because we get to say, through you, yes to the systematically excluded population, yes to green development, yes to gentle density, yes to the many seniors who would like to age in community, yes to first-time home buyers, yes to smaller households, yes to single parents, yes to young professionals, yes to nonprofit employees, yes to public employees, and yes to APS grads who might like to come back and make their homes here. And so I hope you'll say yes to sixplexes in as many places as possible because that is the most affordable we can get from the proposal before us. Yes to one component of our housing continuum that includes a lot of things, including affordability, which I know we'll focus on starting next week, and invite all the people who have discussed affordable housing to join us for that budget conversation. So I say to you this afternoon, happy Missing Middle Week, and thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Julius Spain, followed by Jillian Burgess, followed by Michael and Bessie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I'm Julius D. J.D. Spain Sr. I'm a proud 13-year resident and single-family homeowner in Penrose. I am also a civil rights leader who is dedicated to putting people first. For history, back in 1879, 2 African-American farmers and laborers who were community leaders in the Freedmen's Village, William Butler and Henry Holmes, purchased parcels of land west of Fort Myer, which is today called Penrose. I am proud to call this place home. I fully support expanded housing options 2A and 4B. I want to commend the county manager, the county staff, the commissions, the nonprofits, the citizens for such a robust conversation regarding our future. However, my friends, it does not stop here. The expanded housing option we have before us is smart growth, but Missing Middle will assist in increasing housing availability across Arlington and providing housing from various price points. But it is not the answer to all of our societal ills. We need unity, not division, because our children, mind you, are watching. History, I remind you, will show who was on the right side of this measure at this moment. Let's seize this as a community and don't let go. Let's continue to work collaboratively on the next policy issue that is to come to Arlington, and it will come. So again, I fully support this measure, and I want to thank everyone in the community for this conversation. It's been indeed a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by our last speaker for the day, Michael and Bessie.
Thank you. My name is Jillian Burgess, and I'm a single-family homeowner in Cherrydale and a mom of 3, and I'm here to enthusiastically support adopting missing middle housing with the most expansive options so that we can build more housing, become a more sustainable community, and welcome more neighbors. I'd like to start with my sincere gratitude to Arlington County staff, both in the room, in the lobby, and behind the scenes for all the work that you've done in this process, and to all the people who've come out to speak on both sides. This is what democracy looks like. You have heard from a rich diversity of people asking you to adopt the most expansive version of EHO, and I'm not going to repeat them. I'll co-sign their points. The proposal in front of you is a great first step towards building more housing, but only if the adopted requirements are not overly restrictive. Too many restrictions will mean we won't get more housing. And as you make this decision, it may seem attractive to seek compromise, to go slow, but we've been living with exclusionary zoning for almost 100 years. We're now in a housing crisis. Moreover, we're in a climate crisis, and maintaining the pastoral ideal of a home and spacious backyard, to quote the Washington Post, only makes it worse. We don't have the luxury of incrementalism. Thus, I urge you to adopt the most expansive options on this board, and to all the staff and all the board members, thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Okay, our last speaker for today is Michael and Bessie.
It looks like our last speaker for today was Jillian Burgess. All right.
I guess so.
Thank you all. A lot of faces that have been here as long as we have. We definitely appreciate you. I hope you appreciate the tremendous amount of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's late, I can't really find my words, but for the board members to be engaged with all of your testimony and not be able to engage with you required a great deal of discipline. I hope you appreciate that, and we'll see you all later. Thank you. We are in recess until Tuesday afternoon. Thank you all.